Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 340, 4. Invite me. Sato Mawako looked at Ren in astonishment. She really hadn't expected the boy to say something like that. You can just invite someone for this kind of thing. I can. Sato Mawako fell silent for a moment, then cautiously asked. You're not actually interested in me, an ant, are you? She clearly saw the boy's expression freeze slightly, then he chuckled. If Officer Sato wants to think that, I won't stop you. Even though you've worked as a detective for so long, you're still very beautiful. I doubt any men would actually think of you as an ant. And didn't you say a few days ago, if I pursued you, you'd give me a chance? Are you regretting that now? It wasn't hard for Mawako Sato to tell the boy was teasing her. Her face grew slightly hot, and she coughed awkwardly. Ren returned to his usual smile and waved the topic away. Well, Officer Sato, don't overthink it. Dating always depends on both parties. Although I've dated 2 girls and am currently dating 2 more, all of it is based on mutual consent. Once his teasing tone faded, Sato Mawako visibly relaxed. Of course, she had meant what she said back then, but romance should always come down to mutual choice. However, something about his follow-up left her a little stunned. You're seriously dating 4 girls at once? Yeah. You admit it just like that. There's nothing wrong with admitting it. Would Officer Sato prefer it if the guy she dated hid the fact that he was in a relationship? Definitely not. Sato Mawako rejected the idea outright. If she were dating someone, she certainly wouldn't want to hide that relationship. Wait, that's not the point. The point is, how are you dating 4 girls? Realizing something, Sato Mawako froze. Don't tell me, they're also in our circle. Ren simply smiled in response. Sato Mawako's pupils narrowed. Seriously? You're not using this whole thing to build a harem, are you? That nearly made Ren burst out laughing, but fortunately, his expression control was excellent. No idiot would do something like that. I'm only dating them because we genuinely like each other. Some parts of it may seem exaggerated, but I can't explain the reason just yet. Sato Mawako rolled her eyes. Besides, relationships like that are often temporary. They could end up leaving both people with bad experiences. Wow, I didn't expect Officer Sato to have such thoughts on dating. Oh right, didn't you say before in the Metropolitan Police Department, if someone could solve the mystery of your father's death, you'd grant them one request? What if someone really smart in the department solves it and makes that kind of request? I would agree. Sato Mawako answered without hesitation. But she quickly added with a mischievous smile. However, I only agreed to date. I didn't promise anything more. It's normal to realize you're not compatible after dating a while, right? Of course, if I find that the other person really is worth dating, then I'd want to continue the relationship. That was a very logical approach. Ren silently agreed with her view. After all, dating and marriage were 2 separate things. People can break up after dating, and Ren didn't think someone like Sato Mawako would be the type to suffer a loss. Especially when he recalled her infamous German suplex scene. That's enough about dating. Sato Mawako cut off the dating talk and her tone gradually grew serious. So, you really know about my father's death? I do. But I don't recommend revealing it yet, especially now that you've just become a public figure. Sato Mawako paused for a moment, then nodded. Let's wait until things calm down. With Ren's ability, finding the truth behind her father's death was easy. And since she always remembered her father's Memorial Day, she would still have time to act before then. As long as she knew the truth before the day arrived, she could seek justice as a police officer. Then let's talk about your ability. Now that her father's case had a direction, Sato Mawako felt much lighter. Her curiosity took over again. How do you know so much in advance? Divination. Ren answered with just one word. Sato Mawako was silent for a moment, then slowly asked. Is it the kind of divination I'm thinking of? Exactly. But not some psychological gimmick. It's actual, true divination. I can see past events, present circumstances, and things that might happen in the future. That's too unfair. Sato Mawako couldn't help blurting out. An ability like that could theoretically solve any case that came to the Metropolitan Police Department. No criminal could escape being divined. And once divined, their fate would be just like that bomber who was defeated before he ever got the chance. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 341 can change the belief. The ability of divination was nearly unreasonable. It didn't require deep investigations or deploying large police units to search for evidence like the police normally would. For the first time, Sato Mawako felt that she was just an ordinary person. As a detective, she could never compare with someone possessing this kind of ability. Hold on. Ren could immediately tell that Officer Sato was overthinking it. Divination isn't that simple. Even among those with this ability, being accurate is extremely difficult. My situation is rather unique. After all, how could ordinary seers compare to someone who held the four Sephirots, Sefirah Castle, Chaos Sea, River of Eternal Darkness, and the Nation of Disorder? That was why his divinations were nearly unaffected, often cutting straight to the core. But in that world, most seers didn't have access to such power. Moreover, there were many abilities that interfered with divination. Without a high enough rank or anchoring status, achieving precise predictions was nothing but a dream. Also, Officer Sato, don't assume there are lots of people with special powers in the world. In reality, they're far fewer than you'd think. Most people with powers try their best to stay hidden, rather than draw attention to themselves. A small number of them have some connection with official organizations because of their special backgrounds. But even then, those people rarely get too involved with the authorities. This was Sato Mawako's first true exposure to the other side of the world, and it sparked a wave of curiosity. She carefully committed what she was hearing to memory. But if they don't usually associate with official organizations, then why did you suddenly step out? As for me, I just want to reduce how often I need to contact the police. Lately, I've been encountering more and more situations during outings. And sometimes, it's not convenient for me to call the police myself. So, I hope to find someone who could make it easier for me. Easier. Sato Mawako stared blankly at Ren, not expecting him to say something like that. You're not worried the Metropolitan Police Department will uncover your identity? Ren reached out casually, and a phone appeared in his hand. The number I gave you is completely anonymous. How would they trace me? Besides, Officer Sato, do you think the top brass at the Metropolitan Police Department don't realize I'm testing them with this deliberate behavior? They definitely noticed. Sato Mawako understood that much. They're promoting you to act as a bridge between me and them. They have to consider my sensitivity and attitude, which is why they decided it's better not to investigate further. There's a silent agreement between me and the higher-ups. That's why they won't contact me directly and will even go out of their way to avoid drawing my attention. And why? Because there are some painful lessons from the past. Some people are not so easy to reason with. Sato Mawako fell silent. Her mind went to the Takahashi Ryoichi case. That incident had a huge impact, mainly because the murder scenes were far too gruesome and violent, and Takahashi's behavior was simply abnormal. That was due to an evil spirit possession granting him power. The price was steep, but the harm caused by such an individual was immeasurable. Once someone like that lost control, the destruction they could cause might surpass even the societal damage of a bomber. That was why the senior officials were extremely cautious. They chose gentle appeasement over direct provocation. Seeing Sato Mawako deep in thought, Ren waited patiently. Once he saw she'd digested the situation, he picked the conversation back up. Reducing hassle is one reason. The other is personal. Compared to others, I think Officer Sato is more trustworthy. So yes, you are part of the reason. Sato Mawako pouted. She had assumed she was just incidental, but it turned out she did factor into it, just as a secondary consideration. Of course you are. Aside from your keen instincts, I value that you've always kept your promises. But there's one thing that needs to be said: if you accept power, you also have to be ready to pay the price. Price? Like what? Officer Sato is an atheist, right? Yeah, I don't really believe in gods or Buddha. Then you'll have to change your faith in the future. You'll need to believe in me. Huh. Change faith. Become your believer. Sato Mawako stared at Ren in astonishment. So you want to be a god? Power and belief are intertwined. Faith is a form of power. It benefits me. If you want to gain power, then you must offer something in return. That's how it works. I see. That's fair. After recovering from the shock, Sato Mawako gave a small nod. So, power and faith are like an equivalent exchange. I provide faith and receive power from you in return. And gaining my belief helps you too. That's exactly right. With Ren's confirmation, Sato Mawako understood. It wasn't that Ren was trying to become a god in the literal sense. Rather, this was the medium through which he could grant her power. Of course, she didn't fully understand what kind of power faith truly was. She didn't believe that a mere change in belief was equivalent to receiving something as overwhelming as Ren's abilities. There are other theories behind it, but it's not something you need to know right now. Just this part is enough. So there was more. Sato Mawako nodded slightly but didn't ask further. Ren had just said she wasn't ready to know the rest. If that was the case, she would wait until the time came. So then, how exactly are you going to give me power? Is it the power of divination? No. I'll give you something more suited to your identity as an officer. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 342, Chapter 342, Men in Black. TSK I didn't expect the police in Tokyo to be this capable. On the weekend, Hattori Heiji quietly watched the news reports on TV in his temporary rental apartment. He was analyzing the clues provided by the bomber on TV about the explosion that occurred the day before. He had drawn some conclusions, but when he tried to call the police after piecing things together, the line was busy and he couldn't get through. By the time he finally got through, the police were advising residents to stay home and not go out. Hattori Heiji realized at that moment that the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department had already been informed and had likely retrieved the bomb. His reaction hadn't been slow, but he had assumed the bomb between the train tracks had already been handled. Officer Sato really is an impressive person. Hattori Heiji shook his head slightly and turned off the TV. Most of the coverage on the news was still about yesterday's explosion. The bombs planted on the Todo Loop line and at the municipal building had not been detonated. The most severe damage was caused by the sudden explosion in Shinjuku. Thankfully, the situation at the Todo Loop line and the municipal building was under control. Well then, this becomes Kudo's case. He made a trip to tropical land, specifically to the roller coaster attraction. Due to a murder that happened 2 months ago, the surveillance footage from the roller coaster ride had been preserved. Through a mix of social connections and a bit of cash, Hattori Heiji managed to obtain a copy of the footage. The rental apartment had both a TV and a VCR, which made reviewing the tape easier. The video quality wasn't great, but it was still possible to make out the people in the footage. Yeah, that's Kudo, and that woman I met yesterday is there too. But that's not the key point. The key is, who caused Kudo's death? Suddenly, Hattori Heiji's eyes narrowed, and he froze the screen with the remote. His gaze locked onto 2 people seated in the last row of the roller coaster. Both of them were wearing black suits and black hats. Their bodies were tightly wrapped, obscuring any clear identification. Hattori Heiji noticed that out of everyone on the roller coaster that day, only those 2 individuals stood out as particularly suspicious. I remember, the victim sat behind Kudo and the woman, right in front of these 2 men in black. He fast-forwarded the footage and soon reached the gruesome scene that followed the end of the roller coaster ride. This time, his attention was completely focused on the 2 men in black at the back. Just as I thought, there's definitely something off about those 2. The headless corpse had thrown the entire area into chaos. Screams erupted, and the guests waiting in line behind the ride had already descended into panic, but those 2 men at the back remained completely unmoved. The image was a little blurry, and it was hard to make out their faces, but Hattori Heiji already suspected that Kudo's death might be connected to those 2. He kept watching the tape closely. This time, he ignored all other details and focused solely on Kudo and the 2 men in black. He noticed that Kudo turned to glance at them several times during his deduction. Kudo also noticed they were unusual. Hattori Heiji was now almost certain that those 2 might have had something to do with Kudo's death. As a detective himself, he couldn't help but focus more on people like that. Kudo had been a detective, and Hattori Heiji felt compelled to follow the same trail. Unfortunately, this was likely the limit of what he could investigate for now. With his current resources and connections, getting more clues would be difficult. Plus, surveillance footage at amusement parks wasn't kept for long. Hattori Heiji took a deep breath and immediately called his father. "Old man, I think I found some clues." On the roller coaster surveillance from Tropical Land, there were 2 men in black. Their faces aren't very clear, but one of them is tall and thin with long silver hair. The other one's a bit chubbier and wearing sunglasses, so I couldn't see his face. The victim died in front of them, and even when blood gushed from the decapitated body, they didn't panic at all. They stayed calm the whole time. Also, I noticed that during the deduction process, Kudo kept glancing at those 2 several times. On the other end of the line, Hattori Heizo's expression turned serious as he listened to his son's report. "You've done well. But unfortunately, surveillance footage from large amusement parks usually isn't kept for long. You're probably already at the limit of what you can get. I figured as much. It's impressive you managed to get this far in such a short time." "Well, I'd love to say I figured it all out myself, but honestly, I just gathered information and negotiated with the staff at the roller coaster. Actually, it was a kid who pointed me toward Tropical Land and the roller coaster." A kid. Hattori Heizo had some doubt stirring in his mind. The person who knows this must be related to Kudo Shinichi's death. If you're curious about the kid, I'll give you 1 more week. Use that time to make contact with the child. After a week, come back with the videotape. Got it. Ah, and I'm running low on pocket money. Old man, lend me some of your stash. Hattori Heizo's face twitched a few times before he hung up the phone without another word. He set the phone aside, and his expression darkened. I didn't expect I'd end up facing that organization. As the head of the Osaka Prefectural Police Headquarters, Hattori Heizo naturally knew about the Crow organization. It was a vile group, deeply entangled with complicated internal networks. The police had very little control over it for now. All they knew was that the organization was made up of extremely dangerous individuals. However, Hattori Heizo had no idea why the organization was formed in the first place or what its ultimate goal was. No, maybe someone did know, but even he, as the head of a police headquarters, was still in the dark. To be continued. Chapter 343, Discussion. In a boxing club in Baika City, a man and a woman stood inside the ring. Originally, the club had quite a few members, but after seeing the news early in the morning, most chose to stay home. Just yesterday, a massive explosion occurred. The municipal building had nearly been caught in the blast, leaving everyone shaken. Whether to calm their nerves or avoid potential danger, most people who saw the news decided to stay home. As a result, only the coach, Ren, and Sato Mawako were present at the boxing club. Both had changed into casual clothes, and neither of them wore protective gear. They stared each other down. Sato Mawako moved first, accelerating in a single step and throwing a right punch. However, before her punch could reach full force, it was intercepted by a blur striking her elbow. The hit wasn't heavy, but it cut her power in half and even redirected the angle of her punch. So fast. Sato Mawako focused her attention, but she only caught a few afterimages. Before she knew it, Ren had already shifted into a side kick stance. Bang. Using his right leg as the base, his left leg shot out in a sweeping side kick, directly striking Sato Mawako. At the last moment, she used her left arm, which had been raised in defense, to shield her abdomen. Her body wasn't knocked away completely, but she was forced to slide back with the kick, minimizing its force. The moment her feet touched the ground, Sato Mawako leaned forward and launched another attack. Her body compressed as she charged, maintaining a controlled distance. One of her slender legs aimed precisely at Ren's right leg, which hadn't yet restabilized after the side kick. Whoosh! The sweeping kick cut through the air audibly, but there was no sensation of hitting anything. Before her eyes could register it, she felt another weight land on her leg. By the time she saw it, a foot had already appeared before her. Bang! Sato Mawako's body flew backward again. In that instant, she instinctively raised her arms to block the kick aimed at her chin. Even so, the impact left her slightly shaken. But her narrowed eyes quickly adjusted as she regained her stance and dashed forward again. Ren's strength wasn't overwhelming. That was what she realized in the fight. He was fast and agile, but not particularly strong. While it wasn't exactly something to brag about, Sato Mawako had confidence in her own power. If I can just limit his speed, I can turn the tables with brute force. Speed requires time and space to build up. So if she could restrict those, she could suppress both his agility and flexibility. That was the theory, but putting it into practice was another matter. That, too, was a fact. Inside the ring, the two clashed in a rapid and intense exchange. Their nearly merciless fighting style left the two coaches outside the ring stunned. What the hell is going on? The two fighters exchanged attacks and counters at such incredible speed that it was dizzying to watch. The coaches could barely keep up. However, whenever the tempo shifted and the pace slowed, they could finally follow the action with their eyes. Are these two professionals? The male coach couldn't help but mutter. I don't know if they're professionals, the female coach responded, shaking her head slightly, but even pros can't fight this fast or this aggressively. Neither was wearing protective gear or gloves. They were using nothing but their own strength, striking fast and without mercy. Compared to them, even pro fighters looked like kids playing house. Professional boxers naturally have speed and fast reflexes, but it's the kind of speed expected within conventional training. What these two displayed was not ordinary at all. The tempo of their battle shifted constantly, and their stances adapted in real time. In simple terms, the attack rhythm and frequency were overwhelming. More importantly, the quality of each attack was top tier. Ren and Sato Mawako continued their high-intensity exchange in the ring. However, Sato Mawako was starting to fall behind. The justiciar pathway had enhanced her combat ability and physical strength, allowing her to perform beyond her usual limits. But she was up against Ren. Though the full pathway did not boost raw strength, it provided extraordinary agility, near-perfect balance, coordination, and bodily control. Combined with refined technique, this made Ren a dominant force in close combat. Their sparring match lasted nearly 30 minutes before Sato Mawako finally began to feel fatigued. Ha. Break. I'm exhausted. Breathing heavily, Sato Mawako's forehead dripped with sweat. One hand rested on her knees while the other signaled the end of the match. Ren dropped his stance as well. Though sweat clung to his forehead, his stamina was only half depleted. "Officer Sato, how are you feeling?" Sato Mawako looked up, smiling as she caught her breath. "Stronger than I expected. Suddenly, I had the stamina and technique to keep up for that long. I never imagined I could hold that kind of posture for so long." The justiciar pathway had gifted her impressive physical reinforcement, advanced combat instinct, and an authoritative presence, though the oppressive pressure seemed to have little effect on Ren. "Now I understand why this power fits me so well." Sato Mawako reflected on the intimidation factor and the pressure of her authority. It was exactly the kind of power a police officer would want most. At the same time, it made her realize something else, why ordinary people could never compare to superhumans, or rather, the extraordinary. The gap in ability was like a chasm, permanently separating the two. To be continued. Chapter 344, Chapter 344, You Too, Officer Sato. After a refreshing bout in the ring, she took a quick shower to keep herself feeling fresh. Her mood noticeably improved afterward. After changing clothes in the locker room, Sato Mawako felt inexplicably invigorated. "Even though my whole body aches, this kind of life on the line fight really feels good." Just now, she was the one who got completely beaten. She was punched and kicked all over her body. While the strength behind each blow wasn't overwhelming, the sheer number and frequency were intense. The pain wasn't unbearable, but her body definitely needed time to recover. In the past, being hit so frequently would have knocked her out. But now, though she was sore all over, she hadn't collapsed. "I can't believe Officer Sato, 093, actually enjoys this kind of direct confrontation. It's a habit of the police. Back when I was investigating cases with Inspector Megier, I often had to subdue suspects using grappling techniques. Officers like us deal with criminals all the time. If we don't learn how to fight them hand-to-hand, there's no way we could arrest them without using weapons. But a lot of officers don't seem to be good at close combat. There are capable and incapable officers. Not everyone's good at close quarters like I am." Sato Mawako remembered that back in school, very few of her classmates excelled in grappling techniques. Most were focused on theory and analyzing past cases. That made her recall something their teacher used to say. She sighed helplessly. "Actually, the instructor who taught close combat always told us that times have changed. If you run into a deranged criminal on the street, you can just shoot. There's no need to chase them for hundreds of meters. Hand-to-hand fighting is messy. Our instructor often said that when it's appropriate to use a gun, don't hesitate. Don't think you can settle everything with your fists. It's dangerous and inefficient." It really was inefficient. Ren silently agreed with Officer Sato's instructor in his heart. In a world where firearms have become normalized, relying on physical strength to fight criminals is just plain foolish. Do criminals deserve mercy? Maybe some do, but even then, just avoid hitting vital areas, aim for the legs or something. In an age of guns, trying to settle things with fists is just stupid. I'm not against what the teacher said. After all, criminals nowadays might be carrying guns too. But in situations where using a gun isn't suitable, you still need to rely on your fists. Sato Mawako raised her arm and showed off her well-trained muscles to Ren. "The arbiter power you mentioned really suits me. No, to be precise, it suits us police officers. It can intimidate criminals, increase their willingness to surrender, enhance combat ability, and improve physical fitness." Having just experienced it herself, Sato Mawako felt the arbiter power was almost overwhelmingly strong. The physical boost wasn't minor. For her, it was huge. Not only had her body grown stronger and more resilient, her stamina had also greatly increased. Even her joint flexibility improved. Under normal circumstances, she wouldn't dare push her body like she just had. The arbiter is practically made for law enforcement. Once your sequence rises further, Officer Sato, you'll feel it even more clearly. But for now, you need to adjust to this new power step by step. Sato Mawako nodded slightly. There was no need to ask about the later stages. This level of strength already felt incredible. Whether there was more beyond this would be a problem for the future. Then, those other members you mentioned earlier. Are they the young lady squad? Ren smiled and nodded slightly. Sato Mawako raised a hand and covered her face. I knew it. After Ren revealed his identity, she realized that the team he belonged to was mostly made up of young ladies, that so-called other members. You really are something. Surrounded by a bunch of young ladies. Ren just shook his head slightly at her teasing. Their power wasn't granted by me. They received special treatment and are connected to my destiny. Sato Mawako understood what that meant. So, their power comes from another source. Not just from the sequence path you mentioned. Ren gave a small nod. Then, the method by which they obtained that power must also be related to you, right? Yes. I won't deny that. So it's still him. Sato Mawako finally understood the meaning behind the phrase linked by fate. Those young ladies weren't particularly special themselves. The one who was special was Ren. The way everyone else obtained power could be traced back to Ren, and Ren himself was the most exceptional of them all. Sato Mawako thought of the link between faith and power. Sure enough, this man wasn't just heading toward becoming a superhuman, no, more like becoming a god. As that thought passed through her mind, Sato Mawako asked directly. So, you really are walking the path toward godhood, aren't you? Well. Officer Sato can interpret it that way. A god, huh? I feel like my worldview is completely crumbling. He didn't try to hide it. No, to be more accurate, he didn't hide it after she guessed correctly. He did keep it a secret before. Sato Mawako couldn't help but complain inwardly. Whatever. Superpowers already shattered my previous worldview. What's a little more craziness on top of that? Seeing Officer Sato's troubled expression, Ren smiled and quietly reminded her. Officer Sato, if you happen to receive something special in the future, you might end up walking the same sequence path as I did. The end of that path is the same as mine. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 345, Chapter 345, 2-Star Dragon Ball. Ren opened the door and returned home. He was already used to being alone. Tap, tap. A series of soft footsteps broke his usual silence. A girl appeared, wearing mismatched pajamas with long, unbrushed golden hair. She clearly had no intention of keeping up appearances. You're back. There was a hint of excitement in her watery eyes. It seemed she still wasn't comfortable being home alone. Ren walked forward, crouched down. Still not used to staying home by yourself? Yeah. Then from now on, come with me when I go out. Okay. He picked her up and walked further into the house. There was a quilt in the living room. It looked like she had stayed out here instead of resting in her room. Ren sat down on the sofa in the living room with Nagi in his arms. Did you settle things with the policewoman? After sitting down, Nagi turned slightly, resting her head on Ren's shoulder as she asked curiously. More or less. Officer Sato was easier to talk to than I expected. Or rather, I chose to approach her because she's the kind of person who's easy to talk to. I thought someone in her position would instinctively refuse to deepen her relationship with you. Nagi had assumed the policewoman would be more guarded. She was already set up by the Metropolitan Police Department. What else could she do? She's not stupid either. She can tell I'm not harboring any real hostility toward the MPD. Plus, I proved everything to her through my actions. A show of strength. Nagi nodded slightly. That was certainly the most straightforward and convincing way, though it was admittedly a bit crude. That was just the initial impression. After getting to know me better, Officer Sato will realize I'm not interested in stirring up trouble. I'm just an idle observer who enjoys watching the fate of others unfold. By the way, you haven't checked the results from yesterday, have you? Huh. Seeing Nagi's blank expression, Ren knew he had guessed right. You were directly involved in something that big yesterday. You didn't think you'd walk away without getting any benefits, did you? But I didn't do anything yesterday. Nagi knew that just participating in events could earn her rewards from the diary. But yesterday, all she did was sit next to Ren. She hadn't taken any action. You didn't do anything. Ren looked at her in surprise, then sighed helplessly. You changed my mind yesterday. That was the biggest thing you did. I would have just sat back and observed. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have caught the person behind everything so quickly. That counts. Nagi's eyes widened in disbelief. Ren gently flicked her forehead. How many people do you think would have died yesterday if I had done nothing and just watched? I don't know. Probably worse than the Shinjuku bombing. Good instinct. It wouldn't just be worse. It would have turned into a massive disaster. Maybe the to-do loop line incident could have been handled, but the bomber targeting the Baika municipal building wasn't planning to give any warning. If that building collapsed, how many people would have been caught in it? At least thousands. With his explanation, Nagi realized just how many ordinary people were moving through the municipal building every day. The building wasn't just a Baika city landmark. It had malls, theaters, arcades, even some of the city's administrative departments. If that place came down, casualties would easily number in the thousands. You changed the fate of thousands of people. That's what led to the result. Maybe if you hadn't changed my mind, all those people would have died. But because their fates were altered, I also received a gift from fate. You should try too. I'm pretty sure I'm right. Okay. Nagi took a deep breath, pulled out her diary, and initiated the lottery of fate. Altering someone's fate naturally brings about fate's reward. So, when the wheel of fate stopped at the 7 Dragon Balls, just as Ren had predicted, her reward arrived. Dragon Ball. You have obtained the 2-star Dragon Ball, one-time use. A yellow-orange orb appeared, with 2 small red stars visible inside. Nagi stared at the Dragon Ball in her hand for a long time, then suddenly jumped up in excitement. The second one. This is the second one. I finally got the second one. There were 7 Dragon Balls in total, and once all 7 were collected, she would be granted a wish. To Nagi, the act of gathering them was equivalent to the process of reviving her mother. Because she had no other wish, only to bring her mother back. She had always believed that collecting all 7 wouldn't be easy. She never expected to get the second one so soon. Watching her overjoyed reaction, Ren let out a quiet sigh and clapped his hands softly. Congratulations on getting your second Dragon Ball so quickly. Just like the old man said, good people are always rewarded. Hearing that, Nagi slowly calmed down. Looking at the second Dragon Ball in her hand, she turned her gaze to Ren. This is also thanks to you. Nagi understood very well that she wouldn't have had nearly enough opportunities to earn another Dragon Ball on her own. This time, it was only because Ren had chosen to act that she got the chance. Otherwise, it would have been impossible. In fact, when you thought about it, it was more than worth it, saving the fate of thousands in exchange for a Dragon Ball. Nagi took a deep breath, squatted down, and quickly kissed Ren on the cheek. This is a thank you. I'll go put my stuff away in my room first. With her face flushed red, she ran back to her room. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 346, Chapter 346, I want to pay attention next weekend. The weekend felt short and special for Nagi. She had arrived on Friday and was already leaving by Sunday. After all, school resumed on Monday, and since Nagi hadn't brought her school uniform with her, she had to go home after the weekend. Downstairs in the residential complex, a high-end stretch car was parked, and a charming, professional-looking maid stood beside it. Good evening, Miss Maria. Ren approached Maria, suitcase in one hand and Nagi's hand in the other. Good evening, Mr. Amamiya. Maria glanced at Nagi, who wasn't looking at her, and noticed the hand she continued to hold with Ren. She smiled slightly. This was probably the best way to maintain their bond. Her previous concerns now seemed completely unnecessary. Thank you for taking care of Nagi these past 2 days. Not at all. It was a good experience. I just didn't expect to run into something like that in Shinjuku. Maria was already aware of the bombing incident. Her expression showed a trace of helplessness. Yeah, no one could have imagined a bomber would suddenly act in Shinjuku. And of all places, the site happened to be near Master Wataru Tachibana's video store. It was quite the misfortune. Maria had looked into the damage afterward. Fortunately, it wasn't serious. Only the glass at the entrance had shattered. Still, such a major incident could only worsen the already struggling business of Master Wataru Tachibana. His luck this year was just bad. First, Isumi and Nagi transferred schools together. The girl he secretly loved left his world, worse yet, seemingly because of another boy. If he ever found out, it would be easy to imagine how crushed he would be. Well, better not tell him. Maria made a silent decision. Miss Maria has a lot of faith in Nagi. Yes, I truly believe that the safest place for her right now is by Mr. Amamiya's side. That wasn't flattery. Maria genuinely meant it. She knew that as of now, the only obvious danger Ren had faced was the escape on Tsukikage Island, and only Miss Isumi had witnessed that. But even so, she still believed that Nagi was safest with him. Alright, you two have had enough. Nagi couldn't stand their back and forth. She gently pinched Ren's hand, let go, then took the suitcase he had been pulling and walked to the car. See you on Monday. Though her gaze showed some reluctance, she wasn't being clingy or dramatic. She didn't mean this was their last meeting. Yeah. See you Monday. Ren smiled and waved to her. Maria glanced at Nagi, bowed slightly, then opened the car door and helped her inside before walking around to the other side to get in. The car started smoothly and quickly disappeared beyond the community gates. Watching the figures outside the car window gradually fade from view, Nagi slowly withdrew her gaze. She turned and saw Maria's amused expression. Nagi frowned and glared at her. Maria, what's with that face? Whatever could you mean? Maria smiled sweetly. I don't know who it was that, before arriving here, said she definitely wouldn't be able to adapt. So why does she look so reluctant to leave now? I'm not reluctant. Nagi tried to refute her, but her blushing face betrayed her denial. I just suddenly realized that, maybe I can adapt. Maria smiled and didn't press the issue. So, how was your weekend with Mr. Amamiya? How was it? Pretty much as I expected. He's not bad in terms of personality. He prefers to watch from the sidelines and doesn't interfere too much. But he's also not completely indifferent. Nagi remembered how Ren had changed his mind because of her words and decided to act. It seemed like letting Ren stay with her over the weekend wasn't such a bad idea after all. Maria watched Nagi's subtle shift in attitude and knew she had made the right call. Also, Maria. I think I made some progress. Progress. Maria was stunned for a moment, but then quickly understood. There was only one kind of progress Nagi could be referring to, collecting the 7 Dragon Balls to get a wish and resurrect Miss Shiko. So that's it. Maria finally pieced everything together. The massive explosion yesterday, she had already read about it in Ren's diary. She also knew it was resolved with Ren's help. But what she hadn't expected was that Nagi had managed to benefit from that incident. If collecting all 7 Dragon Balls really allowed her to bring back Miss Yukuriko, even the old master would probably have a heart attack if he knew. Maria was certain the old man had never witnessed anything this absurd before. In that case, I really should tag along with Mr. Amamiya more often in the future. Maria thought to herself. I need to start paying more attention to what we do on weekends. If we could encounter more major events during outings, that would be ideal. But there was still one thing to consider. Some things required Nagi's direct participation. Without her involvement, something like a Dragon Ball wouldn't appear. The diary grants rewards based on what the host desires most. It was only because Nagi held such a strong longing for Miss Yukuriko that she was able to receive something as extraordinary as a Dragon Ball. Nagi, it seems I'll need to arrange more weekend activities from now on. That's still up to Ren. I always feel like whenever he plans something, strange things happen. True. Thinking about recent events, Maria found herself unable to argue. To be continued. Sorry for the repetition. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 347, Chapter 347, First Meeting. That evening, Hattori Heiji received a small guest at his temporary rental. Long time no see, kid. Hattori Heiji didn't treat the child in front of him like a child. As someone in the know, the boy clearly understood a lot, and was directly tied to Kudo. Long time no see, Hattori nii. Idagawa Konan looked up at Heiji's expression. He could tell that Heiji had likely discovered something based on the hints he'd been giving over the past 2 days. Did you investigate the matter at Tropical Land? Yeah, I got a pretty clear picture. 2 months ago, there was a murder on the roller coaster. That area surveillance footage wasn't deleted and is still intact. But the footage in other parts of the park is beyond my reach. When it came to gathering information, it was often possible to get something by paying the right people, especially for cases that weren't considered top priority. Because the roller coaster was involved in a murder case, its footage had been preserved for a longer period. The other areas didn't have the same treatment. Tropical Land surveillance was retained for months, that was notably longer than the average storage duration. Idagawa Konan had noticed this detail before. It was no surprise that the other areas lacked surveillance records. Those 2 men in black are probably connected to Kudo's death, right? The one sitting in the row behind the victim. And you have a close relationship with Kudo, don't you? Idagawa Konan didn't answer directly but responded with another question. What makes you think it was those 2, Hattori-san? Hattori Heiji sneered. No matter how composed someone is, when a headless corpse suddenly appears right in front of them, anyone would be shaken, especially ordinary people. Only those with real experience dealing with corpses can stay calm, or even indifferent. Even veteran officers who've worked countless homicide scenes need composure. It's the same with forensic experts. Detectives or coroners who frequently see corpses. But those 2? They weren't like that. Also, when Kudo was solving the case, he turned back 4 times. Each time, his eyes locked on those 2. He's not someone who gets distracted easily. If he paid that much attention, he must have found something unusual about them. That's true. Conan's expression shifted subtly. He clearly remembered the silver-haired man's cold eyes, as if human life and death meant nothing. It was that look that had triggered Conan's alarm bells, making him realize these people weren't normal. But everything that happened that day, and his current state, all stemmed from one impulsive moment. Conan felt regret, but there was no one to blame. He had lost control in his pursuit of the truth. You're right, Hattori. Shinichi really got into something big. He was poisoned to death in a small alley near Dorobaiga Park 2 months ago, killed by an almost untraceable poison. The 2 men in black are definitely not ordinary. But beyond that, we don't have any solid leads. We only know there's a massive organization behind them. They're just small pieces of that group. As expected. Hattori Heiji wasn't surprised. As a high school detective, they were often under the public spotlight. Regular criminals wouldn't go after someone like Kudo without cause. Only those with grudges or an agenda would do so. Yet Kudo Shinichi, who regularly appeared in media, had suddenly disappeared without a trace. It was obvious something was off. Conan looked up and met Heiji's gaze. Hattori, I shouldn't be telling you this. The truth behind Shinichi's death is something that should be buried. If you keep investigating it, that organization might target you next. Heh. Heiji grinned. Of course he understood the risk. The organization that could kill Kudo wasn't ordinary. Even his father had reacted strongly, when all he did was retrieve some surveillance tapes. That told Heiji his father already knew who those two were. Maybe, his father even knew what kind of organization was behind them. But he had said nothing. That silence said everything. The organization was more dangerous, far-reaching, and terrifying than he had imagined. Heiji understood that by getting involved, he'd be drawing their attention. Even so, his eyes were firm. Kid, some things can't just be seen and forgotten. If I know what kind of danger Kudo was in and still choose to back down, then what happened to him will stay buried forever. My strength might not mean much. But I still want to help investigate the group that took him out. To find the truth hidden in the dark, it's the detective's job to shine a light, even if it gets us destroyed in the process. Even if that means being shattered to pieces. Conan couldn't help but interrupt. Heiji nodded slightly. Even if that's the end. I'm okay with it. Conan lowered his head, a faint, relieved expression appearing on his face. Yeah, that's what being a detective is really about. Not showing off your brilliance, but standing up for those who can't speak, like Sherlock Holmes did. Now that everything had happened, he regretted things. Deeply. Conan sighed. After taking a hard hit from reality, he now understood the price of recklessness, especially when it involved organizations like that. So even if I get shattered, I regret it a little now, Hattori. Exclamation point. Heiji blinked in surprise, then looked at the child again. But the voice wasn't childlike anymore. It had taken on a mature, adult tone. Nice to meet you. Conan bowed slightly. My name now is Idagawa Conan. Also, I'm the only son of my parents. Heiji looked at him in shock, as if struck by lightning. So that's how it is. That's why. Kudo Shinichi died 2 months ago. At last, Hattori Heiji understood everything. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 348, Chapter 348, Phantom Thief Kid. At noon on Monday, all the members of the Occult Research Club gathered in the club's activity room. Sonoko stood in the center of the room. Everyone, look over here. I have something to announce. Do you have any free time this Thursday? The Baika City Museum is holding a grand gem exhibition. Want to go with me to check it out? The invitation came too suddenly, and even felt a little out of place. Sonoko, the bombing at the Shinjuku Museum just happened over the weekend, and now the Baika Museum is hosting an exhibition. Are you sure people are going to want to visit? Fujiwara Chika voiced her doubts. I personally don't think it's appropriate. Sonoko sighed. She, too, felt the timing didn't make much sense. The gem exhibition at the Baika Museum has actually been in preparation for half a year. A lot of connections were used to bring in gems from all over. It was originally supposed to be held on a much larger scale, but after the museum bombing over the weekend, the Baika Museum hesitated on whether to go through with it. However, since the gems were already shipped in by the museum, if they delay it, they'll have to return them. All the effort of the past 6 months would go to waste, and the financial loss would be huge. So, the curator of the Baika Museum decided to continue. Otherwise, both their money and reputation would go down the drain. Upon hearing this, Kaguya sighed and slightly shook her head. After all, the bomber caused such a huge incident. Even though he's already been arrested, the aftermath won't settle so quickly. Trying to push an exhibition right now won't attract the public. Instead, it'll just make people more afraid to attend because of what happened. At that point, Kaguya looked at Sonoko with a puzzled expression. Why are you bringing this up now? Is this exhibition connected to your family? He. Sonoko let out a dry laugh, clearly poked in a sore spot. Actually, the Baika Museum invited our family when they were gathering gems. Normally, our family wouldn't participate in something like this. But didn't I mention it before? Our family's 60th anniversary is coming up, and since the museum extended an invitation, my dad decided to accept. The item we're exhibiting is a large black pearl collected by my great-grandfather. They say it's the biggest black pearl in the world right now. I don't really know much about it, but I think my dad cares more about its symbolic meaning than its value. I heard that ever since my great-grandfather obtained this black pearl, our family's business fortunes started to soar. It's considered a good luck charm. That's why our family has been taking great care of it all these years. If it weren't for the 60th anniversary, I don't think my dad would have agreed to let it be shown. No wonder. Kaguya nodded quietly to herself. The preparation time for a conglomerate's anniversary is always long, especially for the 60th, which is a major milestone. They probably started planning it a year in advance. Just like the Baika Museum's exhibition, which had been in the works for half a year, it showed how important the Suzuki conglomerate's anniversary was. You mentioned it last week, but is it starting this soon? Ren naturally knew about the Suzuki conglomerate's 60th anniversary. Yeah, the banquet preparations have already started. This time, the banquet will be held on a cruise ship, so there's a lot to arrange. The rest of the work now is sending out the invitations. All of it needs to be done this week. All the invitations this week. That's kind of rushed. Aizawa Sakuya couldn't help but comment. Yeah, it's a bit rushed. Sonoko also sighed, sounding frustrated as she complained. It wasn't supposed to be this rushed, but someone's got their eyes on our black pearl. A person the police are calling Phantom Thief Kid 1412 has already sent us a notice saying he's going to steal it. Oh. Sakuya's eyes lit up with interest. So, your family's getting ready to take him on? Yes. My dad didn't really want to, but my mom got really mad about the provocation, so now she's ready to fight back. She's treating the Black Pearl as a challenge. Isn't that kind of a big gamble? Your mom's really that hot-tempered? Sakuya seemed genuinely surprised that Sonoko's mom would take such a strong stance, directly confronting a marauder. She was a little stunned, then asked. By the way, who is this Phantom Thief Kid 1412? Is he that famous? He's quite well known. Actually, he became famous about 20 years ago. Back then, whenever Phantom Thief Kid 1412 took a liking to a treasure, he'd send a notice letter ahead of time and then steal it, even under heavy security. Apparently, even Interpol and the FBI couldn't stop him. Time and again, they failed, and the treasures he warned about were stolen right on schedule. But he wasn't stealing them for money, he was more interested in the thrill of the heist. Because of that, he became super popular in Western countries. Sonoko could kind of understand why a marauder would gain that kind of popularity. After all, who doesn't like a mysterious thief? In the past, she might have been curious about what he looked like, what kind of face he had under that white top hat. But now, she really had no interest in him. She didn't want her actions to be misunderstood by Ren. Everyone else quietly nodded in understanding. The fact that even Western police couldn't catch him meant this thief wasn't just some petty criminal. Everyone present knew what foreign police were like. Once they got going, they really didn't hold back with the trigger. So, after school on Thursday, are you all free? Everyone looked at each other, then began showing some interest. Yeah. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 349, Chapter 349, April Fool's Day. After making plans to visit the Baika City Museum on Thursday, Ren's daily routine settled into a predictable rhythm. A simple life revolving around school, the supermarket, and home. Studying moderately at school, picking up necessities at the supermarket, then heading straight home. It was a very straightforward and peaceful life. In fact, it also reflected how, following the major explosion incident in Shinjuku, the Metropolitan Police Department had significantly ramped up its security and surveillance. After all, the last thing the MPD wanted was to see its hard-earned reputation collapse overnight. Right now, the Metropolitan Police Department was like a pack of wolves, green eyes glinting as they watched for the next threat to leap out. Because of this attitude, nothing unusual had happened in recent days. The overall pace of life had noticeably slowed down. Sato Mawako was enjoying a rare moment of calm. It had already been 2 days since she was promoted to police inspector, yet things had been so quiet she hadn't had the chance to demonstrate her capabilities as an arbiter. What's wrong? You look out of it. Do I? Sato Mawako turned her head toward Yumi, who was speaking to her over the office partition. Lately, aside from routine patrol work, things have completely died down since the weekend. It feels like I suddenly have nothing to do. Isn't that a good thing? Miyamoto Yumi looked like she was about to roll her eyes. To her, Mawako was just bragging. Supervisors like you only rotate in on part-time patrol shifts. But the criminal officers under the supervisors, their workload is brutal. We're doing triple shifts, especially the patrol officers and their unit leaders. Aside from meals, they're patrolling non-stop. Ever since the explosion, the MPD has tightened control multiple times. The Ministry of Transportation's workload has been insane lately. I've had shoulder pain every day from the grind. So this leisure was all relative. While the workload for criminal officers above the rank of supervisor seemed light, those directly under them were handling more cases than ever. And police supervisors usually only took on serious cases, making it more noticeable when major crimes occurred. After what happened over the weekend, it felt like the entire MPD had PTSD, constantly on edge for the next big move. And with good reason. After all, there are real psychopaths out there who pull off extreme crimes back to back. But that also meant the lower-level detectives had taken on a massive increase in duties. At that moment, Yumi was slumped over the partition, visibly drained, looking at her best friend across the desk. You've got it good. Promoted to deputy inspector, then you caught that major case and smoothly got bumped up to police captain. Meanwhile, for us in the transportation bureau, it's a nightmare trying to get promoted. Promotion within the traffic department was far more limited compared to other divisions of the MPD. Most of their work involved traffic control and road safety. Compared to other branches of the police department, the traffic department was mostly tasked with patrol and traffic management duties. Because the work was less intense, many officers demoted from other departments got reassigned there. Outsiders even called it the Department of Retirement. But that was just for those who were sent there after being demoted. For officers originally assigned to the traffic department, it was a legitimate career track. Most of those who entered the MPD through the Ministry of Transportation could still climb the ranks through experience and effort. Yumi Miyamoto had managed to become a deputy police officer at her age thanks to her diligence and professional track record. Still, trying to earn a promotion from within the Ministry of Transportation was extremely difficult. Without major achievements, it usually took at least 10 years. Yumi, you can do it. Sato Miwako didn't have any concrete advice, so all she could do was cheer her friend on. Save it. Yumi shot her a look. She clearly didn't believe in the whole hard work pays off thing anymore, not in the Transportation Bureau. Anyway, isn't your birthday coming up in 2 days? Yumi suddenly remembered that Miwako's birthday was on April 1st. Have you thought about how you're going to celebrate? Sato Miwako blinked, suddenly realizing her birthday really was just around the corner. Wow, it's already that time of year. In the blink of an eye, her birthday had come again. That meant she'd officially be 28. Thinking about that made her kind of wish her birthday wouldn't arrive. Got any plans for this year's celebration? Not really. Sato Miwako replied without much thought, but just then, a certain person came to mind. I guess I haven't. Huh. Yumi widened her eyes in disbelief. That reaction was very suspicious. In the past, Miwako had never made birthday plans. Could that be different this year? Does that mean someone's celebrating with you this year? Is it that surprising to have someone to spend it with? Sato Miwako felt a little exasperated. But, she really hadn't had anyone to spend her birthday with in the past. When she thought about it, Yumi had always been with her. Sato Miwako waved her hand dismissively. It's not that I have someone to spend it with. It's just that someone's helped me a lot this year, so I thought maybe I'd treat him to a meal or something. Eh? Who is it? One of my informants. He hates trouble, but he's been a big help with my cases lately. So I thought a meal would be a good way to thank him. Oh, just an informant. Yumi lost interest right away. That kind of topic wasn't worth gossiping about. The relationship between informants and detectives was always complicated. In most cases, they weren't exactly friendly. But Miwako's relationship with this informant seemed oddly not bad. Well, since you've decided, I won't crash your birthday this year. Ah, but I'll still get you a birthday gift. Thanks. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 350, Chapter 350, The Second Tarot. Your birthday is on April 1st. That evening, while Ren was still studying at home, he suddenly received a call from Miwako. On the line was an invitation to have dinner together on April 1st. Why are you inviting me to dinner on your birthday? Haven't you helped me so many times already? I thought I'd treat you to a meal on my birthday. And, there's something else. I wanted to ask you about my father. Ah. So that's the real reason for the invitation. Ren immediately caught on. From the tone of her voice, it was obvious this was the true motive behind the dinner. You won't be satisfied unless you get an answer, right? It's just that the answer I've waited for all these years is finally within reach. I'm a little impatient. Hearing the silly giggle on the other end of the line, Ren shook his head slightly. He was also impatient. But this wasn't something that needed to be concealed. All right. Since you're treating me on April 1st, I'll tell you. But even if you learn who killed your father, you must remain calm. It's been so many years, the evidence won't be easy to collect. Yeah, I understand. Miwako did understand. If there had been any clues, her father's case wouldn't have been shelved for so long. She also knew that capturing the murderer might require extraordinary methods. Still, she had no hesitation. Apprehending the culprit with as much justice as possible would be the greatest comfort to her father's spirit. After hanging up, Miwako tossed her phone aside and collapsed onto her bed, feeling an unusual sense of ease. The cause of my father's death, the person responsible. This time, I'm going to find him. The loss of her father during her childhood was one of the biggest traumas in Miwako's life, and the one thing that weighed on her heart the most. With Ren's power backing her, she truly believed she could finally find the criminal. Her current strength came from Ren. Solving the major explosion case was thanks to Ren. And now, even uncovering the truth behind her father's death would be because of him. When she added up all these debts, Miwako didn't know how else she could repay him. It seemed like the only thing she could offer now was herself. But after her birthday, she'd officially be 28. Would anyone even want an older woman like her? Miwako felt conflicted. Forget it. I don't want to think about it right now. I'll figure out how to repay him later. While Miwako struggled with her tangled thoughts, Ren continued to focus on his studies. Many mystical potions were known to enhance memory. And as a seer and apprentice, with a telepathist's natural photographic memory, it wasn't impossible to store an enormous amount of knowledge in his brain. Ren's current goal was to make up for past academic gaps and completely master all the knowledge covered over 3 years of high school. That way, he wouldn't need to constantly review and could take leave as needed without being scolded by teachers. More importantly, he wanted to see whether the knowledge he hadn't fully grasped before, or had learned but forgotten, could now be fully reabsorbed. Suddenly, his spirituality stirred. A fluctuation from Sefirah Castle. The gathering over there had begun. Ren didn't enter immediately. Instead, he waited for about 15 minutes before placing his consciousness into Sefirah Castle. It was still the same Sefirah Castle gate. But this time, he didn't need to push it open. The door welcomed him of its own accord. Step by step, he entered the other side of Sefirah Castle, this time connected to another layer. At that moment, the fool, who had just finished reading 3 pages from Emperor Roselle's diary, looked up at the unfamiliar guest who had eluded his perception last time. The 2 others seated at the bronze table also noticed the fool's movement and instinctively turned their gazes toward the newcomer. It was the gentleman from last time. Both immediately sharpened their focus. You entered in spectator mode. I don't mind it personally, but let me remind you. It's best not to observe in spectator mode in front of gods. Your sequence isn't high enough yet. Audrey's heart skipped a beat. She instantly pulled herself out of spectator mode. Good. Spectators can glimpse too many forbidden things. While you may not be able to read the thoughts of high-sequence individuals, merely watching them is courting death. Once someone reaches sequence 4 and attains godhood, they begin to take on mythical forms. A single glance from a low-sequence beyonder can drive them insane. Also, keep this in mind. The fool is a sequence 0 true god of the seer pathway. Even if his condition isn't optimal, he's not someone newly initiated beyonder should even attempt to observe. Ren's words struck like thunder in the hearts of the 3 sitting there. Mr. Fool is a sequence 0 true god. Audrey froze in place. She had known Mr. Fool was powerful, but this exceeded everything she had imagined. And she wasn't alone. Alger's eyes widened with the same disbelief. He had always suspected the fool was an unknown evil god, but to think he was the true god of the seer pathway's sequence 0. That meant the fool was on par with the 7 gods. But the most stunned of all was the fool himself. Klein nearly bit his tongue from shock. He had no idea that the name of the sequence 0 true god of the seer pathway was the fool. Was he role-playing a god? And would the real god come to take him down? As Ren approached, he calmly took a seat directly opposite the fool at the bronze table, a smile playing at his lips. It was clear that the fog of Sefirah Castle didn't blind him in the slightest. Judging from your reaction, this must be the first time you've heard the fool is the true god of the seer pathway, huh? Ren placed both hands on the table, staring directly at Klein. Still, judging by your condition, your recovery will take quite a while. Well, I'm quite interested in your fight. I'm curious whether you'll win, or if he will. I will. Klein snapped out of his shock and placed his hands firmly on the table. He couldn't show weakness now. To be continued. Chapter 351, Chapter 351, you can begin. At this moment, Klein fell silent, lost in thought. He had no way to deal with this mysterious visitor who had now intruded upon the gathering for a second time, but what truly mattered was the crucial information the men had revealed. The name of the sequence 0 true god of the seer pathway was the fool. And the words, "You are not in a good condition," weren't directed at the fool, but at him, Klein. It was clear that the man was indirectly pointing this out in front of Miss Justice and Mr. Hangman combined with the term Joker that this person had previously mentioned. Klein was now nearly certain this intruder was the same type of being as himself. But this person knew more. Much more. And he could even manipulate the gray fog. All of this made Klein fall further into silence. What unsettled him most were the words just spoken. He could tell this man was trying to warn him, but the warning wasn't entirely direct. Even so, one thing became clear. Someone had already set their sights on him. The seer, the fool. It seems there are things I still don't understand. They've always been around me. Klein's eyes remained calm as he buried that realization deep within his heart. However, the subtle, stream of consciousness-like conversation between Ren and Klein was starting to wear heavily on Audrey and Alger. Both of them had already realized that if Mr. Fool was a Sequence Zero true god, then this man calling himself Joker was likely a god as well. Ren smiled and deliberately broke the tense atmosphere. Miss Justice. You showed the amulet I gave you last time to the gods, didn't you? Huh. Audrey was clearly caught off guard. How did you know, sir? I'm quite familiar with the scent of the Sequence Zero of the darkness pathway. You were carrying my amulet. There's no way I wouldn't notice when something I created was examined by a Sequence Zero being. But Miss Justice, you're really brave. You dared to make an offering to a true god just to verify the authenticity of my amulet. You're lucky. If the Sequence Zero of the darkness pathway hadn't been lenient, you might have been arrested and executed on the spot for heresy. There was obvious amusement in Ren's voice as it resonated inside Audrey's mind, but the underlying chill made her shudder. She had come dangerously close to death, and hadn't even known it. Well, I didn't mean to hurt anyone. I just assumed you'd be cautious and test it. But I didn't expect the impulsive one would be you, our spectator. Miss Justice, next time you face something like this, ask the fool first. At least be aware of your situation. You joined an organization outside the Orthodox churches, and then you went and did something that openly drew divine attention. But it's fine now. The Sequence Zero of the darkness pathway let you go. That's a very clear signal. She's aware of the organization you've joined and still chose not to interfere. That's tacit approval. Next time, you can visit the church her directly for help. His words were laced with sarcasm, and Audrey wanted to dig a hole and disappear inside. How reckless could I be? Klein's mouth twitched. He hadn't expected anyone would actually offer the amulet to a god for verification. He had considered it himself, and decided against it. Clearly, he wasn't as daring as Miss Justice. So the Evernight goddess already knew. Well, it's not like that could have been kept from her. Especially since Miss Justice handed it over herself. Perhaps some things could be hidden, but now that he wanted to establish a secret organization above the gray fog, complete concealment was no longer realistic. Still, Ren's words lingered in his mind. It was true. The Evernight goddess had not taken any action, nor had she labeled Miss Justice a heretic. That alone was her answer. Klein immediately understood. The amulet had passed the test. Otherwise, the Evernight goddess wouldn't have ignored the situation. That realization eased some of the tension in Klein's heart. After becoming a Beyonder, he understood more than anyone that the gods were not just myths, and their influence was terrifyingly real. If a god had chosen to spare him, then for the time being, Klein was confident he wouldn't be exposed. But this also confirmed something else: the fool's persona must never collapse. At the very least, it had to remain separate from his true identity. Audrey's face stiffened. She asked anxiously. Sir, do you mean? Mr. Fool was exposed because of me. It's not that serious. This guy's exposure wasn't caused by you. In his current state, he can't conceal the aura of the Sefirah castle. Any angel can sense its presence and know that he's most likely the fool. Ren simply chuckled and waved his hand, though his tone was still laced with amusement. I imagine the Sequence Zero of the darkness pathway was pretty confused. She's probably never encountered a fool who walks right into a divine trap. But she and the fool aren't enemies. And that amulet I casually crafted suppresses corruption and stabilizes the mind. She's probably quite interested in it. So don't worry about the fool. He'll be around longer than you think. But you still need to be more cautious moving forward. After saying this, Ren sighed faintly. By the way, the fool's condition is worse than expected. He can't even mask the breath of the Sefirah castle. Oh well. Even though I'm just a spectator, I don't want this show ending too early. He lightly tapped the surface of the bronze table with his fingers. The surrounding starlight shifted and rearranged itself, forming the interior of a luxurious villa. The starry void transformed into a ceiling woven from gray fog. Beside the long conference table, a fireplace lit up, casting a warm glow and heat. The space, once filled only with illusion and divinity, suddenly felt much more alive. I'll help conceal the breath of the Sefirah castle a little. Then, go ahead with your gathering. I'm just a spectator here to listen in. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 352, Chapter 352, sorry, it's a little tough. Sure enough, this guy has a strong command over the gray fog. Klein couldn't feel any pressure from it at all, but he was being manipulated without resistance. But that wasn't the issue Klein needed to focus on right now. What mattered more was that the aura above the gray fog could be sensed by angels. This wasn't exactly Klein's fault. In fact, he was well aware of it himself. The difference in perspective was too great. His own level was only that of a seer at sequence 9, so he had no way of raising his perspective beyond his current limits. He couldn't possibly know that the aura above the gray fog would be detected by higher sequence beings. That was a serious problem. However, once he became aware of it, someone stepped in to deal with it on his behalf. The only thing that concerned others now was, who was it that helped him? Of course, aside from the fright, this meeting also had its benefits. At the very least, he now knew that the Evernight Goddess might not be targeting him. If the Evernight Goddess truly cared about it, Miss Justice's heretical behavior would become a major issue. But as long as the Evernight Goddess didn't concern herself with it, that also revealed her attitude. She tacitly approved of his actions. Especially considering what the Joker had just said, if the angels could already sense the aura of the gray fog from him, there was no reason the Evernight Goddess couldn't. Or rather, it wasn't that she couldn't sense it. She noticed it, but chose to let it go. That alone was meaningful for Klein. After a brief silence, Audrey asked the first question. Mr. Fool, Mr. Hangman, I have a few questions. If the answers are of significant value, please let me know, and I'll offer appropriate compensation. No problem. Alger nodded slightly after a moment of thought. At this point, he no longer intended to test the organization, or the fool. He only wanted to establish his value within it. Now was the time to demonstrate that worth. Klein also nodded slightly. He was happy to engage in a knowledge exchange. It benefited him just as much. Ren watched with interest. After confirming everyone had nodded, Audrey began asking her questions. The first question, what exactly does acting mean? After taking the potion, I can feel a very faint influence from the spirit within it. Is that because I've been acting as an audience member? Ren smiled, glanced at the Hanged Man and the Fool, and answered first. This one's pretty straightforward. It's a question every Beyonder faces at the start. Acting, in this case, is just like the word implies. An extraordinary person is essentially an actor on a grand stage. The spectators give their judgments while watching the actor's performance. Each person is handed an identity card. If an actor behaves in a way that strays from that identity, the spectators will find the performance revolting. An actor loathed by the spectators has no more stage time. Their fate is to be completely thrown off the stage. And when that happens, the actor, overwhelmed by the shame and rage from being despised, loses control. Eventually, they're consumed by their emotions and die. The reason Miss Justice is only lightly affected is because, on the one hand, her potion sequence is low. On the other hand, she's been performing her role on the grand stage quite well. Then Ren kindly added. Of course, Miss Justice needs to remember, she's merely acting. She isn't actually the identity assigned to her. That identity card is just a role she plays on stage. Always remain alert. The moment you become that identity in your heart, it means your mind is deeply affected by the spiritual imprint within the potion. As the saying goes, life is like a play, and there's no rehearsal for the grand performance. Just like how Miss Justice wears multiple masks, if you keep one on too long, you'll feel suffocated and resistant. You also need to step out of character once in a while and breathe. That's the essence of acting. Life is like a play. Those words struck Audrey like an epiphany. Thinking back on her own life, her usual noble and elegant persona was only one facet of her upbringing. Behind closed doors, she didn't always maintain that poise. She got tired too, and pretended to be more relaxed around others. So, a Beyonder's potion is like an identity card for an actor. If your performance aligns with it, the spectators won't reject you. But once your play ends, your life does too. Mr. Joker, is that right? After drawing her conclusion, Audrey looked at the Joker with a spark of excitement. That's right. Put simply, potion acting works like that. People who are socially adept often wear different masks. Sometimes, they wear a mask for so long, they start to believe it themselves. That's what it means to lose control along the sequence path. As an actor, you first need to understand your role. You're just playing a part. The identity card is the role you act out, it's not who you are. You're merely the performer. That's why you must never forget your place. Of course, there are times when you do forget, and in those moments, it's the spectators who will remind you that you're an actor. Huh. Audrey was momentarily stunned by that statement. Not just her, even Alger and Klein looked puzzled. The thunderous applause and excited cheers from the spectators are all reminders to the actors on stage that they are still just actors. The higher a Beyonder sequence, the more they become a lead role on the stage, and the more cheers they attract. After saying that, Ren paused and added with slight apology. Sorry. That's a knowledge point meant for demigods above sequence 4. It might be a little early for you all right now. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 353, 13 complete list. Demigod. Klein hadn't expected the topic to escalate to such a level. But he was still seriously pondering the metaphor Ren had just made. The world is a grand stage. Beyonders are the actors on that stage, while the people are the spectators watching the performance. Beyonders must use acting to minimize the risk of losing control, just like actors must fully commit to their roles without breaking character in front of the spectators. Forcibly digesting the lingering spirit within the potion is equivalent to deviating from the role meant to be played. This deviation causes the spectators to feel revulsion, leading to the actor's rejection and being forced off the world stage. On the other hand, if an actor shows exceptional acting skills, they'll gain the spectator's appreciation, be granted more significant roles, and gradually become iconic figures. Just like those high-sequence Beyonders. That's why Beyonders may lose themselves in their roles and forget they are merely actors. This is also a manifestation of losing control. The cheers from the spectators can wake up the actors on stage and remind them of their identity as performers. So, this is the key. Klein quickly reached a conclusion. He now understood that this might be a shared method high-sequence Beyonders use to resist losing control. This was truly unexpected. Klein was genuinely shocked. But he could feel that this wasn't something accidentally revealed, it had been stated intentionally. This was happening above the gray fog, and this method of resisting loss of control for high-sequence Beyonders was being presented openly. Klein felt himself gradually calming down. Although he still didn't know who this person in front of him really was, none of his actions so far had shown hostility. In fact, he was being quite friendly. If this weren't the case, the person wouldn't have deliberately shared knowledge only demigods would know. Mr. Joker, is it because the information is very valuable? Audrey was very curious about the ongoing topic, especially when it suddenly touched on the level of demigods. If so, I am willing to pay the price. Using money to exchange for knowledge? I actually quite like that method of trading. If you want to know, I can tell you about things related to demigods. I even know a lot about the potion formulas and the corresponding rituals required to consume them from the mid-sequence and onward. Then what do you think Miss Justice could offer that I'd be interested in? Ren's words instantly made all three listeners visibly excited. Potion formulas were what every Beyonder longed for. Such knowledge was only held by a few Orthodox churches and considered their most treasured secrets. They would never share them easily. What would Mr. Joker be interested in? That question gave Audrey a headache. As a telepathist, she could observe people's inner thoughts to some extent, but right now, she had no way of knowing what Mr. Joker was thinking. Right. If Mr. Fool is a true god, then maybe Mr. Joker's interests align with his. Audrey suddenly had a flash of inspiration. She considered it carefully and felt that it might be her only viable answer. So, she asked bravely. Is Mr. Joker interested in diaries? Diaries. Hey, you're guessing based on the Fool's interests, right? Ren immediately understood Audrey's reasoning, but he didn't deny the accuracy of her answer. You guessed right. Audrey completely relaxed upon hearing that. But I'm not interested in that Roselle guy's diary. I already know plenty about his life. I have no interest in his story. However, I am quite interested in your life. Ren was indeed interested in the stories of these individuals. Beyond that, he wanted to experiment, if changing certain key figures in the world of mystery might earn him a reward. How about this? You can record some interesting bits of your daily life, and during each gathering, I'll evaluate the value of your diary and give you something in return. For example, a magic potion formula. And don't worry about whether I can give you the corresponding potion formula. I know the complete sequences of 13 pathways: Seer, Marauder, Apprentice, Spectator, Sailor, Bard, Reader, Secret Suppliant, Corpse Collector, Sleepless, Warrior, Lawyer, and Arbiter. He knows everything. Klein was completely shaken by this staggering claim. He had just joined the Nighthawks and already knew that it was remarkable for an Orthodox church to possess even one or two complete sequences. But now someone claimed to know 13 full sequences. He couldn't help but question its authenticity. Yet Klein quickly rejected his own doubts. If someone were bragging, they'd probably just name one or two complete sequences. No one would risk suspicion by casually claiming all 13. When a lie is too exaggerated, it becomes unbelievable. But this person said it calmly and confidently. So, he probably wasn't boasting. He truly did know all 13 sequences. Did I just meet a true god? Klein was starting to doubt the reality of his own life. And it wasn't just Klein, both Alger and Audrey were stunned speechless. Audrey was only slightly dazed. Alger, however, was outright terrified. His position within the Church of the Lord of Storms wasn't low, especially after being promoted to Sequence 7. His status had risen alongside his strength. He had some insider knowledge about the complete sequences the Orthodox churches possessed. Within the churches, aside from the divine path of the god they worship, the rest were typically limited to one or two incomplete sequences. Now someone had said they possessed the full sequences of 13 divine paths. If not for everything that had just happened, and if Miss Justice hadn't demonstrated through her actions that Mr. Joker and Mr. Fool were both true gods, Alger might have blurted out his disbelief on the spot. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 354, Chapter 354, Transaction. You've mastered quite a few sequences. Even Klein couldn't help but comment at this point. I guess so. I observe the fate of others, and if I feel it can be changed, I change it. If not, I let fate take its course. Collecting is also one of my hobbies. Ren didn't deny it and admitted it rather bluntly. So this is what a spectator is like. Klein now had a clearer impression of this strange god in his heart. Besides, don't you also control the 3 paths, seer, apprentice, and marauder? Klein's expression broke apart at that moment. Me. Control the seer, apprentice, and marauder paths. How come I never knew? Klein was completely confused. No reply. Or is your memory affected in that area? That's not good. The only answer was silence. Ren's voice quieted slightly, still filled with amusement. But in the next moment, his tone turned even more teasing. Oh, so even those memories are restricted? No wonder you're holding such a small gathering. Looks like your state is the worst out of everyone who's been tricked by him. You're trying to recover those sealed memories bit by bit through these meetings, right? No wonder I thought your reactions were a bit slow. You control Origin Castle, yet you can't even recognize the 3 key paths. TSK. Looks like someone else is competing with you for the right to transcend the sequence. Ah. Sequence one of the Marauder Path Kings of Angels. TSK, I knew your state was bad. And just your luck, someone discovered you and took the chance to set you up. Of course, for him, whether it's you or the sequence one of the Marauder Path who ascends above the sequence, the end result still benefits him. In fact, your fight with the Marauder Sequence 1 is exactly the scenario he wants to see, and one you can't avoid either. Your story's getting pretty interesting. Listening to the unfiltered curiosity in Ren's voice, Klein felt immense pressure. He now had the distinct sense that his fate was already entwined in someone's scheme. Especially when thinking about what lay ahead. Could it be, even my transmigration was part of a greater plan? Klein couldn't help thinking about the moment he crossed worlds and suddenly felt it might not have been random at all. Klein tried to calm himself down. He now suspected that the mystery behind his transmigration held a huge secret, something he'd have to uncover in the future. But what made him feel even more pressure was the mention of that so-called Kings of Angels. From what Ren had said, it seemed their identities clashed. Competing for the path above the sequence, that meant beyond the realm of the gods. Klein felt that the burden he carried was far too heavy, and the road ahead would only grow more difficult. If he didn't move forward, he might not even have the power to resist in the future. Headache. Klein felt extremely troubled. Why had he suddenly learned so much all at once? But Klein quickly pulled himself together. What he needed now was a solution. Trade. What a surprise. I didn't expect you to be so shameless. I thought you'd act as stubbornly as those typical true gods. Never thought you'd actually choose to lower yourself. Ren's voice was filled with disbelief, but there was a trace of excitement by the end. So Mr. Fool really is in bad shape. Alger now believed this more than ever. Mr. Fool must be severely weakened if he's choosing to trade. Otherwise, a true god wouldn't make such a compromising decision. But because of that, Alger also believed that Mr. Fool would one day recover. After all, he had seen another god seemingly helping Mr. Fool, and that made Alger even more determined to earn his place in this organization. Only when Mr. Fool is weakened enough would the contributions of ordinary followers matter most. Just like that other god said, if Mr. Fool wasn't in such a dire state, he would never have hosted such a tiny gathering. Miss this chance, and such an opportunity might never come again. Alger tried to calm his excitement. All right. Since you're choosing to trade, I'll play along. Trade your interesting life with me, and I'll tell you what I know. Okay. I'm very happy to hear such a direct response. Your life is far more interesting than you realize. Let me read your life diary at the next gathering. Based on how entertaining it is, I'll give you a reward. Say, a fun factor of 3.5 would earn you a fitting equivalent. Or, if you prefer, I also have some small toys I made. A small toy. Klein's mouth twitched slightly. Thinking back to the amulet Ren gave Miss Justice last time, he had already figured out its function. An amulet that could effectively suppress corruption and loss of control, and it was just a small toy. That was practically the ultimate dream artifact for any Beyonder. As a little appetizer, I'll continue the previous topic. It's just the right time for your new believers to understand what they should watch out for after reaching Sequence 4. Audrey, Alger, and Klein all immediately focused. This kind of knowledge was normally inaccessible to those below sequence 4. Only now, because of this rare occasion, did they get a chance to learn it ahead of time. To be continued. Chapter 355, Chapter 355, Actions Don't Matter the Mind. The world is like a grand stage. Ordinary people can't stand on it. They're merely spectators deceived by the actors. The spectators are ignorant, fooled by what happens on stage. But the actors themselves can't exist without the audience. Once the people in the seats disappear, the play can't go on. So there's a kind of supply and demand relationship between the spectators and the actors. And when does the shift occur? Naturally, when the actors transition from background extras to main characters. That's exactly what happens when someone advances from sequence 5 to sequence 4. As Ren said this, he glanced at the three of them and noticed their eager expressions before continuing. Upon reaching sequence 4, Beyonders gain divinity and obtain a corresponding mythological creature form. That form is a symbol, a brand, a shape that cannot be described with words. It is also the most direct manifestation of power. Though incomplete, it is a form with substance. The gap between sequence 5 and sequence 4 is like a chasm between mortals and gods. A sequence 4 imbued with divinity cannot be touched lightly. That's the turning point. At this stage, many actors fully immerse themselves in their roles and forget their identities, abandoning the original stage. Still, the drama at that level isn't just some random background performance. It becomes a play in and of itself. Which is why the spectators are the key to helping the actors remember who they are. Faith. Beyonders are the actors. The spectators are everyone else in the world. A true God requires people to maintain their divine state. That's why this world has gods and churches. That is the most fundamental reason for the church's existence. So, now you understand. The essence of this world is strength. If you don't want to be someone else's captive belief, if you don't want to become a rope meant only to stabilize a god, then you have to grow stronger. Only power can reshape this world. Any change without power is just an illusion. After saying that, Ren turned to look at Miss Audrey, who was stunned into silence. So, Miss Justice, after you've yearned for power and caught a glimpse of the world's true nature, what do you think? For a moment, Audrey couldn't say a word. Speechless. It was inevitable. Alger also felt his faith beginning to waver. At this moment, he found it hard to control his emotions. He wanted to object, but couldn't find a single argument. Because this was the truth, spoken by someone who had seen the true form of the divine. Cruel. Real. Audrey opened her mouth but couldn't form a sentence. She didn't know what to say. If this was true, then wasn't the Seven Gods Church simply a system for divine captivity? Then what were they? Just disposable resources meant to maintain a god's existence. Ah. The fool let out a light sigh as he looked at their expressions, as if he understood what they were feeling. Klein's gaze remained fixed on Ren. Don't focus on what the gods think. Focus on what they do. The two slowly looked up after hearing that. Their intent might be to cultivate followers, to harvest faith and stabilize their divinity. But what's the result of their actions? In the regions governed by the Seven Gods, public security has improved, and overall stability has increased. Even if there are still dark corners in the world, it's better than nothing. Change comes slowly. I won't deny that people in some areas are still suffering and fate seems to be mocking them. Life is bitter for many. But at least some have been saved by the church. The dullness in their eyes gradually faded, replaced by a faint light. Right. The two of them came from different classes and experienced different things. If the church hadn't been cleaning up chaos all these years, perhaps the world would be even more disorderly than it already is. There would be no structure, and Beyonders might be rampaging unchecked. But thanks to the church's existence, even the actions of Beyonders are restricted. That gives many ordinary people a chance at survival. Ha ha ha, good answer. Ren laughed and clapped, clearly satisfied. A gentleman is judged by his actions, not his thoughts. If you judged people solely by their hearts, you'd never find someone who's truly good. That saying suits the gods quite well. Even if maintaining order isn't their original intention, it's still because of their actions that order exists in your world. No matter the gods' intentions, the result is still the same, they've brought some semblance of order to the ordinary masses. And that's what really matters. Having said this, Ren glanced teasingly at Miss Justice and Mr. Hangman. As gods, they understand this principle, but the believers they protect don't. You really need to open your eyes to this 003 world. Don't limit your perception to what you can see. Expand your vision. If there's something you don't understand or can't perceive, then work hard to become stronger. Only then can you change the fate of others. Got it. Audrey's face turned slightly red, a sign of shame. It was just that, at this moment, she truly realized how narrow her perspective had been. Maybe she really did need to broaden her horizons and deepen her understanding. Alger thought back to how he had once been bullied and manipulated. Maybe it was really as Mr. Fool said. The Seven Gods Church's purpose might be to raise followers and tie faith to the gods' stability. But the church had still brought a certain level of order and calm to the regions it governed. Maybe that wasn't their intention, but the end result was that ordinary people benefited, at least somewhat. There were still many suffering in remote areas, still without enough to eat or wear. But at least it wasn't everyone anymore. He was one of them. Why hadn't he realized it sooner? Alger couldn't help but curse himself in his heart. And he firmly remembered Mr. Fool's last words. If you want to change the current world, you don't need to do anything else. Just become stronger. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 356, Chapter 356, The Old Days and the Pure. After adjusting their mental state, Audrey and Alger regained their composure. However, this time, the answer still pierced through their preconceived notions about gods and the church. It allowed them to view the issues surrounding divinity and institutions more rationally. They no longer blindly worshipped idols or easily believed in any church. Observing the changes in the two of them, Ren simply smiled. People, what you need to remember isn't the so-called church or gods. What you need to understand is what brings you the greatest benefit. Faith only exists when there is benefit. Don't assume that gods are selfless. If they were truly selfless, they wouldn't have become gods in the first place. Sometimes, you need to be more pragmatic when viewing certain things. For example, Mr. Hangman handled things well. Be more utilitarian. Don't view things solely from the perspective of loyalty to a particular church or deity. If the god you believe in doesn't respond to you, you might not even know how you died. Of course, that applies to this guy too. Ren casually glanced at the fool seated in the main seat. But his poor condition is also good news for you. It means he needs suitable followers even more, people who can serve as his eyes and ears in the outside world. Moreover, he lived during the same era as Emperor Roselle. Through those diaries, he can recover many memories and gradually regain the power he once held. And during this process, the biggest benefit for you is becoming one of his followers. Perhaps, you may even become one of his angels in the future. This pie is too big. Klein's mouth twitched a little. Of course, he knew how exaggerated this promise was, but if broken down, it still offered significant benefits. Klein composed himself and turned his attention toward Mr. Hangman and Miss Justice. Sure enough, the two of them were visibly moved. Klein gently tapped the armrest with his fingers. Their astral bodies shimmered with a contemplative blue, clearly indicating deep thought. These words aren't suitable for me to say, but as for him. Klein also felt it was strange that the other party was bringing it up. But when he thought of how that person enjoyed watching shows and causing trouble, it somehow made sense. Klein wasn't sure what the future held. He did know that his current situation was extremely dangerous. No wonder nothing good had happened since he awoke beneath the red moon. Klein was certain of that, though he remained undaunted. No matter how bad things were, they were only bad for now. Since Ren had broken the illusion that Miss Justice and Mr. Hangman had about the gods and the church, Klein thought it might be best to develop the two into his believers. At this point, Klein wasn't sure whether he would eventually reach sequence 4, but he understood that to reach that point, faith would be required. So, he needed to start preparing early. Just as he had said earlier, don't look at what the gods think, look at what they do. Perhaps many goals are the same, but the ways of achieving them differ. And those differences are what separate the righteous from the corrupt. Although Ren had drawn a very large pie, both Audrey and Alger found themselves deeply in agreement. So, do you have any more questions? Mr. Joker, I have one more question. Miss Audrey bravely raised her hand. Go ahead. It's about this place. Mr. Fool hasn't told us where this is. I'm curious. Why did Mr. Fool choose to hold a gathering here? Also, this is clearly Mr. Fool's gathering, so how did Mr. Joker get in without being invited? That was a sharp question. Well done, Miss Justice. Klein praised her internally. He was also curious. How had someone else managed to enter the gray fog? That's quite the pointed question. Ren's gaze turned toward the fool's direction. You're curious too, right? Why I was able to break in, even though this is supposed to be a very secure and concealed place. For low-sequence beyonders, this isn't the kind of thing you need to know. After all, this is extremely important to many gods. But I'm in a good mood today, so I'll tell you anyway. The place you're in is called Sefirah Castle. It's one of the 9 sources left behind by the original creator. It's an essential component for a true god to transcend the sequence. Only by mastering all the adjacent pathways and acquiring the corresponding source substance can one have a chance to step beyond the sequence. This information is unnecessary for low-sequence beyonders. Remember, don't go around talking about this after you return. Some things can be known, and I'm willing to tell you. But knowledge is highly toxic. Once it spreads, your life could be in danger. As they heard this, all three of them froze. They had been curious about this place, but this curiosity now felt like it carried a hidden cost. However, Ren didn't seem to notice their reactions and continued speaking. The reason the fool controls this source is naturally because he needs to take that step. And the pathways associated with Sefirah Castle are Seer, Apprentice, and Marauder. Only by mastering these three pathways and combining them with Sefirah Castle can one move forward. Of course, let me put it plainly. If you aren't someone who has mastered those three pathways, then even if you control Sefirah Castle, it's useless. A flash of clarity suddenly passed through Klein's mind. So that's it. That's why Emperor Roselle had left such clear regrets in his diary. Klein finally understood the significance of those diary entries. At the same time, it also made Klein even more suspicious. The conspiracy surrounding him was likely deeply connected to Sefirah Castle. So, this place is the safest location for the fool. The problem is, his current condition is terrible. He can't even control the breath of Sefirah Castle. Once the time is right, he'll be discovered by the King of Angels, and then he's in real trouble. As for why I barged into your gathering, isn't it obvious? I'm also one of the masters of Sefirah Castle. To be continued. Chapter 357, Chapter 357, Three-Part Honorable Name. Klein stared at the men in front of him, dumbfounded. Huh? You're also the master of Sefirah Castle? Then what does that make me? At this moment, Klein was thoroughly confused. Based on everything so far, he was able to enter the Grey Fog, Sefirah Castle, through a ritual. Logically speaking, that made him the master of Sefirah Castle. Could it be that Sefirah Castle could have multiple masters? Eh? Then you're the same as Mr. Fool. Audrey blurted out without thinking. But the moment the words left her mouth, she realized she had overstepped. Ren smiled, raised a hand, and stopped her gently. Don't worry about it. You're still new to being a Beyonder, so it's normal that you wouldn't know about this. In fact, even some true gods may not fully understand. Your reaction is natural. Thinking this way is understandable. In essence, the Sephiroth should never have been torn apart. The Sephiroth is almost equivalent to the old ones, and the authority it carries surpasses that of most true gods. Only the original creator could have split the Sephiroth. And coincidentally, my Sephiroth is the separated fragment. But compared to his, mine is purer. From a chronological standpoint, the original creator splitting the Sephiroth occurred before the division between the god of the eternal blazing sun and the Lord of Mysteries. But had the Sephiroth really been torn by the original creator? Even Ren wasn't entirely sure. Instinctively, his intuition told him that probably wasn't the whole truth. Still, there was no point in explaining all this to those who were currently completely clueless. You don't need to worry too much about this part. Most Beyonders will never come into contact with the source. Even attempting to contain it is no easy feat from my perspective. Most Beyonders would either be completely corrupted upon contact or be broken down into Beyonder characteristics and absorbed into the source, becoming part of it. Even for true gods, containing the source depends on compatibility and sheer luck. A single mistake, and what awaits is a battlefield littered with shattered bones. Ren lightly skipped over the topic of the source. As for him, a faint smile flashed across Ren's face. Given his personality, I'm sure he'll think through some of the implications on his own. Changing the fate of others happens to be one of my interests, but I won't say more this time. It's much more interesting to figure things out on your own. Can this cryptic guy just stop already? Klein really wanted to say that aloud. Does he really expect me to investigate everything myself? If I had a choice, I'd rather someone just hand me the answers. But Klein could only fume inwardly and follow that line of thinking on his own. Still, this person clearly knew things about him. Klein could sense that the truth was right in front of him. But this man insisted on teasingly revealing only part of it, leaving him to search for the rest himself. It was maddening. He couldn't help but clench his fist. Klein eventually suppressed the growing frustration. At the very least, in front of Miss Justice and Mr. Hangman, he still had to maintain the image of a true god in poor condition. He couldn't afford to lose composure. Then Mr. Joker, how can we contact you? Let me think. Ren hadn't really thought about having an honorable name. After all, in the modern world, people didn't contact each other using such titles. They just made a call. However, considering that communication might be less secure in the future, perhaps it was fine to come up with an honorable name. The drifter in another world, the clown who disrupts fate, the scales of order and chaos. Ren casually listed. All right. Just recite my honorable name and use the same sacrificial method you use with the fool. I will respond to your prayers. Did he just make that up on the spot? Audrey couldn't help but complain internally. Mr. Joker really was a god of a completely different style compared to Mr. Fool. Audrey could more or less tell now that Mr. Joker lacked the solemn majesty of Mr. Fool. He was much more casual. Still, that didn't mean etiquette could be discarded. Audrey believed proper reverence was still necessary. Besides, she felt that Mr. Joker might be acting this way deliberately. Alger, who was good at analyzing and observing, felt something similar. Gods were majestic, to the point where they couldn't even be looked at directly. Doing Southwest would likely drive most beyonders insane. This divine majesty seemed to stem from the issue of divinity that Mr. Joker had previously explained. Gods needed the faith of believers to maintain the balance between divinity and humanity. The awe they inspired was a natural consequence of that divinity. So, was Mr. Joker different from other true gods in this regard? Alger couldn't help but recall the amulet that Mr. Joker had given them last time. Back then, he wanted to test it, but never found the right moment. However, Miss Justice had received clear guidance from the gods. That meant the amulet was real. Then there was the honorable name that Mr. Joker had casually declared, the scales of order and chaos. Whether it was order or chaos, it all existed within Mr. Joker's domain. Just thinking about that made Alger's heart race. Alger had also paid close attention to the interaction between Mr. Joker and Mr. Fool. Mr. Joker had spoken to Mr. Fool like he was toying with him. If Mr. Joker was someone standing above Mr. Fool, then all of his behavior would make perfect sense. Alger's complicated thoughts finally settled a bit. At this moment, he realized something clearly. Mr. Joker, the one who had broken into the Fool's organization, might be an existence surpassing ordinary true gods. And at this moment, Alger had never felt more motivated. To be continued. Chapter 358, Chapter 358, Klein's stomachache. Huff. Klein came back to his senses in the bathroom of his new home, clutching his head as a sharp headache pulsed through it. Suddenly, he was burdened with too many clues, yet all the information he had gathered was scattered and fragmented. For the first time, Klein felt that the Joker deserved a beating. And for the first time, he truly had the urge to punch him in the face. But the problem was, he couldn't beat him. The status of Sefirah Castle was already exceptionally high, but that man also held control over it, and even more than he did. Not to mention Sefirah Castle itself. Even in terms of raw strength, Klein knew he was completely outmatched. He was just a counterfeit fool, whereas the other person was likely a true god, maybe even an existence beyond one. That mocking tone he used when speaking to Klein came from clearly seeing through everything and deliberately pointing it out. Yet, despite knowing the truth about Klein, that man still chose to cooperate and even joined in this performance. That alone proved one thing, he was exactly the kind of being who enjoyed putting on a show. The cooperation wasn't meant to support Klein. It was likely because he found it entertaining to watch him play the role of a flamboyant actor on stage. But Klein knew very well, he had no other choice. Just like that man said, at this moment, Klein had no alternatives. And if he wanted to investigate the truth behind his transmigration, he would need a certain level of power. Without it, he could only live out a mundane life, working, earning wages, and fading into the background. Unfortunately, he wasn't someone who could give up on the truth. He wanted to uncover the secret of his transmigration and find a way back home. That meant the ordinary path would never be an option for him. Besides, would the person behind the scenes who orchestrated everything really allow him to live a peaceful, uneventful life? Klein had already made his decision. The one pulling the strings will never stop pushing me forward. He sighed and hunched over on the toilet, resting his elbow on his knee. At that moment, he truly wanted to let go of everything. He wanted to give up investigating and just live a simple life post-transmigration. But then he thought about Benson and Melissa. He was afraid they would one day become collateral damage because of his choice. Taking a deep breath, Klein tried to settle his thoughts. He didn't know exactly what he needed to do, but he could at least try to piece together what he'd learned. So now, I know that the identity I fabricated, the Fool, is actually the sequence 0 of the seer pathway. The impression he had of the Fool, and his sudden decision to use that name, had merely been based on feelings and scattered inspirations from his life. But now it was clear, those feelings had been planted. That conclusion had been deliberately made known to him by someone behind the scenes. At this stage, that inference was no doubt accurate. In fact, it was very likely the correct truth. Meaning, the person behind the scenes was intentionally pushing him toward the identity of the Fool. And based on how far he had come, they had done it very successfully. The identity of this mysterious promoter intrigued Klein more than anything. But the current clues were too limited. All he could do was speculate, no firm conclusions could be drawn yet. And then there was the matter of being told he would need to fight a god. One whom he had already lost to once. So, who is this he? Klein felt that this was the most critical question right now. If he could figure this out, he would know who the enemy was. But the clues were just too few. Wait. That man seemed to have hinted at it. Klein tried hard to recall everything that had been said during the gathering, the phrasing, the names, the tone. Suddenly, something clicked. He had referred to the Evernight goddess as the sequence 0 of the sleepless pathway. But for one particular being, he had used the word he, capitalized, singular, reverent. That was the clue. It was deliberate. The language he used wasn't a language he was familiar with, nor was it any native language of this world. It was a special form of communication, directly planting meaning into their minds. So, he couldn't have made a linguistic error or misleading phrasing by accident. He had done it on purpose. That single word, he, was the hint. In fact, it was practically a direct statement. A thread snapped into place in Klein's mind. All the clues he had felt floating around before suddenly connected, and he came to a rather horrifying conclusion. So, he meant that my enemy is on the same level as him. That thought made Klein's brain feel like it was overheating. Why? Why would a newly advanced Sequence 9 seer like me be involved in something so huge? How can my enemy be in existence above even a god? The moment that realization hit, Klein felt like his hair was about to fall out. He was just a rookie beyonder, and now he had to prepare for an enemy who might be above even the true gods. Klein shook his head violently, trying to maintain clarity and composure. Thankfully, this wasn't something he had to deal with right now. The more pressing issue was Sefirah Castle. Yes, Klein had realized that the Sefirah Castle he held was likely a trap, and it would certainly draw the greed of an angel king. To take a step beyond true god, one needed to control Sefirah Castle. And if an angel king got wind of his possession, he'd be targeted immediately. From that perspective, he really had no margin for error. Faced with such a terrifying threat, the only path forward was to stay completely hidden in the shadows and avoid exposure. Otherwise, he wouldn't even get the chance to resist. Luckily, he had concealed the aura of Sefirah Castle. There shouldn't be any immediate danger. But he still needed to digest the potion quickly and prepare for his next promotion. Klein took another deep breath, doing his best to stabilize his emotions. There were still many unknowns ahead. Not everything was doomed. There was still a path forward, it wasn't a dead end. But Klein also understood that the key to breaking the current deadlock might lie in the mysterious men who had broken into the gathering. And when he remembered that man's personality, Klein felt his stomach churn painfully. Why? Why do powerful people always act so weird? They collect lives. They watch others struggle. They enjoy altering fate. Are these really the hobbies of gods? Or just of people who like to cause trouble? Should I really ask that guy for help? Klein stared blankly, feeling like the future was dark and endless. To be continued. Check out my new book and add it to Library XD, Building a Monster Nation from Zero in Another World. Thanks. Chapter 359, Chapter 359, A Pair of Eyes Formed from Starlight. Ha ha ha. Once again, I barged into the gathering over there, startled all three of them, and even dropped a ton of information. Klein is probably squatting in his bathroom right now, trying to make sense of everything I dumped on him, huh? Haha, just thinking about Klein's reaction makes me laugh. He clearly doesn't have the strength to back it up, but he still tries to put on a strong front. This time, his emotions slipped, he hasn't even reached Sequence 8 clown yet. Without the concealment of Sefirah Castle, his facial expressions completely gave him away. Thankfully, it was all within Sefirah Castle, so Miss Justice and Mr. Hangman didn't see it directly. Otherwise, the divine majesty he painstakingly crafted would have been smashed into the ground. Still, watching someone's carefully constructed mask fall apart is always so entertaining. Maybe my personality really is pretty bad. I probably shouldn't mess with people too much, but Klein. Forget it. He's already roped into my side. It'd be a shame not to give him a scare. I already made the trip anyway. This was the second official gathering of the Tarot Club. I guess you could say I've caught up now. But I was only able to manifest there because of the shared nature of Sefirah Castle. Honestly, I crossed over a little too early. As for the story's development over there, my memory's still a bit fuzzy. Come to think of it, I think I read more fanfics than the actual story. No wonder I can't recall the full plot. If I'd known this would happen, I would have read the original more carefully. Still, I revealed a lot of information today, mostly about the sequences. Plus, I made a deal with them. I'm looking forward to the next Tarot Club gathering. What kind of diary will they bring me? Also, I noticed something interesting. There seems to be a time difference between the worlds. Whether it's fixed or variable still needs further observation. Klein's fate has started to shift due to my interference. He's the story's central figure, and I've already altered some of his thoughts and choices. So, is it safe to say his fate has changed too? I'm really curious. The diary ended there. And Ren had his own unique way of divining fate. If he could peer into the future of the Lord of Mysteries, perhaps he could harvest something even greater. So, after writing today's diary, Ren immediately began a new experiment. Lord of Mysteries. Obtain the uniqueness of the door pathway. A pair of eyes formed from starlight appeared. They were too pure to be considered human. But if you looked closely, you could see countless doors of various sizes shimmering across the surface of the starlit eyes. It was undoubtedly the uniqueness of the door pathway. Incidentally, it felt like there were a lot of extraordinary items tied to the door pathway. Honestly, it seemed like most beyonders from the apprentice path had been turned into mystical artifacts. The high sequences of the door pathway were basically tragic. Young and promising beyonders rarely escaped the fate of becoming mere props. Just like the pair of starlight eyes before him. They were practically the embodiment of what it meant to be a useful tool in the door pathway. Wow, that description was kind of brutal. Even Ren felt it was a bit too much. He subconsciously rubbed his own eyes. The moment he did, the pair of eyeballs turned into twin streaks of starlight and shot directly into Ren's eyes. A burning pain surged through his sockets, causing Ren to flinch in agony. But the pain passed just as quickly as it came. After a few moments, the discomfort faded, and Ren slowly opened his eyes. His once dark pupils now looked deeper, like vast cosmic space. And within that endless darkness, countless illusory doors floated. Location, teleportation, recording. My eyes still feel a bit sore. A flood of data poured into his mind, making Ren feel not only eye strain but also a splitting headache. Still, amidst the pain, he gradually began to grasp the function of the starlight eyes. They were like stars drifting in deep space. By moving his gaze, he could peer through space, lock onto coordinates, and transmit himself, or others, to the marked location. It was the power of a god. The first thing Ren thought of was Kamui from Naruto. This ability was just too similar. Recording. It could record the abilities used by beyonders, or even the skills of ordinary people, and perfectly reproduce them. It even had a copying ability reminiscent of the Sharingan. If I wear a mask later, could I cosplay Uchiha Obito too? Ren lightly shook his head. His vision, already sharp, now felt even more enhanced after merging with the apprentice path's uniqueness. Yes, merging with uniqueness. This was no minor feat. Accommodating uniqueness was inherently dangerous. Even a single misstep could lead to deviation, or worse, complete loss of control. But for him, all he felt was some brief pain in his eyes, some mild soreness, and then he was done. It felt almost like a bad joke. Ren checked his own state. Other than a slight disturbance in his spirituality caused by the uniqueness, there were virtually no issues with his body. Everything seemed fine. Maybe I was overthinking it. In my case, I should be able to host not only multiple source substances, but even individual uniqueness. Especially since it aligns with my three main pathways. The uniqueness was incredibly powerful. The space location transmission ability was not only effective at short range but also worked across long distances. It was basically a shortcut to acquiring high-level door pathway abilities even before reaching demigod level. But Ren then thought of another issue. Aside from me, no one at Sequence 8 should be able to accommodate uniqueness. To be continued. Chapter 360, Randomly Meeting. March 31st, Friday. Originally, today was supposed to be a special day for high school students. Classes ended very early, and both afternoon periods were scheduled for physical education. As a result, nearly all members of the Occult Research Club chose to leave early. Even if they skipped the 2 PE classes, the teachers wouldn't make a fuss. After lunch at the club, everyone headed together to the Baika Museum. However, when they arrived outside the museum, they found the place heavily surrounded by layers of police. Although the museum remained open, the police were busy setting up security measures, clearly preparing for something serious. It's about that thief, Sonoko got straight to the point. Mom's prepared to deal with the challenge from that thief, but the curator of the Baika Museum is very concerned about the exhibits being targeted. After all, for the curator, this exhibition is extremely important to the museum. He can't afford even the slightest mishap. It was also based on the curator's advice that Dad and Mom agreed to let the police get involved. To the curator, the last thing he wanted was an incident during the exhibition, especially if any of the painstakingly borrowed exhibits were stolen by a thief. If that really happened, it would generate serious negative press for the Baika Museum. The owners of the exhibits would likely be calling that same night to request their pieces be pulled early. That's something the curator definitely couldn't accept. So, in the end, the curator opted for the safest route. Call the police. The police handle murders, so naturally, they also have to deal with theft. Totally reasonable, Kagaya nodded slightly. That's the logical thing to do. There are so many exhibits in this round at the Baika Museum, and most are gems from around the world. If any of those were lost, the museum's reputation would be ruined. Although Sunoko's mother is willing to gamble with that black pearl, the curator has to consider the safety of all the exhibits. The best choice is to hand them over to the police. It's always best to let professionals handle professional matters. No matter how unreliable the police may be at times, they're still far better than an untrained museum staff. This thief case is just too big this time. Especially since it's the same thief who caused a major stir 20 years ago. Ren had taken the time to seriously investigate the matter. I found out that this thief has been showing up repeatedly on the island in the past 6 months. The 2nd Investigation Division of the Metropolitan Police Department has been outmaneuvered multiple times. That's probably one of the reasons why the police increased their presence here. That's right. That thief is a total villain. Just as Ren finished speaking, a girl with long black hair suddenly jumped out beside her. Ren instinctively looked at the girl's face, then paused, as if looking into a mirror. For a moment, Ren was disoriented. Who was this girl who looked so similar to her? Ren wasn't the only one stunned. The other girl looked just as confused when she saw Ren's face. Eh? Nakamori Aoko stared at Ren in shock. She didn't understand why the girl standing in front of her looked so much like herself. It really does seem. The others also turned their gazes toward Aoko and then looked back at Ren. Their eyes went back and forth between the two, confirming the uncanny resemblance. You and I really do look alike. If Ren didn't know for sure that her parents had a strong relationship and frequently met up in secret, she might have suspected some kind of affair. Ah, hello. My name is Muri Ren. May I ask who you are? Ah, hello, I'm Nakamori Aoko. Aoko quickly came back to her senses and responded. Sorry, I almost suspected my parents of cheating. Same here. Ren couldn't help nodding, agreeing completely with that thought. Ms. Nakamori, are you familiar with that thief? Of course. My dad is a detective with the 2nd Investigation Division. Because of that thief, he keeps getting played for a fool. As she spoke, Aoko gritted her teeth. Every time she recalled the state her father came home in, she wanted to wring that thief's neck. It's all that thief's fault. Not only does he mess with my dad like a toy, he also makes him work overtime constantly. If it weren't for him, my dad wouldn't be treated like a total clown. From her tone, it was obvious that Aoko's resentment toward the Phantom Thief kid came entirely from how her father had been affected. Being repeatedly humiliated at work, constantly criticized, and forced to work overtime for no reason, anyone would find that infuriating. The girls around her could all understand why Aoko had such strong feelings against the thief. By the way, you don't actually like that thief, do you? Aoko needed to make this point clear. She knew that, even though the guy was a thief, he somehow still had fans. Some people even came just to see him make a fool out of detectives. Aoko didn't have the words to scold that kind of behavior, but she certainly didn't want to associate with anyone who admired that thief. No, definitely not. Ren quickly waved her hands to deny it and then grabbed Sunoko's hand. The thief's target this time is my friend's heirloom. We came here to check on the situation. I see. Aoko finally understood. She hadn't expected to meet someone directly targeted by the thief. The thief has already sent a notice, but it seems no one's cracked the code yet. She looked around and then moved closer to Sunoko. I don't know what the code means either, but I saw my dad rushing out early this morning. He probably figured out the meaning of the note. Aoko still had faith in her father's ability. After all, he had been battling the thief for a long time. Even though the thief continued to escape, he was more experienced than other detectives in handling this kind of case. To be continued. Check out my new book and add it to Library XD, Building a Monster Nation from Zero in Another World. Thanks. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 361, Chapter 361, Guidance. Come to think of it, I remember there was a detective who always showed up on TV news. Sunoko recalled having seen something like that in the news when she was looking into stories about the thief. A male detective with a mustache and a short haircut. But the impression he left wasn't great. He always appeared behind the thief but never managed to catch him. Sunoko couldn't remember the detective's name. Even when she was looking into the thief, it was only a casual search. She only picked up the general details. But now, the daughter of that detective seemed to be standing right in front of her. In this situation, that detective really did resemble Uncle Muri a bit. Because of how similar Nakamori Aoko and Ren looked, Sunoko subconsciously started comparing Uncle Muri to that mustached detective. Overall, the resemblance was quite strong. She had a vague idea now why someone who looked like Ren would suddenly show up again. Sunoko figured it had something to do with both parents looking alike, which led to this current situation. Yes, that detective who often appears in the news is my dad. Aoko was clearly happy that someone remembered her father. At least it meant that his efforts weren't completely overlooked. But the downside was that her father was always in the spotlight as the detective getting played by the phantom thief kid. He obviously worked so hard and almost caught the thief every time, yet the thief always slipped away. I was thinking, maybe there's a reason the detective never caught the thief. Maybe even the thief has his own reasons for acting like this. Just as Aoko's expression began to fall, Ren cut in. As Miss Nakamori said, your father has been leading the effort to catch the thief. He's had the most direct contact with him. I believe your father may already have a good idea of the thief's identity. The reason he hasn't caught him might be because he's trying to do so through gentler means. Miss Nakamori, think about it carefully. No thief could constantly stay ahead of police intelligence. No matter how skilled he is in disguise, it should be impossible to keep up with the police's real-time updates. Then how is it that this thief is always one step ahead of the police? There has to be a reason. Aoko's eyes widened. Indeed, every time the thief struck, he somehow seemed to know the police's plans in advance. No matter how strong his intelligence-gathering ability was, it couldn't possibly cover everything in real time. And now that she thought about it, every time her father nearly caught the thief, it was because he'd temporarily changed the strategy last minute. So the thief's actions weren't luck. You mean, the thief is always by my father's side? Aoko reacted immediately. No. More precisely, the thief may always be by your side, Miss Nakamori. Ren pointed directly to the heart of the matter. That thief made a name for himself in the West 20 years ago. No matter how young he was back then, he must have been around 20. Now it's 20 years later. He'd be a 40-year-old man. With age, his skills should have only grown more stable. There's no way he'd allow himself to almost get caught by a detective multiple times. Miss Nakamori, you should know, detectives in the West are even authorized to open fire. So, why has this experienced thief's success rate dropped after 20 years? With Ren's guidance, Aoko suddenly understood. Because the thief now isn't the same one from 20 years ago. Exactly. Ren smiled faintly. If the thief isn't some middle-aged man, then the only one who could take on his name and stir up this much trouble must be his successor. Maybe even his son. That would place the thief in a particular age range. Most likely a high school or college student. Definitely no older than 20. And if the thief can accurately access so much of the police's operational information, then he's either someone within the Metropolitan Police Department, or someone very close to the detective in the 2nd Investigation Division. But being a direct insider is highly unlikely. I believe that organizing a sting operation like this wouldn't be a solo task. It requires thorough personnel planning. The thief couldn't possibly juggle being both an internal officer and a thief. Also, the detectives in the 2nd Division would be highly aware of the risk of internal leaks. So they would keep plans confidential up until the very last moment. Even if there were a mole, they wouldn't have time to leak a hastily decided plan. So, there's a much simpler source for this information. Following Ren's gaze, Aoko slowly pointed at herself, a complicated look on her face. Miss Nakamori made a few comments earlier after learning about Sunoko's identity. And clearly, you care deeply about your father. I think that sometimes, even unconscious remarks are enough to serve as clues. Ren then shifted the topic back to Aoko. I believe your father may have already started to suspect someone. He might even be intentionally leaking false information through you to verify his suspicions. When catching an international thief, no one really talks about using gentle methods. A single bullet to the thigh would be enough to reveal their identity. But your father hasn't done that. That probably means he doesn't want to catch the thief that way. Aoko's expression darkened slightly. If she followed that line of thought, she could already think of someone. Looking back carefully, there were a few times when the information she heard on the news didn't quite match what her father had told her before. And those were exactly the times her father nearly caught the thief. Kaito, are you really the thief? Aoko didn't want that to be the answer. But now, she couldn't stop thinking about the possibility. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 362, Chapter 362, First Meeting with Parents. Nakamori Aoko left with a heavy heart and a face full of concern. Anyone could tell that Aoko was deeply worried, and much of that was due to Ren's deliberate guidance just moments ago. So, the person you just kept hinting at, he's the one behind this theft? Sanzenin Nagi asked directly. Yes. Ren didn't deny it. Kaito Kuroba. The protagonist of another story. A high school magician who chose to become a thief to uncover the truth behind his father's death. His father, Kuroba Toichi, was assassinated by an organization 8 years ago. On the surface, at least, it appears that way. On the surface? Yes, it's all very superficial. Ren pulled out a maple leaf gold coin from Sefirah Castle, flicked it into the air, and it landed face up on his fingertip. In truth, he's not dead. It seems he's another father who didn't want his son caught up in a dangerous conspiracy. Ren shook his head slightly. Kuroba Toichi's behavior was eerily similar to Kudo Shinichi's father. But the one being kept in the dark, Kuroba Kaito, doesn't seem to know his father is still alive. Ah. Hearing that all too familiar story structure, everyone instinctively glanced at Ran. It really was quite a similar setup. Only this time, it wasn't the childhood friend version. It was the secretly alive father and son version. Facing everyone's eyes, Ran simply pursed her lips and remained silent. She knew it wasn't deliberate. So, is this thief also someone important? Important, well, in a certain sense, yes. But maybe not the same kind of importance you're thinking of. Kaito Kid's position in the Conan universe was rather unique. Kind of like how there's a big movie every year based on a long-running series. These movies often include standalone stories that are separate from the main plot. And these side stories, unlike the core narrative, exist purely to generate revenue. Like a spin-off film based around this character. After briefly explaining, Ren looked off in the direction Aoko had left. And when those theatrical releases start becoming stale, they throw Kaito Kid into the mix. With his mystery, charm, and gentleman thief appeal, those movies sell remarkably well. Especially when Kaito Kid has scenes interacting with a certain elementary school student. Those are always a hit. So that's how important he is. The corners of the girls' mouths twitched. From Ren's explanation, they clearly heard one thing. Profit. One standalone film per year. And every year, there's always some huge spectacle. Explosions, explosions, and more explosions. As Ren spoke, he put a hand to his forehead. Sigh. Every year, there's some landmark building going up in flames. And most of the stories involving the thief seem to tie back to the Suzuki family. Huh? Involve my family. Sonoko pointed at herself, eyes as wide as saucers. Just like this time. Your mother's strong personality. And your cousin. All of that lines up with most of the stories involving the thief connecting back to your family. Ah. After hearing that, Sonoko remembered, her mother and her cousin really were alike. Their strong personalities were practically identical, like they came out of the same mold. Anyone who didn't know them would easily believe they were immediate relatives. No wonder all those incidents were tied to my family. Why do I feel like my family is always the victim? Sonoko sighed with a downcast look. Puffed. That line made everyone laugh. Because if anyone in this world had the word victim written on their forehead, it was the Suzuki family. Sonoko, I think you should go back and talk with Aunt Tomoko. Sometimes it's just not worth it to go head-to-head with a thief. Ren also felt it wasn't necessary. She didn't know how much money the Suzuki family had, but no matter how rich they were, constantly doing things that made them targets for theft didn't seem smart. And based on what Ren said, all future explosions would be linked to Sonoko's family. Ren thought it would be better to rein that in. No amount of money should be wasted on that level of property damage. I'll definitely talk to my parents about this. Sonoko agreed this was a real problem. Or maybe it was time to talk to her sister about it too. Then, she grabbed Ren by the arm. Ren, let's focus on saving that black pearl from our family collection today. Upon entering the Baika Museum, they saw uniformed patrol officers all over the place. Surveillance cameras at each corner of the building were fully operational. There were plenty of people inside. Plenty of guards too. But it was all pointless. Ren took one look and instantly knew how to blend in unnoticed. A marauder at Sequence 9 level could easily sneak in. With sharp observation skills, it was easy to identify where every surveillance camera was located. A nimble and flexible body made it simple to dodge them. Maybe if the number of patrols were doubled, and each checkpoint was thoroughly guarded, it might make a difference. But, did these regular patrol officers even have that kind of ability? Ren shook his head inwardly. Just creating a few simple distractions would probably be enough to completely throw these officers off. As he walked through the museum, Ren's eyes scanned the extravagant necklaces, diamonds, crowns, and other accessories on display. He twitched slightly. Good grief, most of these were high-end fakes. Thanks to his thief-level observation skills, Ren could easily judge the true value of each item. Unfortunately, most of the exhibits were indeed imitations. In Ren's field of vision, nearly all of them glowed with red icons instead of gold. Red indicated counterfeit. The deeper the red, the more convincing the fake, and the higher its value as an imitation. But Northwest matter how close it came, it was still a counterfeit. Did the curator swap them out? Ren couldn't help but wonder. After all, the real items were far too valuable. The curator probably didn't want to bear the responsibility if any were stolen. So, this was his way of preparing. Soon, Suzuki Shiro, dressed in a beige suit, and Suzuki Tomoko, in a yellow-brown coat and skirt with a black blouse underneath and a modest gemstone necklace around her neck, entered the room. Suzuki Ayako wore a plain office lady outfit, black skirt suit, no jewelry. Her hair, usually tied up, was now down. Her normally narrowed eyes were wide open, but her face still carried a hint of cold aloofness. Her presence radiated confidence and a strong-willed aura. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 363, Chapter 363, it's the real thing again. Snap. With a snap of her fingers, the coldness on Suzuki Ayako's face vanished instantly. Her expression quickly became much more animated. You're too immersed in the spectator state. While I can help you with the issue of over-immersion, Miss Ayako still needs to be cautious. Suzuki Ayako's usual smile returned to her face. Sorry, I've recently been seeing through the real thoughts of employees at the company, and I guess I've started to unconsciously slip into that atmosphere during normal interactions. Ren could understand what that felt like. I understand the temptation of power. But Miss Ayako, you must remember the nature of the potion. You're not a true spectator. You're only playing the role. Never forget you're acting. If you become lost in the sea of power and can't pull yourself out, it won't end well. I know. Suzuki Ayako calmed her spirituality and gave a light nod. In the past 2 weeks of experimentation, she had grown quite familiar with the abilities of the spectator. Once she entered that state, her perception improved dramatically. As her perception sharpened, she started noticing the true thoughts of others with little effort. When she applied this in her work, she gained clearer insight into employees' attitudes and motives. It was thanks to this power that she had been able to establish herself so quickly within the Suzuki conglomerate. But because the ability was so effective and easy to use, she had begun to lose some of her restraint. Miss Ayako, you can try entering the spectator state more frequently. Just avoid maintaining it for too long each time. Shorter sessions. Got it, I'll give it a try when I get back. Suzuki Ayako was still a beginner in mysticism, so she obediently accepted the advice. After resolving Ayako's issue, Ren turned toward the two elders. Uncle, Aunt, nice to meet you. To be honest, Ren felt a little nervous. After all, this was his first time formally meeting his girlfriend's parents. For Suzuki Shiro and Suzuki Tomoko, this was also the first proper introduction. It is indeed our first time meeting. But even before this, we had heard Sonoko mention you many times. Suzuki Shiro didn't carry the usual intensity of a conglomerate's leader. Instead, he wore a gentle smile. Not just Sonoko, Ayako has also brought you up several times recently. But this is the first formal introduction. I just didn't expect it would happen under these circumstances. Suzuki Shiro looked a little embarrassed. Honestly, he had hoped to meet his future son-in-law under more appropriate conditions. The 60th anniversary of the Suzuki Zaibatsu would have been a great opportunity, but the sudden appearance of the Phantom Thief Kid threw everything off. Still, even if the setting wasn't ideal, the meeting had to happen. Uncle, you're too kind. Ren didn't mind the timing at all. Though a bit abrupt, this kind of meeting helped ease the pressure. If it had been a formal one-on-one, it would have felt more rigid. At least now, it wouldn't be so awkward that no one knew what to say. Your uncle's always like this. He may be old, but he still acts like a child. Suzuki Tomoko rolled her eyes at her husband, though a smile lingered in her eyes. If you think it's not too much trouble, you could give your uncle something to play with. He's been eyeing your powers for a while. Of course, he's too shy to bring it up himself, so I'll just say it directly. Ren was momentarily surprised, then laughed when he saw Suzuki Shiro's expression of panic. While power isn't something to be treated like a toy, if uncle wants to try it, I can arrange for a temporary gift. Unlike Miss Ayako's permanent potion path, it'll just be a short-term blessing. If it's temporary, that's fine. Suzuki Tomoko let out a soft sigh, looking helplessly at her husband. If it were the same situation as Ayako, I'd be worried this idiot would mess around and get hurt. Temporary is safer, less risky. What about you, Aunt? Suzuki Tomoko was momentarily taken aback. Unlike her husband, she wasn't particularly curious about power. She valued it, but didn't desire it personally. Suzuki Shiro nudged Tomoko with his elbow. Your son-in-law just offered. What's the point of acting all reserved? Tomoko was stunned when she heard the word son-in-law, and after a brief pause, she realized what that meant. This was a kind of recognition. All right, let's talk about it next time. This isn't the right place. Suzuki Tomoko glanced around. Although there were no detectives near them, it wasn't the right setting to discuss certain matters. Of course, there was no real risk of eavesdropping. The sound around them was already distorted through spiritual means, so none of the museum's detectives could pick up anything they were saying. Sonoko listened to her mother's words, and the bright smile on her face never faded. Let's go take a look at the black pearl passed down through our family. Suzuki Shiro smiled and led the group to a display case, inside which sat a black pearl. Everyone turned their attention toward the legendary black pearl, said to be the largest in the world. Its size was indeed extraordinary. The average black pearl was about the size of a thumb. This one was as large as a child's fist. Its coloration was also rare, pure black, with no other tones mixed in. Though its surface luster was slightly dim, the deep black hue itself was extremely rare. Seeing the black pearl, Ren looked a bit surprised. The real thing. Unlike in the original story, this black pearl wasn't a replica, it was genuine. That's right. Suzuki Tomoko wasn't surprised that Ren could tell it was authentic with a single glance. That thief talked big, so I decided to show up and challenge him. You're really bold. Ren hadn't expected Aunt Tomoko to be this reckless. This explained a lot. Thinking again about the museum's security measures, it seemed like this was the plan from the very start. But even so, Ren shook his head slightly. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 364, Chapter 364, Black Pearl's glory restored once more. Would Phantom Thief Kid really stay quiet after learning an exhibit was the real deal? Almost impossible. Could you expect a thief to act with restraint? Even if he returns the stolen item the next day, could he recover the face he lost? Absolutely not. However, Phantom Thief Kid is someone who plays by his own set of rules. Because he knows very well, if he issues a notice and then fails to act according to it, all his future notices will lose credibility. Ren stared at the black pearl, falling briefly into silence. Auntie, may I ask, when was the real black pearl swapped in? This morning. I see. The notice had been sent out too early. They never expected that, after receiving it, the involved party would act so recklessly, switching the imitation for the real pearl in the display case, all to bait Phantom Thief Kid. Within Ren's dark pupils, a sequence of illusionary doors flickered open. Stargazing mode activated, he initiated a simplified form of astrology. Heh. So the thief got baited. Through his reading, Ren confirmed that Phantom Thief Kid believed the pearl currently displayed was a fake. That was what finally made him take action. What's wrong? Tomoko noticed Ren's unusual silence and asked curiously. Well, I suppose you could put it like this. That thief confirmed the exhibit was a fake. The first time was a week ago, right when the notice was issued. The second time was earlier this morning. But Auntie, you didn't swap the imitation for the real pearl until afternoon. Tomoko paused, then burst out laughing. Puffed. So does this mean? I actually tricked Phantom Thief Kid. The idea that her own actions had completely thrown off Phantom Thief Kid made Tomoko laugh even harder. Not just Tomoko, even Shiro laughed aloud with a helpless look. This really is. Even Shiro hadn't expected that Tomoko's bold, last-minute decision would end up throwing the famous thief off so thoroughly. In that case, we should have the reporters cover this properly. Sometimes, public opinion is the sharpest blade. Especially when that public opinion is based on truth, it cuts deeper than anything else, slicing straight through the mystique surrounding Phantom Thief Kid. This time, the Suzuki Zaibatsu had achieved a flawless victory. Of course, some additional arrangements would need to follow. Mom's reckless decision somehow turned out like this. Sonoko hadn't expected her mother's bold move to actually play out so perfectly. The sudden switch had completely disrupted Phantom Thief Kid's plan. It was like baiting a high-ranked player with a basic attack, forcing them to burn their flash and ultimate skills. A bronze-tier play that had managed to outwit a diamond-tier opponent. Ren could already imagine tomorrow morning's headlines, perfectly orchestrated by the Suzuki conglomerate's media department. It just wasn't something a thief could predict or control. Faintly, Ren sensed that Kaito's luck was truly down today. Although it was a very reckless move, the meaning of the Black Pearl is greater than its monetary value. Kagaya didn't approve of such impulsive actions. After all, the Black Pearl symbolized good fortune. But as she said this, she paused. Ren, does this Black Pearl really have the power to enhance luck? Her question made both of Sonoko's parents pause as well. They too were curious. Ren, intrigued, activated his spiritual vision and examined the essence of the Black Pearl. The spirituality of the original organism hadn't completely faded. There were no extraordinary properties, but what remained radiated an undeniable sense of good fortune. It does. A black pearl is rare to begin with, and this one, pure, natural black, is even rarer. Its very existence holds significant luck. Even after decades, it still retains residual spirituality. That, in itself, is a form of good fortune. Inanimate objects don't have spirituality. But because Auntie and Uncle preserved it so carefully and passed it down as a family heirloom, it's absorbed some of your faith and sentiment. That's why the Black Pearl still holds spiritual resonance. That, too, is a kind of luck. As Ren explained, he placed his hand on the display case. His fingers passed straight through the barrier and touched the Black Pearl. He gently injected a trace of spiritual energy into it. A faint swirl of gray mist appeared around the pearl, and its previously dull surface began to grow translucent. A soft glow radiated from it. After finishing the process, Ren withdrew his hand from the case. Seeing Tomoko and Shiro still scanning the area, Ren smiled and added, "Auntie, uncle, no one else could see what just happened. I just sealed the pearl's luck inside. It's safe to carry around, no problem. It now emits its original radiance, and outsiders wouldn't guess it's a family heirloom. You don't have to worry about it oxidizing anymore. At this point, this black pearl is no longer just an ordinary black pearl." With everything done, Ren suddenly remembered Tomoko's earlier remark about gambling with the black pearl. "By the way, Auntie, were you planning to do something with the pearl? If so, I can reprocess it." "No need." Tomoko shook her head lightly, staring at the glowing black pearl in the display case. She no longer had the urge to use it for gambling. Now that its luster has been restored, let the public think it's a fake. If even that marauder was fooled into believing it was counterfeit, then that's good enough. Earlier, Tomoko had dared to use the black pearl as bait because she was confident no thief could actually steal from the Suzuki family, not with both her daughters protecting it. But now, with her son-in-law restoring the pearl's glow and imbuing it with actual spirituality, Tomoko had no intention of ever using it as a gambling chip again. If she were to gamble with it again, she really would have something wrong with her head. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 365, Chapter 365, Early April Date Invitation. The next morning was a weekend off. As soon as Ren woke up, he turned on the TV and saw the morning news. The screen was fixed on a hotel illuminated by a helicopter. Under the bright lights, a white figure stood out prominently. A white suit, a white cape, and a white top hat, the identity was unmistakable. The police still didn't catch him in the end. Inspector Nakamori is still going easy on him. If he'd just aimed for the guy's thigh, there'd have been almost no chance of escape. No magic trick can work in the face of an unavoidable bullet. Unfortunately, just as he'd said yesterday, Ran's father, Inspector Nakamori, suspected the thief's identity, so he deliberately held back. Even without a detailed investigation, Ren knew that the credibility the 1st Investigative Division had only recently regained had been completely lost again. Ring ring ring. Ren picked up his phone and glanced at the caller ID. It was Sato Miwako. He answered. "Did you see the news this morning?" "I did." The 2nd Investigative Division almost caught him. "The higher-ups must be furious, right?" "Yeah. The good reputation we managed to rebuild after the major bombing case has been blown away again." There was a trace of helplessness in Miwako's voice. She was a police officer, and she didn't want the people she protected calling her a tax thief. She always felt she had to be worthy of the salary she received. Ren shook his head slightly. "Officer Sato, this isn't something you need to worry about at your level. This time, it was the 2nd Division that failed to catch the culprit, not your 1st Division in charge of violent crimes. Your reputation online is still pretty good. Especially after the recent bombing case." "Oh, right, has the bomber been dealt with yet?" "Not that quickly." Miwako had also been concerned about the bomber's trial, but the legal process was long. The sentence wouldn't be handed down so soon. "But I heard the impact of this bombing case was huge. The court's verdict might lean toward the death penalty." That result caught Ren a bit off guard. "I thought he'd get life imprisonment at most." "I thought so too at first." The death penalty was indeed rare. In all her years as a detective, Miwako had only seen a handful of such cases. Most of the time, the worst outcome was life imprisonment. I think it's because the severity of the case was beyond imagination. The museum bombing in Shinjuku caused unthinkable casualties. But I believe the biggest factor was the massive social impact. If it weren't for your help, the loop line would have also been hit. And there was the municipal building incident at night. The range and impact were both massive. I think those were all taken into consideration. Miwako felt that the media and public response were driving the pressure toward a harsh sentence. Ren also thought that was likely the case. The damage was widespread, and the social impact was enormous. There was no way the police could go easy on a criminal the entire public despised, that would destroy their credibility completely. And there was probably another reason, regaining the prestige that had been trampled by Phantom Thief Kid 1412. Ren sighed inwardly. But isn't this exactly what Teiji Moriya wanted? He did all this, even prepared for his own downfall. I guess he'd be happy to die by his own plan. No, I think he'd be pretty miserable. Miwako answered seriously, but then couldn't help chuckling. He originally wanted to die as a brilliant architect. Now he's going down as the culprit of a massive bombing case. I doubt he can accept that gap. That's his own problem. Ren had no sympathy for a lunatic. What was the point of him being dissatisfied? The outcome was already set in stone. Ren had no intention of investigating Teiji Moriya further. The guy's fate was sealed. He did what he did, and now he had to face the consequences. Officer Sato, are you off duty all day today? Yeah. It's the weekend, and also my birthday. Inspector Megure told me to take a proper 2-day break. If Miwako were still just an assistant inspector, she probably wouldn't have been able to rest much on the weekend, especially with how many patrols were needed lately to maintain security in Tokyo. But Miwako had been promoted, and she had been the biggest contributor in solving the bombing case. Plus, it was her birthday, so Megure Juzo talked it over with Matsumoto Kyanga and gave her the day off so she could properly enjoy her weekend and birthday. So, you're planning to spend the whole day at home? Are you planning to ask me out? Miwako asked with slight surprise. Sort of. I'm not just planning for your birthday. Tomorrow is Hayasaka's birthday, the day after is Aizawa's, and then it's Sonoko's. I need to do some birthday prep. Ren held a notebook that listed the birthdays of several girls. April was packed, 4 birthdays total. He had to prepare gifts. I see. In that case, sure. I don't have any other plans today anyway. Shopping sounds nice. Miwako didn't think too much about the excuse he gave. She'd planned to go out anyway, and now she could also help pick out gifts. In that case, I'll get ready to head out. See you in an hour. Okay, sounds good. After setting the time, Miwako hung up. See you in an hour. Should I also dress up a little? This was probably a date, right? Miwako thought about it and felt more and more that it was definitely a date. Since it was a date, she had to put effort into her appearance. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 366, Chapter 366, City Government Building again. She wore thick, white, close-fitting pants with a white thermal top underneath, and layered a very warm, heavy coat over it. Her short, neatly cropped hair framed a delicate face that retained a touch of cuteness despite its usual seriousness. For Miwako, this kind of outfit already counted as dressing up. Relaxed, yet dignified, that was her idea of a proper look for a date. If she were going out with Yumi, Miwako would definitely have dressed more casually. They were old friends. There was no need to be so particular. Somewhat boyish. But those who knew Miwako well understood this about her. Mrs. Sato stared blankly at her daughter. She knew this was probably the most formal her daughter had ever dressed when going out. Miwako, are you heading out today? Her voice trembled slightly. Had her daughter finally come to her senses? Yeah. I have an appointment, so I need to go out. Miwako, rough around the edges outside of work, wasn't the type to pick up on her mother's emotional reactions. She didn't think there was anything unusual about the question. Isn't today your birthday? Are you in such a hurry to go out? Precisely because it's my birthday, I have to go out. To Miwako, today was undeniably important. Not only was it her birthday, but it was also the anniversary of the day she'd learned the cause of her father's death. At the thought of her father, Miwako turned toward her mother. Since her father's death, her mother had raised her alone, even choosing not to remarry for her sake. Looking at her mother's slightly curled hair, she could see strands of white beginning to show. The crow's feet at the corners of her eyes were deeper, and the bags under her eyes were more prominent than before. Emotion surged, and Miwako suddenly embraced her mother. Mom, Dad didn't die in vain. Exclamation point. Mrs. Sato trembled. She had always known her daughter had never let go of that injustice. In truth, she hadn't either. But as a housewife, all she could do was raise her daughter. She had no means to investigate her husband's death. It was precisely because of her husband's wrongful death that Mrs. Sato was deeply dissatisfied with her daughter's job as a detective. Having lost her husband, she couldn't bear the thought of losing her daughter too. That was why she always wished Miwako would marry early and leave the police force. Miwako. I'll find out what Dad meant by Akiyoshi. When I get back today, I'll tell you everything. Okay. Now, Mrs. Sato finally understood what her daughter was heading out to do. After so many years, she didn't know whether justice could still be achieved. All she could do now was wait for her daughter to return with the truth. Leaving the house and walking down the stairs, Miwako spotted the young man standing outside. He wore black plaid pants and a plain but thick coat. A scarf was wrapped around his neck to keep warm. His hair was slightly curled, and he wore the same glasses as always. Miwako wasn't surprised to see him. During their phone call earlier, he had simply said they'd meet in an hour. She understood what that meant. There was no need to worry about whether he'd know where she lived. Divination. So unfair. Miwako once again marveled at how unreasonable his divination was. Long time no see, Officer Sato. It hasn't been that long. Just a week. And it's not working hours, so don't call me Officer Sato. It's a bit of a pain to be called officer off-duty. It was understandable to use titles at work, but there was no need to keep using them outside of it. Miwako didn't want to be called officer outside her shift. Just use my surname or even my first name when we're off duty. Then, Miwako. Feels a bit strange, but I'll get used to it. We can talk more about that later. For now, let's go buy birthday presents. The change in how he addressed her was a little awkward, but she didn't dwell on it. The main task today was to buy gifts. Right. Ren hadn't forgotten today's main purpose. There were quite a few people with April birthdays, so this was the perfect time to prepare their gifts along with Miwako's. As they turned to leave together, Ren glanced back. On the third floor, a woman with curly hair who resembled Miwako slightly. Miwako's mother. Ren could sense surprise and confusion in her gaze. Ah. Looks like there's been a misunderstanding. Realizing this, Ren simply shook his head and followed Miwako. There was no need to explain this misunderstanding. He would leave that to her. Watching her daughter leave with a young man, Mrs. Sato felt a mix of emotions. She had always wanted Miwako to give up being a detective and settle down, but she had never imagined her daughter would end up dating such a young man. Though she couldn't see clearly from a distance, she could tell the man was quite young. Combining that with Miwako's talk of her father's old case, Mrs. Sato had a hunch. What Miwako said, that she would do anything for the one who solved her father's case, must have been taken seriously. And someone really did bring her the truth. Sigh. I'll have to talk to Miwako when she gets home. The two of them got into Miwako's car and drove toward the Baika Municipal Building. The landmark building had almost collapsed in the explosion last week, but that hadn't stopped it from remaining a popular weekend shopping destination. It was, after all, a great place to buy birthday presents. Miwako couldn't help feeling emotional about the location. The last time I came here, I was scared out of my mind because of those bombs. That nerve-wracking incident had taken place just a week ago. As she recalled it, Miwako looked toward Ren in the passenger seat with gratitude. I really do need to thank you for helping us last time. If you want to thank me, then lunch is on you. Oh, no problem at all. Miwako laughed and patted her chest confidently. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 367, Chapter 367, Unexpected Encounter at City Hall. Ah. At this moment, Kazunobu Chiba only felt a dull ache in his back and legs. His stomach kept grumbling with hunger. He finally found a place to sit and rest, allowing himself to relax a little. There's been so much patrolling these past 2 days. He couldn't help but complain aloud. The recent patrol workload really was excessive, far more than usual. Don't whine. Ninzaburo Shiratori, dressed in a gray suit, walked over holding a can of cola. A major bombing just occurred last week. With so many incidents recently, it's only natural for the Metropolitan Police Department to increase the number of patrols. Plus, the 2nd Division's failure to catch that phantom thief kid 1412 last night. Not only did they get completely tricked, but he also escaped right under their noses. That incident really hurt the police's image. That's why we've got so many patrol shifts this weekend. Ninzaburo Shiratori also felt the pressure of the patrol work, but he understood exactly why it was happening. For the police, this was a key opportunity to restore credibility. They had no choice but to seize it. Shiratori believed the intense schedule would only last a little longer. But he couldn't help sighing. The patrol missions we've been handling all week should have at least eased up a bit this weekend. But of course, that notorious thief had to target the museum yesterday. After what happened before, everyone there is already on edge. And now it's not just the museum. The Mawashi Municipal Building is also under threat. If anything happens there too, patrols will have to continue for at least another 2 weeks. Oh no. Chiba felt like he was about to faint. His future looked bleak. Assistant Inspector Shiratori, we're not really going to keep patrolling like this, are we? Probably not. As a career track assistant inspector, Ninzaburo Shiratori knew more than Chiba, who was only a patrol sergeant. The current patrol workload is already intense. It's unlikely to increase any further. If that thief hadn't stirred things up, we probably would have returned to our regular routine this weekend. Even though there'll still be places that need patrolling, the requirements won't be this strict. We're mainly maintaining this current level of patrol to prevent any copycat crimes. Criminal copycats had always existed. These lunatics really were gutsy, mimicking crimes just for the thrill. That's why the police had to strengthen patrols to deter such imitators. Didn't the thief send a challenge letter to the Suzuki family yesterday? The target is the Suzuki family's heirloom, that giant black pearl. I figure once this weekend's over, the patrols should ease up for a while. Shiratori wasn't fond of these troublemakers either. They just made life harder for the rest of the police force. The detectives in Tokyo couldn't be tied down to just one or two high-profile cases. So the only thing they could do was increase patrols across the board to reduce the chance of similar incidents. Chiba, by the way, where's Takagi? Is he still on patrol? Yeah. We switched shifts. He went upstairs to patrol. Chiba took the cola from Shiratori's hand and downed it in one gulp. His body was quickly replenished with sugar, and the fatigue he'd been feeling eased a bit. Takagi's work attitude has been solid lately. At least he's not like before, always trailing behind Officer Sato and ignoring his duties. Shiratori's tone carried a teasing undertone. Wataru Takagi, a recent addition to the Metropolitan Police Department, had always been known for his obvious crush on Officer Sato. But that wasn't anything new. There had always been a long line of detectives who admired her. Too bad for them, Miwako treated everyone the same, regardless of gender. She never showed any special affection toward anyone. Ahahaha. Chiba understood Shiratori's meaning and could only laugh awkwardly. I wasn't trying to single him out, but I do hope he keeps up this more professional attitude. Chiba, Takagi's improvement is all thanks to your help. Good job. Shiratori naturally recognized Chiba's efforts. Chiba had helped Takagi a great deal. If it weren't for his guidance, that guy would probably still be completely clueless. He might have even been demoted back to the traffic division by now. But you need to focus on your own progress too. You can't spend all your time and energy keeping an eye on Takagi. You're a patrol sergeant now. You should be working toward your next step. Takagi's calmed down a lot lately. His attitude is on the right track. Chiba, you should focus on yourself now. Chiba seemed a bit surprised to hear that. What's wrong? Did I say something odd? No. Officer Shiratori is absolutely right. I just didn't expect you to say something like that. Ninzaburo Shiratori paused and sighed. Don't assume I'm some cold, uptight guy who doesn't care about subordinates. I care about my team's development too. I've worked hard to get to this point. Don't lump me in with the kind of people who climb through connections, okay? Hearing that, Chiba immediately stood up and quickly shook his head. Officer Shiratori, I didn't mean. Huh. Chiba stopped mid-sentence, his eyes locked on a jewelry store ahead with a stunned expression. Chiba, what were you trying to say just now? After waiting a while without hearing the rest, Shiratori turned and followed Chiba's gaze. And then, he too was caught off guard. Officer Sato. Following Chiba's line of sight, they saw Miwako, dressed in casual clothes, walking into a jewelry store with a boy beside her. She was clearly well dressed today, but the boy didn't leave much of an impression. To be continued. Chapter 368, Birthday Gift. The prices in this store are more reasonable, not too expensive. I come here sometimes to buy things. Miwako personally introduced the store. That answer caught Ren a bit off guard. Miwako, you wear jewelry. Miwako's expression stiffened. She turned toward Ren with a glare. So I don't look like someone who would wear jewelry. That's not what I meant. Realizing his wording was off, Ren quickly shook his head. I mean, you're usually working, right? Do you wear jewelry while on duty? Of course not. Miwako denied it flatly. You're not supposed to wear unnecessary items while on the job, especially anything that could be grabbed or used against you. Realizing what he meant, she softened a bit. Miwako rolled her eyes. Your thinking is too rigid. On weekends, I also wear jewelry when I go out. I don't just sit at home. I go out with Yumi too. Girls like to dress up when going out together. Seems like the situation between girls and guys is different. Ren couldn't recall ever needing to be that meticulous when going out with his guy friends. They just went out casually. Even if girls are just hanging out together, we still make sure we look good. Miwako was slightly proud of having corrected Ren. Anyway, I'm still a girl. Though, every time Yumi dragged her into some mixer or social event. Miwako wasn't going to bring that up. Just like she said, she was still a girl. That's not a problem. I think Miwako is pretty. Her delicate face and clean short hair might not work for everyone, but they suited her perfectly. As a woman, Miwako wasn't lacking at all. In fact, she stood out more than most of the girls Ren had met. Plus, as a police officer, her personality was great, straightforward and easygoing. Oh, you're smooth. I'll take that compliment. Miwako accepted the praise with a satisfied smile. The two of them walked into the store, where a wide variety of jewelry was on display. Necklaces, earrings, rings, bracelets, watches, plenty of options. The prices were reasonable too. They weren't luxury brands, but quality items that everyday people could afford. The styles are refined, and the prices aren't bad either. These weren't flashy luxury goods, but Ren was still a bit impressed. Exactly. Hearing Ren's comment, Miwako smiled again. This store's brand isn't bad. The craftsmanship is good. Even if it's not a high-end label, the style is nice. Whether you're buying for yourself or as a gift, it's a solid choice. True. The jewelry was indeed well made. It was clear that attention had been paid to the details. Most of it was silver, though a few gold bracelets stood out. It seemed you could even customize things here if you were willing to pay. Ren no longer felt financial pressure these days. As long as it wasn't an outrageous expense, the 600 million yen he'd earned through Maple Leaf Gold coin was more than enough to handle it. Of that, 300 million had already gone to help Yoko build her studio. Even so, the remaining 300 million yen gave Ren plenty of freedom when it came to daily purchases. He glanced around. The priciest item in the shop was a gold piece priced around 150,000 yen. It was steep, but still within reach for most people. As Ren browsed, Miwako had her eyes on a string of crystal bracelets. Seeing this, Ren walked over. It was a delicate lady's bracelet. Ren checked the price tag, 123,000 yen. Fairly high. Excuse me, miss. Could I see this bracelet, please? Certainly. Just a moment. The clerk, who had been standing nearby, quickly opened the display case and took out the bracelet. Ren handed it to Miwako. Miwako, try it on. Huh. Miwako blinked in confusion, clearly not expecting that. Ren didn't explain. He picked up the bracelet, unclasped it, and gently took Miwako's left hand, slipping it on. Looks good. The bracelet sparkled under the lighting, perfectly matching the preferences of most girls. Miwako's skin was very fair, and the bracelet complemented it well. It made her arm appear even more delicate and soft. It wasn't until the bracelet was securely on her wrist that Miwako finally snapped out of it. Wait, why are you making me try it on? Wasn't I supposed to buy you a birthday present? Isn't today your birthday? Well, yes, but... Then that's all that matters. Ren cut her off before she could continue. This isn't a big expense for me now. I can easily afford it. Besides, it's a little early, but, happy birthday, Miwako. Miwako stared at the bracelet on her wrist in silence. It was the first time she'd received a birthday gift from someone other than Yumi. She felt happy. Thanks. You're welcome. Ren smiled and gave her a moment to collect herself. Once she calmed down, Miwako turned to look at Ren. Then, do you still need to pick out gifts for the others? 3. One is a maid, one is my girlfriend, and the last is a 13-year-old girl. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 369, Chapter 369, Sato Miwako's Resentment. Released on February 6th. As a maid, Hayasaka likely had plenty of work to handle. It was best not to wear anything on her hands, since it could interfere with her duties. Sonoko rarely did any housework at home, so she didn't have to worry about that. The same applied to Aizawa Sakuya. As a young lady, she didn't have to consider housework either, so she could wear accessories on her hands without issue. So, Ren selected 3 gifts. A silver necklace inlaid with green gemstones. A silver-toned women's wristwatch. A silver Ouroboros ring. Necklace, watch, and ring. Miwako glanced at the 3 gifts Ren had chosen. The meanings behind the necklace and watch were relatively neutral, but the ring was a different matter entirely. Are you planning to give the ring to your girlfriend? Yes. Then hear me out. Don't give the ring just yet. Miwako cut him off firmly. A ring carries a certain implication. Giving it as a birthday gift is a little much. Rings should be given at the right time and under the right circumstances. She lowered her voice slightly. And you don't have just one girlfriend. What would your other girlfriends think if you gave a ring to just one of them? Even though all of you are extraordinary, and your circumstances are extraordinary, that's exactly why a ring shouldn't be given so casually. If you're going to give a ring, then give one to everyone. For now, bracelets or earrings are better for birthdays. Hearing Miwako's advice, Ren paused for a moment, then nodded. A ring did carry complicated meaning, and it wasn't really appropriate for a birthday gift. Aside from Sonoko, there was also Ran and Kagaya. If only Sonoko received a ring, that would definitely be hard to explain. It was better to change it. Then I'll go with this one. Ren pointed at a silver bracelet adorned with blue crystal from the display case. That one's good. Miwako looked satisfied. At least Ren wasn't being stubborn. Rings were just too sensitive. Their meaning was too specific. In Miwako's view, such gifts needed careful handling. If you were going to give one, you had to give them equally to everyone. Miss, could you please help me wrap these? Of course. Please wait a moment. After paying, Ren stood by as the 3 gifts were carefully wrapped, which would take a few minutes. While waiting, Ren turned his attention back to Miwako. Miwako, sorry to trouble you today. It's your birthday, and I still had you help me shop for gifts. It's fine. Miwako smiled openly and raised her left hand. I got a gift too. For her, something worth over 120,000 yen was a luxury. Even if she liked it, she wouldn't normally buy it. Besides personal preference, she had to think about her financial situation too. Ren, when's your birthday? September 29th. Still half a year away. Miwako mentally noted the date. She intended to prepare a gift for Ren when his birthday came around. Come to think of it, those 2 watching us outside the store just now, are they your colleagues? Ren turned and glanced toward the storefront, his gaze directed at the 2 pairs of eyes watching from a distance. My colleagues. Miwako turned as well and saw 2 men peeking into the store from outside. They didn't realize she had noticed them, but Miwako understood immediately. This was just like what had happened at the family restaurant before. Shiratori Ninja Bureau. Deputy Inspector in the 1st Investigation Division. Career track. Highly capable. Chiba Kazunobu is also from the 1st Division, though he's now a patrol sergeant. I remember Inspector Juzo assigned Chiba to mentor Takagi. Takagi's improved at work lately, likely thanks to him. As for why they're here, they're probably on patrol. The Shinjuku bombing happened just a week ago. And yesterday, a certain thief made a move on museum exhibits, which caused the nearly relaxed patrol schedule to tighten again. I doubt they'll get any time off in the coming week. Originally, she had been one of the hard-working patrol officers. But after her promotion last week, she had just entered the inspector track, and her patrol responsibilities had been reduced. Ren nodded slightly. With Miwako's explanation, he committed the names and appearances of the 2 officers to memory. But Chiba was mentoring Takagi. That surprised Ren a bit. Takagi's a new criminal detective. He still needs to be mentored. Well. Speaking of Takagi Wataru, Miwako didn't quite know how to describe him. Actually, Takagi was transferred from the traffic department to our investigation division only 6 months ago. He's still new. His skills aren't especially strong. Thankfully, he works hard. The problem is, when he's assigned tasks, he tends to get distracted, so he makes frequent mistakes. I heard from Inspector Juzo that there was even talk of sending him back to traffic. Gets distracted, transferred from traffic to investigations, and still can't focus. Does he want to stay in traffic forever? Ren's confusion made Miwako sigh slightly. Honestly, I think the reason he gets so distracted is probably me. Ren paused, then turned to look at Miwako. After a moment, he nodded. That makes sense. Capable female officers are probably rare in the Metropolitan Police Department. And someone like you, both competent and attractive, must be even rarer. It's not that strange for a newcomer from traffic to be dazzled. Don't make it sound like I'm some kind of rare animal. Miwako rolled her eyes. Instead of staring at me all day, he should just focus on his job. That's why Inspector Juzo even warned me not to give him false hope. As she spoke, Miwako's face twisted into a look of frustration. I haven't worked with him directly or even talked to him properly, but I still got warned because of him. Because of that, Miwako didn't have a particularly favorable impression of Takagi. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 370, want to know. It's like this, I've never even dated anyone before, and just because someone has a crush on me, my boss, who I see as a father figure, calls me over to give me a warning. How do you think that feels? Ren could understand Miwako's frustration. After all, no one wants someone they respect like a father to sit them down and remind them to be mindful of their professional conduct just because of someone else's feelings. No woman would be happy in that situation. Yeah, I get it. That's rough. There was a hint of dissatisfaction still lingering in Miwako's eyes. So, you really do think of Inspector Juzo as your father? There was a scene like that in the original storyline, but Ren couldn't recall exactly when it happened. He just remembered that Miwako seemed to respect Inspector Juzo a lot. Yeah. 18 years ago, after my father died in the line of duty, our family lost our main source of income. There was a pension, sure, but we couldn't live off that forever. Things were tight, so my mother had to pinch every yen. But when Inspector Juzo found out, he gave my mom some money every month. He said it was for my education and told her to treat it like a loan that I could repay once I grew up. He kept doing that every month until I graduated from university and joined the police force. No wonder. Once Ren heard the full story, he completely understood why Miwako saw Inspector Juzo as a father figure. Supporting a 10-year-old girl until she graduated college and entered the force, if that wasn't the definition of responsibility, what was? This wasn't just admiration. It was gratitude on a deeper level. Now Ren also understood more clearly why Miwako had zero patience for Takagi. Her dissatisfaction wasn't something that could just be brushed away. Come to think of it, Takagi really did enter the force fairly late. Ren remembered the first time Takagi showed up in the storyline. It was that case on the plane to New York. That must have been a few months before Edagawa Conan appeared. If he recalled correctly, Inspector Juzo had taken Takagi with him on that business trip. Maybe something had gone wrong on that trip. Ren couldn't help but wonder. He subconsciously pulled out the maple leaf gold coin, gave it a flick, and caught it in his palm. The coin landed face up. Seriously? Ren shook his head in disbelief. Thinking back, from the moment Takagi first appeared, he had stood out from the other detectives as inexperienced. Maybe it wasn't because of some comedic, fool aura, but simply because he was still adapting to the job. Maybe it wasn't staged amateurism, but genuine inexperience. Looking at the bigger picture now, Takagi was portrayed as a rookie transferred from the traffic division to the criminal investigations division. With Miwako's added context, it was clear, Takagi was a greenhorn who dared to fall for a policewoman, hadn't yet built up his capabilities, and even got her scolded by someone she saw as a father. Ren sighed. Was this one of those moments where fiction bled into reality? Want to go say hi? Miwako glanced over at Shiratori and Chiba, then shook her head. Better not. Officers off duty shouldn't get involved in active patrol operations. If something comes up, it could get complicated. Ren nodded slightly. He didn't think Shiratori or Chiba were on some special assignment, but he understood the sentiment. Some boundaries were necessary. Things like that probably had happened before. Sir, your items are all wrapped. The clerk returned, handing over a paper bag with the carefully wrapped gifts inside. Ren glanced at the packaging. It was neatly and beautifully done, perfect for gift-giving. Thanks. He accepted the bag and looked at Miwako. Okay, lunch is your treat, Miwako. Oh, I know a great yakiniku spot around here. I went once with Yumi. The food's good and it's a nice place to talk. Ren didn't object to the obvious lead-in. For Miwako, her father's death was still an unresolved knot, one she clearly needed to untangle. Let's go. The two left the store together and headed toward the tall municipal building near where Shiratori and Chiba were still standing watch. On the 7th floor of the building, there was a yakiniku restaurant tucked off to the side. Its name was Ninku. Inside, there were a row of private dining rooms and a larger public dining area. Unfortunately, the public area was already packed. Miwako walked directly to the counter. Hi, I'm Sato. I made a reservation. Ah, Miss Sato. The cashier glanced at her and quickly responded. He pulled out the reservation log, where her name was clearly written. Your private room is ready. You may head in now. He then handed over a key card. Thanks. Miwako turned to Ren. Follow me. She led him to the reserved private room. The room door opened with the key card. Miwako entered first. The charcoal grill inside was already burning red hot, and there was an assortment of meats on the table, clearly prepared in advance. A built-in vent over the grill would handle the smoke and carbon, so there was no concern about air quality inside the room. Floor-to-ceiling windows lined one wall, offering a great view of the city below. The room was stylishly decorated, and a shelf in the corner was stocked with wine and beverages. It really was a great place. From the look of it, the reservation probably wasn't cheap. But Ren didn't ask about the cost. Since it had been booked in advance, Miwako clearly didn't plan to let him pay. To be continued. Chapter 371, Chapter 371, Events. The sizzle of grilling meat filled the private room, but it didn't interfere with the ongoing conversation between the two. By the way, did the detective who let the thief go yesterday end up getting punished? Ren was genuinely curious about how Officer Nakamori's situation had turned out. You mean the 2nd Investigation Division's officer? Recalling what Yumi had mentioned that morning, Miwako shook her head slightly. Yumi said that officer is actually one of the most capable detectives in the 2nd Division. He's also the one who's always been in charge of chasing Phantom Thief Kid. Even though the thief always gets away, at least thanks to Nakamori, the 2nd Division has someone on the case at all. That's why they went easy on him, it was just a verbal warning. But Yumi also said there's another reason. Apparently, most detectives in the 2nd Division don't want to be assigned to capture Kid. Nakamori is the only one willing to take on that thankless job. The higher-ups in the 2nd Division figured that if they punished Nakamori too harshly, there'd be no one left to pursue Kid. So they just let it slide. The last fig leaf of the 2nd Division, huh? Even though it sounded ridiculous, Ren felt it was probably true. Since no one else in the 2nd Division wanted the job, they pinned it all on Nakamori. Fortunately, the men actually had the resolve to shoulder the burden. So, no real punishment. Just a slap on the wrist. Especially now that everyone knew chasing Phantom Thief Kid was like chasing a ghost. No one wanted that responsibility. It was clearly a matter of avoiding accountability. But what could they do? Kid was a nightmare to deal with. He was the kind of thief no one could catch, a constant headache for any department. And most detectives weren't skilled enough to decipher the riddles and misdirection Kid used. So rather than take the blame themselves, it was easier to push the entire responsibility onto someone like Nakamori, someone willing to take the fall and capable of keeping up with the thief. Yeah. Miwako's feelings about this were complicated. But she generally understood why no one wanted to deal with Kid. It's not that the second division detectives are bad. Their specialty is fraud, white-collar crime, and corruption. They're not suited to tracking high-mobility criminals like Kid. They lack the kind of instincts frontline officers need. Kid behaves more like a magician showing off than a typical criminal. The second division probably just isn't cut out for handling people like him. Even though Kid hasn't actually done anything outrageous so far, and he always returns the gems he steals within 2 days, it still feels like he's just messing with the police. That alone is enough to provoke people. Because he's so slippery, it's no wonder the second division wants to wash their hands of him. Ren nodded slightly. Chasing someone who was a master of disguise would give anyone a headache. What about you, Miwako? A lot of people seem to like Kid. Do you? Of course not. Miwako gave a straightforward answer. She had no love for a thief who constantly humiliated the police just to show off. But I can understand why some younger people are fans of his. Because he does things they secretly wish they could. Every time he appears, it's like watching a magician on stage performing for an audience. People who like Kid aren't necessarily bad. They just think he's cool and interesting. But personally, I can't bring myself to like someone like that. She understood why some people found Kid appealing, but he wasn't someone she could respect. Actually, there's a reason behind Kid's actions. Just like the question you're about to ask me, he's also investigating something. Something that forces him to keep appearing on stage. Hearing Ren's words, Miwako realized that he likely knew Kid's true identity. But she didn't ask. Because Ren had made it clear, Kid had his own reasons, and those reasons were similar to hers. Even if she didn't like what he did, if there were hidden circumstances behind it, all she could do was refrain from interfering. Everyone really does have their own reasons. Miwako sighed and gently steered the conversation back to its original course. So, Ren, can you tell me who was responsible for my father's death? Of course. Ren nodded without hesitation. He took out a deck of tarot cards, shuffled and cut them smoothly, then drew 3 cards. The Devil upright. The Moon upright. Death upright. The Devil, the Moon, and Death, what a bitter result. A clear image emerged in Ren's mind, the strongest form of revelation tarot could provide. 18 years ago, your father was investigating a bank robbery. The suspects were heavily disguised, and the surveillance footage was mostly destroyed. Only a few brief images remained. But your father still managed to identify the robber through those images and witness reports about the suspect's height. Unfortunately, while returning with the suspect in custody, an accident occurred. Your father was struck by a truck and died in the crash. Miwako's fists clenched tightly. Before he died, my father said something to the suspect, Akiyoshi. For years, both the officer in charge of the case and my mother and I tried to figure out what he meant. But we never knew anyone named Akiyoshi. That's because you've been looking in the wrong direction. Ren spoke calmly, but Miwako stared at him in disbelief. Your father's body was already in critical condition from the crash. It was pouring rain that night, and part of what he said was drowned out by the noise. He didn't say Akiyoshi. He was saying, surrender. If the witnesses had realized that back then, the investigation might have shifted to your father's social circle. The real killer, the one responsible for the truck accident, was someone who disappeared from your father's life 18 years ago. And that man's name is Shuji Kano. To be continued. Chapter 372, Chapter 372, We Don't Ignore Him. Miwako, the one who had always believed that the murderer responsible for her father's death 18 years ago was someone else, never imagined that the true culprit would turn out to be one of her father's closest friends. How could it be him? Having received the truth, Miwako found it difficult to accept. Yet, no matter how unbelievable, it was still the truth. Taking a deep breath, she recalled that her father's good friend had gone abroad not long after the incident and had only ever returned on the anniversary of her father's death. Back then, she believed the man was merely paying his respects, mourning her father. But now she understood, it wasn't out of remembrance, but because he was waiting. Waiting for the expiration of the prosecution period. So, it was him. Miwako gradually understood the name hidden in her father's police notebook. The name should be pronounced Kano. Her father had already left behind a clue in that notebook. The truth had been there from the beginning, yet due to a sudden twist of fate, the secret was buried for 18 years. She had always thought it was the culprit's name, but that turned out to be the name her father suggested, to encourage the real murderer to surrender. The name Kano written in the police notebook, that was the real name of the killer. Unbelievable, right? Yeah. I never imagined that my father's friend would be the one who killed him back then. No. Your father's friend didn't intend to kill him. Ren interrupted Miwako's train of thought, correcting her misunderstanding. That bank robbery was exposed by your father. He caught the suspect and was going to escort him back to the station. But on the way, in a moment of despair, Shuji Kano thought his life was over. He didn't want to be caught, so he attempted suicide by jumping into the path of an oncoming truck. But your father instinctively pushed Shuji Kano away, and was the one who got hit by the truck instead. After the accident, realizing your father had been injured, Shuji Kano took the opportunity and fled without hesitation. Also, your father didn't have the heart to handcuff his friend, which gave him that opening to escape. Hearing the entire story, Miwako stood frozen, her head lowered. So, that's what really happened. She could now imagine what her father must have felt at the time. His best friend had become a bank robber, yet he still hoped his friend would surrender peacefully. That hope blinded him. Her father tried to shield his friend until the very end. But the men didn't accept his compassion. Instead, he used that moment of chaos to flee, pushing her father into the abyss. Thinking back on what happened 18 years ago, Miwako took a deep breath. She knew now, she couldn't afford to have compassion for every criminal. When making an arrest, the first consideration must be preventing escape or suicide. Otherwise, a desperate suspect could harm others. Having learned the truth, Miwako was able to process her long-suppressed emotions. The weight on her chest was finally lifting. The culprit responsible for her father's death while on duty had finally been identified. Now came the time to act. He's been living abroad this whole time, only returning each year on the anniversary of my father's death. I used to think it was out of guilt. But now I know, it was also because he wanted to avoid prosecution. This year is the final year of the statute of limitations. The day he returns is the final day of that period. If I don't act then, I won't have any legal way to arrest him. Ren nodded slowly. But Miwako, keep in mind, he's aware of the prosecution period. He deliberately left the country and is only biding time. You won't catch him using conventional methods. Since he's delaying, he must know why you're pursuing him. He'll do everything he can to survive that day. Once he does, the burden in his heart will disappear. Even if your father died because of him, it's been 18 years. He's been hiding abroad for nearly 2 decades to escape legal responsibility. He won't fall for any tricks or slip up easily. I know. Miwako knew that Shuji Kano would endure until the very end. Once the final day passed, she'd lose any chance of sending him to prison. Her gaze fell on Ren. So, Ren, I want your help. Help? I don't really care about this matter. But are you sure? Once you use powers beyond your range, it won't be a method legally recognized for you. Yes. Miwako knew that this was crossing a line. But she couldn't let the men who caused her father's death walk free, living off the money he stole 18 years ago, enjoying the rest of his life outside the law. To me, the law is above all things. But that doesn't mean I can allow someone like him to escape justice. My father chose to show kindness to that man. But I can't do the same. No matter what I have to do, I will make sure he ends up behind bars. This won't be a case of surrender, it will be an arrest. Surrender would only lighten the sentence. But Miwako would never accept that. A man like Shuji Kano deserved to spend the rest of his life in prison. You've made up your mind? Yes. Then, contact me on the day of your father's death. For someone like him, just a little emotional amplification is enough to make him say something he normally wouldn't. After that, hand it over to the Meguro Police Department to record. Understood. The heavy burden Miwako carried began to ease. Her father's death would always be a scar she couldn't erase. But this time, she would give the runaway criminal the ending he should have faced long ago. She wouldn't kill him. But she would use everything in her power to make sure he was finally, completely brought to justice. Bank robbery. The death of a police officer in the line of duty. Multiple serious crimes. Once the case was concluded in court, the only future waiting for him would be life in prison. To be continued. Junk Dog's note, sorry guys, I completely forgot to schedule this, so it went below, and I forgot Skull. Chapter 373, Chapter 373, there are still opportunities. After treating Miwako to lunch, there was naturally no need for another meal. Ren didn't know exactly how much that lunch cost, but he had a feeling it wasn't cheap. After walking Miwako back to the ground floor of her apartment, Ren took out a 2-person cake. A birthday cake. It just doesn't feel like a real birthday without one. Do you normally eat cake with rice? Miwako didn't dislike cake. In fact, she had a bit of a sweet tooth. But eating cake right after a big meal still felt a little indulgent. Still, when she thought about it, she'd just learned the truth behind her father's death 18 years ago and even identified the real culprit. Maybe this was a moment worth celebrating. Whether for her or her mother, this was a milestone. Alcohol wasn't ideal, and eating cake was a more modest way to celebrate. Thanks. Don't mention it. Ren handed her the cake box and was about to take his leave. Wait, Ren. He paused slightly, sensing Miwako step closer. He felt a sudden warmth on his cheek. When he came back to his senses, he saw Miwako smiling confidently in front of him. Thank you. See you later. With that, she turned and headed toward her apartment building, cake in hand. Ren looked at the cheerful bounce in Miwako's step. He turned and left the apartment complex. However, the sudden exchange between the two hadn't escaped the attention of a certain observer on the third floor, Miwako's mother. Looks like that girl's finally falling for someone. Mrs. Sato was very familiar with her daughter's bright and bouncy steps. Maybe she wouldn't have to nag her about dating anymore. But she still needed to understand more about that boy. And judging by Miwako's reaction, she clearly had strong feelings for him. Otherwise, she wouldn't be acting this way. After waiting at home for a short while, Mrs. Sato heard the sound of the door opening. I'm back. There was a lightness in Miwako's voice that confirmed Mrs. Sato's suspicions. Her daughter was in an exceptionally good mood. Probably because of that kiss. Mrs. Sato smiled and walked toward the entryway. There, she saw Miwako carrying a cake box. Almost immediately, she noticed something new on Miwako's wrist, not part of the cake box. A silver blue crystal bracelet. Clearly brand new. Definitely a gift. Mrs. Sato stepped forward and took the cake box from her daughter's hand. What's with the cake tonight? Aren't you afraid of gaining weight? It's from Ren. I do think it's a bit sinful to eat cake right now, but today's a special case. Miwako smiled, her expression slowly turning serious. Mom, I found out who the person my father was chasing 18 years ago really was. The one who caused his death. Mrs. Sato's heart skipped a beat. At long last, an answer. She took a deep breath, trying to steady her emotions. Don't talk about it here. Come inside. We'll discuss it properly. Okay. Mother and daughter entered the living room together. The cake box was opened and placed on the heated table. The two sat across from each other, the air warm and the mood subdued. Did that boy tell you? Yeah. Is it reliable? Mrs. Sato couldn't help but ask. She wouldn't be upset if they never got an answer, but she feared they might get the wrong one. She had once longed to find the person responsible for her husband's death, but lacked the means to do so. Now that Miwako had received an answer, Mrs. Sato only hoped it wasn't a mistaken one. We always thought it was a name. The detectives handling the case thought so too, but that interpretation was wrong. Wrong. How so? Mrs. Sato looked stunned. She had also once suspected that it wasn't actually someone's name, but she hadn't known where the logic failed. It was the wrong direction. Miwako nodded slowly. It wasn't a name. It was my father's final plea to the suspect, to surrender. He was speaking to someone he knew. Someone he hoped would turn himself in. If they had investigated from that angle back then, they might have realized that the person who left the country at the time was the true culprit behind my father's death. This revelation hit Mrs. Sato like lightning. When it came to her husband's acquaintances, there was only one person who had gone abroad at that time. She still remembered that name clearly. It referred to Shuji Kano. Everything from back then, each piece of evidence, pointed toward the same person. But 18 years ago, the clues had been so fragmented. Everyone had focused too much on interpreting the words, when in fact it wasn't a name at all, it was a plea. That single misunderstanding had thrown off the entire case. If someone had realized this back then, the case in 2007 wouldn't have become an unsolved mystery. The murderer could have been caught quickly. Yeah. Seeing her mother react with understanding, Miwako nodded. But even so, hasn't the statute of limitations already expired? Mrs. Sato recalled that the statute of limitations for a bank robbery was 15 years. That meant it would have expired 3 years ago. In other words, the case could no longer be prosecuted. No, there's still time. If the suspect fled the country after the crime, the statute of limitations is suspended while they're abroad. That time doesn't count against the total. And he's clearly been avoiding coming back to Japan all these years. So technically, the clock stopped ticking. Even if the robbery charge eventually times out, we can still pursue the stolen money. If we can find where he hid it, we'll have a solid case. Stolen bank funds don't become legal just because time passes. Miwako was convinced that the suspect hadn't touched that money yet. He was likely waiting for the heat to die down, planning to use it only after people had forgotten. So yes, there were still opportunities. To be continued. Junk Dog's note, once again, I am sorry, guys. Chapter 374, Advance. The birthday of Miwako, and today's also the day she's treating everyone to dinner. But I know, what she truly wants is an answer, the truth about her father's death 18 years ago. Through my seer abilities, I could easily uncover the truth. I learned that it was related to a crime committed by a friend. Back then, a security guard died during a bank robbery. Miwako's father didn't want that friend arrested, he wanted him to surrender. After turning himself in, he left behind a missing syllable, turning the case from 18 years ago into an unsolved one. But if that confession had been understood correctly back then, maybe the case wouldn't have ended up that way. The culprit ran for 18 years, even escaping overseas for more than 3 years. The stolen amount in that bank robbery was 300 million yen. I divined that it was the bank president who took the fall for the robbery. But how could a bank president shoulder that kind of blame? Moreover, the stolen money was national property. No matter how much time passes, such a person absolutely cannot be allowed to walk free just because the statute of limitations expired. If someone could get away with something like that, then wouldn't that turn the entire island nation into a playground for robbers? As long as the stolen money is recovered, the outcome for the criminal is sealed. Exceptions can't be made, and this cannot be permitted under any circumstances. So I didn't tell Miwako that the so-called statute of limitations is no longer an issue. It's actually better if she doesn't worry about that. And if the unresolved case that has haunted the police for 18 years is finally solved by the daughter of the officer who died in the line of duty, it would make for excellent PR for the department. Though it might not get Miwako an instant promotion, some kind of reward would surely be on the table. Having written this, Ren stopped. Today's diary ends here. What followed was today's lucky moment. The wheel spun, fate's indicator came to a stop. Lord of Mysteries. Acquired Sequence 8, Swindler. Staring at the potion bottle in front of him, Ren finally let out a long breath. Looks like I'm lucky. His sequence progression had been on hold for a while, and the Marauder potion had already long been digested. Now, he'd finally gotten the Sequence 8 potion in an unorthodox way. He pulled out the cork and brought the bottle to his mouth. The scent of carbonated water hit him instantly. Himmer. The fizzing in his stomach made Ren burp like he'd just chugged soda. In that instant, an inexplicable force surged through his body. The majority of it was spiritual in nature. All of the swindler's abilities revolved around deception. Increased charm made people feel closer to him and more open to conversation. Improved eloquence allowed him to make others believe him through dialogue. When words alone weren't enough, misleading thoughts and mental interference became invaluable. None of the abilities were physical. Everything leaned toward the spiritual. So, in terms of pure personal strength, Ren hadn't gained much. The real enhancement lay in his spirit and mentality. But the moment the potion entered his body, something surprising happened. Digested. The swindler potion was fully digested the moment he drank it. This made Ren look at the now empty bottle in disbelief. He fell deep into thought. Have I done anything scam-related recently? Ah. After thinking for a bit, Ren remembered, he had tricked Klein. Not just Klein, even Audrey had unknowingly sacrificed the amulet he made to the Evernight goddess. That was effectively deceiving the goddess herself. If that counts, then yes, he'd indeed committed fraud. And the target wasn't just anyone, it was a real deity. No wonder it melted in my mouth. Fraud had become so second nature that he didn't even realize when he was doing it anymore. So does this mean I can move on to cryptologist now? The continuous promotions made Ren feel a little uneasy. After a brief moment of hesitation, he took out his maple leaf gold coin. As long as there's no danger in advancing, there's no reason to delay. He silently recited the question 7 times in his mind, then flipped the maple leaf gold coin. The falling coin landed squarely in his palm, with the affirmative side facing up. Having received a clear answer, Ren immediately pulled out the Sequence 7 Cryptologist potion from Sefirah Castle. No hesitation. He downed the entire bottle in one go. The sour-sweet flavor was similar to yogurt. A cool sensation filled his chest, and his consciousness felt like it was dipped in a giant mint. It made him want to gulp down something icy, and his whole body felt completely refreshed. Whew. Letting out a breath, he felt like he was exhaling that coolness too. Ren felt noticeably lighter, like a fresh breeze was flowing through him. This cryptologist potion is way too refreshing. After grumbling, Ren realized how much of a boost the error pathway had given him. It wasn't so much a boost in combat ability, but a complete shift in thinking patterns. Through observation, he could accumulate a great deal of clues in cryptographic mode and piece everything together. In other words, from this moment on, Ren could become an elite detective if he wanted to. But then again, is there really a need? With seer abilities, he could already get 3.8 out of 4 answers. There weren't many situations where decryption was actually necessary. Still, even outside of solving cases, cryptographic thinking had plenty of uses. By analyzing and observing scenes and individuals, he could gather information and make the most optimal choices. Then with the assistance of the swindler and marauder sequence, he could execute fraud and theft far more effectively. The cryptologist was essentially an analytical support role, prepping for the next step in the error pathway. Ren, already aware that Sequence 6 was the Prometheus, understood this all too well. The next stage was where the real heists began. I'll have to start using decryption mode more often from now on. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 375, Chapter 375, Are You Free? The next morning was a weekend morning, a time when most people were still asleep, enjoying their rare day off. For working adults, weekends were precious rest days. That was even more true for students. But for Hayasaka, things were different. As a maid, she was used to waking up early every morning, without exception. Today, too, she woke up by habit before sunrise. However, despite being accustomed to this rhythm, Hayasaka made an unusual mistake. She sat on her bed, staring blankly. I woke up too early. It was the weekend, yes, but that didn't necessarily mean she was off work. Her duties to Miss Kagaya usually continued regardless of the day. But today was different. Today was her birthday. And last night, before going to bed, Miss Kagaya had said, Hayasaka, since tomorrow is your birthday, I'm giving you the day off. Take a walk, go relax. It was rare for Kagaya to be so considerate of her emotional and physical well-being. And yet, even with the gift of a day off, Hayasaka found herself at a loss. Had she still been carrying the secret of her undercover identity, she'd likely be under constant emotional strain. The pressure and guilt of living like that every day would have left her mentally and physically drained. But ever since she cut ties with her double life and gained Kagaya's understanding, Hayasaka felt as if a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. Work felt less suffocating. Without the guilt, her mood was more stable. The emotional stress that had once built up relentlessly had finally found outlets. She even had new ways to relieve pressure. Especially after obtaining the door fruit, she had tested out several methods. For example, using the door ability to travel the world and take in different views. The island that Kagaya had purchased, despite being a volcanic region, had become her go-to stress relief spot when it wasn't active. Her physique had also improved significantly since eating sea king meat with Miss Kagaya recently. Nowadays, she took time out each day to teleport to the isolated island and practice the 6 powers. But because she had too much free time today, she didn't know what to do with herself. Sure, she could go train on the island, but physical strength didn't improve overnight. Her daily training needed to be kept within limits, especially since the 6 powers weren't techniques suited for the average human body. Overexertion could lead to injury. As a result, even though today was her birthday and she had the day off, she was stuck with nothing to do. Should I go travel the world? But she shook her head and dismissed the thought. Sure, the world was vast, but traveling aimlessly with nothing in mind. That didn't sound interesting at all. It felt less exciting than it used to. Even going overseas should be done with some purpose. No, I always feel like I'm just aimlessly wandering when I go out alone. The scenery abroad isn't that different. Besides, traveling alone is kind of boring. Over the past 2 months, Hayasaka had come to realize she was actually quite social. She enjoyed doing things with others. Being alone just made her feel alone. Besides Miss Kagaya, does anyone else even remember today's my birthday? Ring ring. Just as Hayasaka was sinking into boredom, her phone on the nightstand rang. She glanced at the caller ID and immediately answered with a hint of surprise. Ren. You're up early today. Yeah. It's your birthday today, right? Just wanted to say happy birthday. Hayasaka paused for a second. Her previously dull mood brightened a bit. So you remembered it was my birthday, huh? Of course I did. I remembered it the first time you told me. He's referring to back when they first met in the club. He must have seen it on her club application form. Hayasaka always kept strict control over her personal information. While she had joined the occult research club back at Shuchian Academy, she never let it interfere with her duties to Kagaya. It wasn't until transferring to Teitan High that she let her guard down slightly. Still, he'd remembered something as small as her birth date from the form. Hayasaka couldn't help but feel that Ren was incredibly observant. Other than Miss Kagaya, you're the only one who remembered my birthday. Don't be silly. I'm sure your mom and dad remembered too. Hayasaka curled her lips slightly. A small smile appeared. Yeah. Mom and dad remembered. But since Miss Kagaya became the head, they've been busy with internal affairs at the Shinomiya Zaibatsu. They've been overseeing every detail, and just haven't had the time to celebrate. Even though Miss Sanzenin's help has stabilized things within the Shinomiya group, there's still a lot of cleanup to do. Evaluating who can be trusted, who needs to be replaced, all of that takes time. My whole family's been working around the clock. My parents haven't had a real break in a while. It was a happy kind of problem. Thanks to Ren, both she and Kaguya had shaken off the awkward circumstances they were once trapped in. They were finally beginning to reclaim the positions they were meant to have. And while this status came with responsibilities, Kaguya no longer needed the approval of the Shinomiya group. Even Shinomiya Ganon had no choice but to yield to Kaguya. While Kaguya had used her presence like a spiritual anchor to calm the internal chaos of the group, it was still the Shinomiya family that held the strings of actual control. Shifting that power structure would take time. Kaguya and Hayasaka were still too young to manage the conglomerate directly, so those responsibilities had been passed to now Hayasaka and Masato Hayasaka. Naturally, that meant her parents didn't have time to host a birthday party for her. But Hayasaka understood. She had already received their well wishes yesterday. So, Hayasaka, are you free today? That simple question instantly lit a fire in Hayasaka's previously aimless mood. I am. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 376, Chapter 376, Birthday Gift. Once Hayasaka had a goal for the day, she immediately got up, did her makeup, and changed into casual clothes, completely different from the usual Teitan High School girls' uniforms or her maid outfit. After preparing, she opened a door to the Amamiya residence. Through the door, she saw Ren still dressed in his loungewear. Hayasaka stepped out from the dimensional space and walked forward, arriving before Ren. They exchanged a few polite greetings, and Hayasaka immediately noticed the beautifully wrapped gift box in Ren's hands. So you brought me a birthday present? Yeah, it's a gift for you. Ren didn't deny it and handed her the wrapped box. Hayasaka paused slightly before accepting the gift. I'll open it then. She slowly lifted the lid, revealing a silver necklace with a green gemstone inside. The necklace was exquisitely crafted, and the gemstone's vibrant green stood out. With her eye for detail, Hayasaka could tell it wasn't from a luxury brand, but its design was elegant and refined. I thought, since you're always helping Kaguya and doing housework, you're often dealing with water and using your hands a lot. So, I figured things like bracelets or watches wouldn't be very practical. A necklace seemed more suitable. Listening to Ren's reasoning, Hayasaka nodded slightly. Indeed, with her line of work, bracelets or wristwatches would be in the way. Wearing them might hinder her movement. Thank you. I really like it. She lifted the necklace from the box, her expression genuinely happy. Well then, it's a bit hard for me to put it on myself. Could I trouble you for a moment? Sure. Can a girl not wear a necklace by herself? Ren found the thought a little funny. Still, he nodded and took the necklace from her hands, walking behind her. Standing behind Hayasaka, he had a clear view thanks to his slightly taller height. Her fair skin practically glowed under the morning light. His hands reached around to bring the necklace forward, and his fingers accidentally brushed her neck, causing her body to flinch slightly. Sorry. Hayasaka shook her head. The warmth of his fingers on her neck had made her unusually sensitive, maybe because he was behind her. It's fine. That's just normal contact. Ren carefully fastened the clasp, doing his best not to touch her unnecessarily. Once the necklace was secured, Hayasaka slowly turned around. As she did, a faint blush had already crept onto her face. She was clearly a bit too sensitive. Lowering her head, she gently pinched the green gemstone with her fingers. How does it look? It's beautiful. The green gemstone really brings out the blue in your eyes. And with your skin tone, it stands out even more. Ren didn't hold back his praise. Beauty deserved acknowledgement, and there was no need to exaggerate. After all, Hayasaka was indeed beautiful. She was the perfect blend of East and West. Her blonde hair, blue eyes, and fair complexion had a Western charm, while her delicate, doll-like face had the elegance of the East. Her personality, much like Kaguya's, leaned toward traditional refinement. In short, Hayasaka's charm wasn't inferior to Shinomiya Kaguya's in the slightest. The praise was genuine and direct, and a radiant smile bloomed across her face. It wasn't one of her usual practiced smiles, but a sincere one from the heart. Well, now it's even prettier. Ren admired her smile and couldn't help but sigh softly. Just like I said before, you should smile more often, Hayasaka. Your smile is really beautiful. That's a very straightforward compliment. Even so, Hayasaka's joy only grew. She was truly happy. It feels nice to have someone remember your birthday. Hayasaka suddenly realized the value of birthdays. She had never cared much about when her birthday was. Or rather, she had never taken birthdays seriously. Her parents had always been busy with their own affairs and rarely had the time to celebrate her birthday. In the past, under Shinomiya Oko's surveillance, that scumbag never cared about her birthday. He only cared whether she was still keeping an eye on Kagaya. That's why she never paid much attention to her own birthday. But now, she understood how meaningful a birthday could be. But I do like compliments, so I'll accept it. So, is there a cake today? I did prepare a cake. But are you sure you want to eat it? Well, cakes are sweet and not great for maintaining your figure. But since it's just once a year, it's okay to indulge a little. With that, Hayasaka raised her arm. Her slender figure looked no different from usual, but the strength behind it had increased significantly. Lately, since I've been eating sea king meat every day, my body's been getting stronger really fast. As my physical ability improves, my daily calorie intake has increased a lot too. Naturally, my weight's gone up. Hayasaka's expression dimmed slightly as she spoke. Now she could understand the kind of troubles Ren often faced. As a girl, she cared about her weight. But increased muscle density meant the most direct result, gaining weight. Even though it's not as noticeable as Ran's case, I've definitely gained a lot. Her face was full of melancholy. Because we've been eating sea king meat more frequently, the amount I eat has also increased. I feel like it's going to be hard for Miss Kagaya and me to manage our weight from now on. The only good news is that, even though we've gained weight, we haven't put on any visible fat. That was probably the only thing Hayasaka could find comfort in. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 377, Chapter 377, Handling a Birthday Party Together. Hayasaka, it seemed like you didn't want me to eat cake just now. After getting over her anxiety about her figure and weight, Hayasaka realized that Ren seemed to subtly suggest she skip the cake. It's not that I didn't want you to eat it. The main issue is, if you eat cake today, you'll probably end up eating it tomorrow, and the day after that too. Huh. Hayasaka was stunned for a moment before understanding. So, other people have birthdays too? Yeah. Yesterday was Miwako's birthday. Today's yours. Tomorrow is Aizawa's, and the day after that is Sanoko's. He listed off 4 names in one breath. All of them had birthdays in early April. It felt like some kind of cosmic prank. Almost like early April was one big April Fool's joke. But these birthdays weren't jokes. You're all bunched together. Hayasaka hadn't expected to share her birthday with so many people. Then, she caught on to the idea. So, Ren, you're planning to gather everyone and celebrate all the birthdays at once. Exactly. Regardless of whose birthday it is, we'd all end up attending anyway. But attending a birthday party 3 days in a row isn't really practical. So I figured, why not just combine them into one big party? A group birthday party. Hayasaka couldn't help but picture everyone gathered together. It would definitely be livelier than expected. Thinking about it, Hayasaka started to look forward to it. There had been plenty of times in the past when she couldn't properly celebrate her birthday. But this time, she'd be sharing it with several people. That kind of experience was rare. What do you think, Hayasaka? Coming back to her senses, Hayasaka nodded slightly. A party like that should be really lively. But holding a group birthday party like this takes planning, and we need the right venue. So, Ren, do you already have a place in mind? Actually, Kagaya's place, Nagi's place, and Aizawa's place are all suitable. But if I had to pick one, I'd go with Nagi's. There were 3 possible locations, but Ren still believed that Nagi's home was the most appropriate. Aizawa has lots of friends in Hakuo, and Nagi does too. Once we invite those friends, it'll be easier to reinforce Nagi's social position. As for Kagaya and you, do you two have anyone at Shuchiin you'd actually want to invite, besides Fujiwara? Hayasaka thought about it, then sighed. Unfortunately, my relationships at Shuchiin are mostly surface level. I maintain my social network while hiding my identity as Kagaya's maid. Because of that, my public image there is just some flashy girl who likes gossip. When it comes to friends, I only have classmates I interact with to maintain my cover. They're not real friends. Kagaya's situation is about the same. Shuchiin is like a cage for her. She's too exceptional. Aside from Fujiwara Chika, she doesn't really have close friends. In short, Hayasaka wasn't going to invite anyone from Shuchiin. Her so-called classmates were just that, classmates. No one she could genuinely call a friend. And Hayasaka was also certain that Kagaya would never invite Shirogane from Shuchiin to this birthday party. If he came, it wouldn't be to celebrate. It'd just stir up unnecessary trouble. So no one else from Shuchiin would be attending. Given that, Kagaya's place wasn't a suitable venue. Aizawa and Nagi had overlapping friend circles, and both had connections in Hakuo. So, the best location would be Nagi's home. Yeah, Nagi's house is definitely the best option. Having reached that conclusion, Hayasaka knew what needed to be done next. So, next step is to talk with Nagi. Yeah. Let's contact her and make sure she's awake first. Hayasaka instinctively glanced at her phone. 7:23 a.m. For her, it was already quite late. Back when she was busier with maid duties, waking up at 5 a.m. was standard. But considering today was the weekend and Nagi was only 13, it wasn't strange that she was still asleep at this time. Ren pulled out his phone and called Nagi. The line rang for more than 20 seconds before someone finally picked up. "Hello, who is it?" A groggy Nagi answered, her voice still drowsy. "It's me, Nagi." Ren. After a long yawn, Nagi's voice became more alert. "Ah, you called me so early. What's up?" "Birthdays. Today is Hayasaka's. Tomorrow is Aizawa's. The day after is Sanoko's. Right, tomorrow's Sakuya's birthday too." Hearing Sakuya's name seemed to finally wake Nagi up. She suddenly remembered it was Sakuya's birthday tomorrow. Now that she thought about it, she'd completely forgotten. She hadn't even prepared a gift. That's weird. Why didn't Sakuya remind me about her birthday this year? Normally, Sakuya would let her know in advance every year. Why didn't she say anything this time? Maybe she's been busy lately. And we've been hanging out on weekends a lot lately. Maybe she forgot her own birthday. That's possible. Nagi thought about it carefully. That really seemed like the only explanation. If Sakuya remembered, she would have already sent out invitations. So Hayasaka and Suzuki also have birthdays around now. Are you calling to throw a party for them too? Yeah. Hayasaka and I are going to come over first. We'll talk more then. Sounds good. To be continued. Chapter 378, Chapter 378, the person involved also forgot, bonus. 8:02 a.m., at Sanzenin Nagi's home. So that's how it is. The three of them have birthdays back to back, just one day apart, so you're planning to celebrate them all together. After understanding the situation, Maria also grasped the reason for Ren's visit. If that's the case, then it really is a good idea. It's been a while since little Nagi and Miss Isumi left Hakuo, and they haven't had a chance to meet up with their friends from Hakuo. This birthday party is a great opportunity to reconnect. Maria believed this birthday party was a timely opportunity. Even though Nagi had transferred from Hakuo to Teitan High School, that didn't mean she had cut off contact with her old friends. On the contrary, those relationships still needed to be maintained as much as possible. Nagi still had very few friends she genuinely interacted with. The girl was a homebody. If even her few old friends started drifting away, Maria would truly have something to worry about. So, does Miss Hayasaka or Miss Suzuki want to invite any friends to the birthday party? No need for me. Hayasaka answered directly that she wouldn't be inviting anyone else. Shuchiin is a complicated world of fame and status. Aside from Miss Fujiwara Chika, neither Miss Kagaya nor I have anyone we can truly call a close friend. Maria also had some understanding of Shuchiin's social structure. The distinction between the pure blood and mixed classes at Shuchiin was extremely clear, practically forming the basis for identifying who belonged and who didn't. While Hakuo had a similar structure, the divide between pure and mixed classes wasn't as severe. There were plenty of students in Hakuo's pure class who weren't particularly sharp but held special statuses. For example, the current student council president at Hakuo wasn't especially talented but held her position through merit and effort. Hakuo valued status but also placed great importance on ability. There wasn't as strong a sense of division between the pure and mixed courses. As long as you had some talent and shared topics of interest, friendships between students from both courses weren't uncommon. In fact, there were many such examples. As for Sonoko, it's a similar case. The people she's closest to at school are Ran and Kudo Shinichi. Now that Kudo Shinichi has had his incident, only Ran will be attending the party with her. Since Sonoko wasn't present at the moment, Ran took the liberty of explaining her situation. Sonoko and Ran were more like true friends than just classmates. It was natural to invite friends, but there was no need to go out of the way to invite classmates. If the goal was to have fun, then there was no reason to bring along classmates to what was meant to be a private gathering. Classmates attending this kind of birthday party would only make the atmosphere awkward and kill the mood. Ren wasn't new to Teitan High School. Though he didn't pay much attention to Sonoko and Ran's social circles a year ago, they were already popular at school. So even without directly asking around, he had a general idea of how things stood. And after spending time with them over the past 2 months, Ren had a clear grasp of it. In school, Ran and Sonoko basically only had each other as true friends. Everyone else was just someone they could chat with casually. I didn't expect the one with the most friends to be Nagi. Even Maria hadn't seen that coming. But upon closer thought, Maria realized it made sense. A status-driven high school like Shuchiin simply wasn't a place where you could make genuine friends. As the second daughter of the Suzuki conglomerate, people who approached Sonoko of their own accord were rarely sincere. On top of that, daughters from noble or wealthy families had their own standards for choosing friends. In that context, it was only natural that Sanoko's only real friend was Ran. In contrast, Hakuo wasn't nearly as overrun by fame and power struggles. Maria was thankful that Nagi had been placed in an environment that matched her status. Her friends weren't entangled with her over interests or conflicts. If that weren't the case, Maria might have seen Nagi in the same light as Sonoko or Kagaya. Then let's schedule the birthday party for tomorrow. I'll leave the guest invitations and preparations to you, Miss Maria. Of course, no problem. Maria nodded and agreed to take charge of the party prep. There was still one day left. Technically, that wasn't too tight of a schedule. Nagi-chan, make sure you help with inviting your friends. Fine, fine. Faced with Maria's gaze, Nagi knew there was no way she could say no. So she pulled out her phone and made a call. The call connected quickly, but the voice on the other end immediately made Nagi want to hang up. Era, do you want to hear your big sister's voice? Absolutely not. What Nagi couldn't stand the most was Sakuya's constant chatter. People into Manzai routines were overly talkative. But this also confirmed one thing, Sakuya really had forgotten her own birthday. You do realize what day tomorrow is, right? You forgot. Huh? What day is tomorrow? Suddenly hearing Nagi's words, Aizawa Sakuya's thoughts paused for a moment. You actually forgot your own birthday. Huh? Aizawa Sakuya was even more confused now. Then she looked at the calendar and finally realized tomorrow was April 3rd, her birthday. Her brain had been all over the place lately. Aizawa Sakuya gently slapped her own forehead. She had genuinely forgotten. Ever since she became a hidden member of the mysterious organization, Sakuya had been focused on understanding the sequence path and how Nagi obtained her powers. Although the full picture hadn't unfolded yet, certain facts had already become clear. The key to that path was Ren. Everything revolved around him. Recently, she had been preoccupied with determining which sequence she wanted to take. That alone had taken over most of her thoughts, leaving little room for anything else. Add to that her constant weekend plans for going out, it wasn't surprising she had temporarily forgotten her birthday. God knows how she managed to forget it was tomorrow. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 379, Hakuo Student Council Member. At the entrance of the Sanzenin mansion, a pair of sisters stood together. The younger sister, Katsura Hinajiku, was eyeing her older sister, Katsura Yukiji, with a wary expression. Nei-san, don't forget we're attending a birthday party today, not showing up to casually drink yourself into a stupor. I know. Yukiji waved off her sister's slightly nagging reminder with a perfunctory tone. After all, once the party had gone on long enough, Hinajiku would be too distracted to keep watching her. By then, wouldn't she be free to enjoy all the high-end wine to her heart's content? Still, this is the first banquet Nagi-chan's hosted since leaving Hakuo. Yeah. Naturally, Hinajiku knew that Nagi often held banquets at her home. She also knew that her idiot of a sister used to attend just to eat and drink for free. But ever since Nagi transferred schools, those kinds of events had practically vanished. This birthday party was indeed the first one in a long while, for Aizawa Sakuya and two others. Hinajiku knew Aizawa Sakuya. She was the girl with the Kansai accent who liked to crack Manzai jokes at Nagi's parties. However, she didn't know much about her. From Maria, she learned that Sakuya was like a sister to Nagi. As for the other two being celebrated, Hayasaka Ai and Sonoko, she knew nothing about them. Ever since leaving Hakuo, Nagi's really changed. Thinking back to their time at Hakuo, Nagi had always skipped school as often as she could, rarely attending classes. She only showed up occasionally. She had poor physical fitness and zero aptitude for sports. Her intelligence was off the charts, but her body lagged behind terribly. The difference was so extreme, it bordered on comical. She lacked self-discipline and had no persistence when it came to exercise. But now, seeing the current Nagi, Hinajiku was genuinely shocked by how much she had changed. Not only had her stamina improved, even her athletic coordination was better. Her shut-in behavior and lack of self-control seemed like things of the past. To put it simply, the current Nagi felt like a completely different person to Hinajiku. After school, she would even take the initiative to return to Hakuo and train in kendo under Hinajiku. Hinajiku could clearly feel that Nagi was making daily progress, and not just slow improvement, but rapidly accelerating growth. Yukiji didn't quite understand what her sister meant by such a dramatic change, but she did understand one thing: people naturally change when their environment changes. Well, Nagi-chan transferred to another school, didn't she? Of course she'd change. If the change wasn't that drastic, she probably wouldn't have transferred to begin with. In Yukiji's view, if Nagi hadn't undergone a significant change, the transfer would never have happened. That transfer alone made it clear to Yukiji that something major had happened in Nagi's life. But as a teacher, it wasn't her place to dig into her students' private matters. Besides, Yukiji firmly believed that teachers didn't need to uncover everything hidden behind their students' behavior. It was one thing if the students chose to reveal something, but another thing entirely to pry it out. That said, Yukiji was still quite curious about the invitation to this birthday party. Not only could she enjoy delicious food at the start of the month, she might also learn a few things about what had been going on behind the scenes with the students. It was the perfect 2-for-1 deal. Let's go. The two sisters passed through the gate and entered the Sanzenin mansion. As they arrived at the annex, a long black car pulled up in front of it. The door opened, and 3 people stepped out. All 3 wore the same type of school uniform. Hinagiku and Yukiji recognized them immediately. Short black hair, the Hakuo Student Council's Discipline Committee member, Asake's Risa. Purple hair tied in twin ponytails, the Hakuo Student Council president, Sagawa Izumi. Light blue long hair, the vice president of the Hakuo Student Council, Hanabishi Miki. They were commonly referred to as the Student Council Trio, or more famously, the 3 Idiots of the Student Council. Ah. Hinagiku, Yukiji-sensei, so you were invited too. As soon as she got out of the car, Sagawa Izumi spotted the Katsura sisters. The 2 others also noticed them right away. Yeah. Looks like you 3 were invited as well. Hinagiku was genuinely surprised to see them here. After all, this wasn't Nagi's birthday party, but Aizawa Sakuya's. If these 3 were here, they must have known Aizawa Sakuya too. Seeing Hinagiku's confusion, Sagawa Izumi offered an explanation with a grin. Aizawa has a good relationship with Nagi, and we met her through the parties Nagi hosted. Plus, Aizawa has a connection to Aika. When we attended Aika's birthday party, we saw that she and Sakuya got along well. That caught Hinagiku off guard. It was the first time she'd heard of any connection between Aizawa Sakuya and Kasumi Aika. So those 2 are actually connected. Just as she said that, another long car slowly rolled up and parked nearby. A girl in a purple kimono stepped out. Aika-san. All 5 of them turned at once and immediately recognized her. They had just been talking about the connection between Aika and Aizawa, and lo and behold, the person in question arrived. President, good evening. Good evening to you too, Aika-san. We were just talking about you. About me. Kasumi Aika tilted her head slightly. When her eyes met with Sagawa Izumi's and the others, she instantly understood. You're talking about my relationship with Miss Sakuya, right? Well, my family has long been indebted to the Aizawa family. My name, Aika, is actually derived from Aizawa's love. This was the first time Hinagiku had ever heard such a thing. She was definitely learning a few things she didn't know before. Aika, since you're close with Miss Aizawa, how much do you know about this birthday party? Aika paused for a moment, then shook her head helplessly. To be honest, I've been waiting to hear something about Miss Sakuya's birthday party, but there was no word from the Aizawa family. I assumed she wasn't celebrating this year. I didn't expect to receive an invitation just the day before her birthday. In past years, Miss Sakuya always started inviting people a week in advance. This year feels unusually rushed. To be continued. Chapter 380, Unusual Gift. The Hakuo Student Council entered the annex. Despite it being a birthday party, everyone quickly noticed that the atmosphere in the annex was unusually quiet, as if not many guests had been invited. Miss Hinagiku. Just as curiosity was spreading among the group, Maria appeared before them. Miss Maria. It had been a while since Hinagiku Katsura had last seen Maria. She felt a wave of familiarity but was more focused on her curiosity at the moment. Miss Maria, weren't there supposed to be more people invited to today's birthday party? Yes. This time, Miss Sakuya, Miss Hayasaka, and Miss Sonoko only invited people close to them. This birthday party is meant to be a relatively private gathering. A private birthday party? At first, Hinagiku was confused. The scene in front of her felt a bit different from what she had expected. Indeed. Miss Kagaya and Miss Hayasaka don't have any friends at Shuchi and they felt the need to invite. As for Miss Sonoko and Miss Ran from Teitan High, they also have no one beyond each other to invite. Only Miss Sakuya and Miss Nagi invited friends from Hakuo. Is their social circle really that limited? Hinagiku couldn't help but complain inwardly. Looking around, she still felt like Nagi had a surprisingly large number of friends within Hakuo. This time, since the birthday parties of 3 people were merged into one, rather than going for a large celebration, everyone felt it would be better to simply gather with close friends. No wonder it felt so subdued. Hinagiku understood now. This party was indeed structured differently from previous ones, more intimate and subtle. Miss Maria, besides us, who else is attending this birthday party? Kasumi Aika was curious about the other guests. It was clear this party had Miss Sakuya's touch on it. In addition to you, there's Miss Izumi, Master Tachibana Wataru, and Miss Saki. Also, friends Nagi met at her new school, Miss Shinomiya Kagaya, Miss Hayasaka AI, Miss Fujiwara Chika, Miss Suzuki Sonoko, Miss Ran Muri, and Mr. Amamiya Ren. The number wasn't large, only 6 new friends. Hinajika quickly memorized the names Maria had listed. Miss Maria, is Nagi's sudden school transfer related to one of those people? Asake's Risa suddenly threw out the question. I'm afraid I can't answer that. So in other words, it is related, right? Risa narrowed her eyes slightly. The others also showed expressions of realization. They had always suspected there was a reason behind Nagi's sudden transfer. She was doing perfectly well at Hakuo, so what prompted the sudden change? Clearly, there had to be a cause. Did Nagi manage to convince her grandfather with that reason? Aika didn't believe her grandfather would allow Nagi to transfer that easily, unless Nagi had already lost her status as heir. But based on what Aika knew, her grandfather had recently confirmed Nagi's position as the heir. She had found that decision baffling at the time. If he had already planned to make Nagi the heir, why did he allow her to face so many dangerous kidnapping attempts? So perhaps he had been persuaded. And for the sake of Nagi's safety, he finally acknowledged her as the heir. It must be because of a man. Yukiji suddenly spoke up. And with that one sentence, the room seemed to collectively awaken. Yes. Among the names Maria listed earlier, aside from Tachibana Wataru, there was only one other male. The one called Amamiya Ren. Maria offered no comment, simply leading the group toward the side hall where the birthday party was being held. Since this was a private celebration, the main hall wasn't necessary. Maria brought them into the side hall, where the invited members of the Hakuo Student Council were already present, and the scene was just unfolding. I'm telling you, Sakuya, how could you forget your own birthday? Sanzenin Nagi was scolding Aizawa Sakuya. Forget your own birthday. Kasumi Aika paused in surprise. Now she understood why there had been no news of Miss Sakuya's birthday this year, because the girl herself had forgotten. Well, birthdays happen every year. Honestly, I'm a little tired of them. Sometimes I just don't want to think about birthdays. Aizawa Sakuya, dressed in a dark blue gown, shifted the conversation toward her general indifference to birthdays in an attempt to deflect attention from the fact that she had forgotten her own. You. All right. Birthdays follow the same script every year. All they do is remind me I'm 1 year older. Sakuya clearly didn't want to dwell on her forgetfulness. After shutting down Nagi's complaint, her eyes turned to Ren, who stood just behind Nagi. But birthday presents are non-negotiable. She extended her hand toward Ren. Ren, where's my gift? Ren, being addressed, raised his hand and a gift box materialized in his palm. I did prepare a birthday gift, but I hope you won't expect too much from it. Something ordinary? Sakuya looked at Ren expectantly, but he shook his head lightly. I know Miss Aizawa isn't very interested in regular gifts. And since she's also the one among us who's not, gift easy, I added a bit of extra effort within the bounds of normality. Oh. Hearing that it wasn't just an ordinary gift, Sakuya's eyes lit up instantly. Her gaze sparkled with anticipation. Can I open it now? Of course. But if you want to test it, wait until you're home and talk to me first. Naturally. Testing it at the party would be inappropriate. Sakuya opened the box. Inside was a silver lady's wristwatch. Judging by its design, it wasn't particularly expensive. But Sakuya seemed very satisfied with the gift. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 381, Water Meter. The scene before them left the members of the Hakuo Student Council speechless for quite some time. Especially when they saw Nagi sitting on a boy's lap, a gift box seemingly conjured from thin air, and Aizawa Sakuya beaming as she received a watch, like it was the most precious treasure. Their earlier suspicions were confirmed on the spot. It was because of that man. Anyone with a functioning pair of eyes could tell. It was obvious. Kasumi Aika's gaze landed on the new watch now adorning Aizawa Sakuya's wrist. Sakuya wouldn't be this happy just because of a simple gift, right? The memory of last year's birthday party was still fresh in her mind. Back then, many guests had offered expensive, luxurious gifts. Yet Sakuya had merely thanked them politely and didn't bother wearing any of them. But this year? While the Hakuo members stood silently by the door, Aizawa Sakuya wore that modest watch with a delighted smile. Even Sanzenin Nagi couldn't help but feel curious. So, what sequence is that watch related to? Oh, right. What is it? Prompted by Nagi's question, Aizawa Sakuya also looked curious. Sailor, sequence 9 of the Tyrant Pathway, Ren answered calmly. It's a prop I created using the gifting ability. In truth, Ren had been pondering this for a while. If he could grant abilities to others through gifts, could he also use that same ability to craft an extraordinary item? That idea had led to this experiment, resulting in the watch now in Sakuya's possession. He called it the water meter. Wearing this watch grants the user traits of a sailor, the ability to maintain perfect balance even on a stormy deck, the ability to glide and slip through tight spaces, increased resistance to damage and minor injuries, immunity to mosquito bites, and underwater breathing for up to 10 minutes. You'll also be able to move underwater as fluidly as a fish and dive up to 15 meters freely. But I think the most practical uses are its balance enhancement and phantom movement. Underwater breathing and swimming agility are great, but for someone who doesn't often go to sea, those might not be essential. The sailor sequence also had strong land-based survivability. Its damage resistance was a very practical trait. Balance had its uses on land as well, though not as impactful. Honestly, the most useful trait was phantom movement, that slipperiness that made you nearly impossible to catch or restrain. Ideally, props should have personalized ability sets. But since this was Ren's first time attempting to create a mystical item via gifting, he hadn't yet mastered the art of selectively binding abilities. He would need further experiments. For now, he simply transferred the entire ability set of the sailor sequence into the item. As she listened to Ren's explanation, Aizawa Sakuya showed no sign of disappointment. In fact, her eyes lit up even more. That's already amazing. Underwater breathing, seamless movement, damage resistance, this was practically a dream item, both in concept and execution. The powers of the sailor sequence matched its name perfectly. This watch fully satisfied her craving for the mystical. My family has a deep pool meant for diving training. I've always wanted to try it out, and now I finally can. Until now, Sakuya didn't have the physical ability or the courage to attempt it. But with this new gift, this extraordinary tool, there was no excuse not to give it a shot. You're really that happy? Nagi glanced at Sakuya's glowing expression and muttered inwardly. A sudden breeze swept through, and she turned to find a group of people standing at the entrance, completely stunned. Nagi quickly climbed down from Ren's lap. Ren, of course, had already noticed their arrival. His eyes immediately focused on the student council president. Katsura Hinajuku, the most popular heroine in Hiei no Gotoku. Unfortunately, she lost not only to Tenno's Athena but also to Kanagi. His gaze swept across the members of Hakuo's student council before settling on Kasumi Aika. Ren lightly tapped his fingers against his leg. Activating his clairvoyant vision, he peered into her internal state. He detected a murky black aura deep in her organs. It wasn't intense, but it was persistent. Her body wasn't in good condition. A chronic illness. The etheric body was slightly disturbed. Within a few days, a minor illness would likely manifest. Miss Aizawa. What is it? Do you know the identity of that young lady? Following Ren's line of sight, Sakuya quickly spotted who he was referring to. That's Kasumi Aika. I have a pretty good relationship with her. Our family owes hers a favor. In fact, my name, Aika, includes a character from the Aizawa name. What about her? Ren shook his head lightly. She's been suffering from chronic illness for years. Her physical condition is not much better than Nagi's used to be. I noticed the black aura around her body growing slightly. She'll probably fall ill again soon. After the party, you might want to check on her. Aizawa Sakuya glanced at Kasumi Aika, then turned back to Ren in disbelief. You can see something like that. That's how the extraordinary path works. Certain sequences that grant clairvoyance also allow you to evaluate a person's physical condition. In some ways, extraordinary individuals can make the best doctors. Sakuya nodded slightly, committing the information to memory. Can you cure her illness? Yes, I can. But have you thought about how you'd explain it? Curing the illness wasn't hard. Ren, with his multiple source-level powers, had plenty of ways to completely eliminate Aika's condition. The problem was the aftermath. How do you explain it? How do you justify it? Those were not questions an outsider like him could answer. No worries. She and I are close. I'll talk to her after the party and let the facts speak for themselves. Aizawa Sakuya turned the watch on her wrist, her smile glowing with confidence. So, she's going to reveal it. Ren silently noted it but didn't object. It would be foolish to apply ordinary logic to girls like her. These were not average people. They'd stood above others since the beginning. They saw farther and clearer than most adults. Ren believed that Aizawa Sakuya would handle this much better than an outsider ever could. All right then. You can handle it. Contact me once it's settled. You can reach out through Hayasaka too. Aizawa Sakuya understood immediately and flashed an okay gesture with her hand. To be continued. Chapter 382, Chapter 382, Nagi has arrived, bonus. Nagi had also arrived at the entrance. You guys are here. How could we not come to a birthday party? After saying that, Yukiji glanced sideways at her younger sister. Besides, with my sister's personality, how could she not show up? Yukiji is as greedy as ever. I've long since gotten used to her coming to eat and drink for free, but this time, it's a birthday party. There's no alcohol, only soft drinks at best. Hey. Yukiji looked completely deflated after hearing that. She had already given up. Asake's Risa took this opportunity to nudge Yukiji aside, her eyes practically glowing with the word gossip. So, Nagi-chan, you transferred schools because of a guy. After hearing that, Nagi's expression didn't change at all. She simply raised her eyes and looked at Asake's Risa with a flat expression. I'm 13 years old. That calm statement made Asake's Risa instantly back off. The age issue really was a problem. No matter how you looked at it, that age wouldn't allow anyone to entertain wild fantasies. There were reasons for my transfer, but it definitely wasn't the ridiculous one you just mentioned. Well, the real reason was even more ridiculous. Nagi silently added that in her heart. Nagi-chan, can you at least tell us why you transferred? Asked Sagawa Izumi curiously. Nope. Some things just aren't for casual conversation. Stingy. Being rejected, Izumi puffed up her cheeks. She really wanted to find out what happened with Nagi, but Nagi was surprisingly tight-lipped. There wasn't a single clue to go off of. This isn't a trivial matter. Nagi completely ignored Sagawa Izumi's sulky reaction. Her pouty face only made others want to tease her more. Some things are secrets precisely because they can't be told. If they can be told, then they aren't really secrets, are they? She would absolutely never tell anyone anything related to the mystery, unless they happened to stumble into it themselves. Suddenly, Sakuya's voice carried in on the wind. Sanzenin Nagi subtly glanced toward Kasumi Aika. At the moment, she could only hear, she didn't have Amamiya Ren's ability to perceive someone's condition at a glance. But she could at least use the wind to eavesdrop on conversations carried by it. The only issue was her lack of medical knowledge. If she had that, she might be able to judge Aika's condition more accurately. But if you can discover things on your own, I don't mind. Oh. Asake's Risa narrowed her eyes slightly. Are you provoking us? Fine, we accept your challenge. I officially declare that we will uncover all of your secrets. She was now fully invested in uncovering the secret that Nagi was trying so hard to hide. Her sixth sense as a girl was screaming. She had a feeling the truth behind Nagi was even more mind-blowing than they imagined. That was probably why Nagi was acting so confidently and didn't seem concerned about their snooping. Nagi wasn't fazed by Risa's declaration at all. That's if you can manage to do it. After dealing with Risa's provocation, Nagi turned her attention to Katsura Hinajuku. Hinajuku, want to take a guess why I transferred schools? Being directly addressed, Hinajuku looked a little troubled. Of course she was curious about what secrets Nagi might be hiding, but Nagi hadn't given her any useful clues to go on. Even though I'd really like to know what happened, I honestly can't figure it out right now. Then, Hinajuku looked past Nagi, toward the boy who was talking with Aizawa Sakuya in the distance. What we do know is that there's something special about that person, which is why both you and Izumi transferred to the same school. And from what I observed, the gift Miss Aizawa just received was a lady's watch, not something that matches her status. But she looked unusually happy. So the question is, was she happy because of the gift, or because of who gave it? After listening to Hinajuku's analysis, Nagi wasn't particularly surprised. She had already seen too many unusual things about that person. Hinajuku's deduction was just further evidence of her frighteningly sharp instincts. It was no coincidence she was chosen as the student council president of Hakuo. Whether it was intelligence or execution, she was practically a monster. We might be able to get some information out of Miss Aizawa, but I doubt she'll tell us anything easily. We already know who the problem revolves around. But why would I let you help cover it up? That's the first question. The reason I can't tell you, that's the second question. And the reason you shouldn't know, that's the third question. Clearly, these are problems that need solving. Katsura Hinajuku understood well, to uncover the truth hidden behind Nagi, she'd need to clarify all 3 points. If they couldn't figure those out, it'd be almost impossible to understand what had really happened with Nagi. I'm letting you guess because it's hard to guess. And I've already made some guesses of my own. The diaries would be distributed to important characters in the story. This was a rule confirmed by the past 2 experiences. She remembered Ren once saying that Katsura Hinajuku was the most popular character in the story, even more so than her, the heroine. As an important character, would Hinajuku also get a diary in the future? Nagi couldn't help but feel a bit curious. Come in. Let me introduce you to my friends. With anticipation, Nagi led everyone into the room. Everyone at the door glanced at each other. This was all so mysterious that their curiosity only grew stronger. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 383, Chapter 383, The One Who Loves Her Sister Most. Seeing Nagi and her friends walking over, Ren naturally didn't stay seated. He stood up from his chair. Ren, these are my friends. Let me introduce them briefly. Nagi introduced her friends quite formally. Ren gave a slight nod. The first person Nagi introduced was Katsura Hinajiku. Katsura Hinajiku, Student Council President of Hakuo Academy. She's known as the all-rounder Student Council President there. Asake's Risa is a discipline committee member at Hakuo Academy. Though she holds that position, she's not exactly a model student. She loves gossip. Hanabishi Miki is vice president of the Hakuo Student Council. She may look cold on the outside, but she's actually shy, and she also likes daisies. Sagawa Izumi, student council president of Hakuo. Well, she's an idiot. Likes gossip. Likes women. Is a fool. Nagi summed up the three with almost mechanical precision. This kind of introduction made it easy for others to understand their personalities, though it wasn't exactly respectful to the people being introduced. Likes gossip. Asake's Risa gave Nagi a sideways glance, a bit speechless. Likes women. Hanabishi Miki averted her eyes, clearly shaken that someone knew her secret. Who are you calling an idiot? Izumi Sagawa glared at Nagi with wide, angry eyes, expressing her displeasure. Nagi turned around and shot a cold stare at Sagawa. That glare alone made Sagawa instinctively retreat behind Katsura Hinajiku, like a frightened kitten. Then Nagi's expression changed instantly, the cold air vanishing as she reverted to her usual laid-back attitude. See? Didn't I say Sagawa is an idiot? Just one glare and she shrinks back like a chihuahua. That's why Asake's and Miki sometimes tease her for fun, because she looks so cute when bullied. Izumi Sagawa froze for a few seconds. Then a trace of grievance slowly surfaced in her eyes. Risa, Miki, say something already. At her plea, Asake's Risa and Hanabishi Miki stepped forward, seemingly indignant. Nagi-chan, you're being way too mean to Izumi. Yeah. We've never done anything that cruel. Sagawa's eyes shimmered with emotion as she heard her friends defend her. But what she didn't see were the twisted grins forming on the faces of her two defenders. No matter how righteous their words sounded, the amusement in their expressions was clear. Even Ren couldn't help sighing inwardly. That's some twisted loyalty right there. As he glanced at the emotional Izumi standing behind him, Ren couldn't help but laugh. This girl really is a fool. Of course, he also understood that this wasn't one-sided bullying. It was more like a running joke between close friends. Teasing Sagawa Izumi had just become a habit for the other two. And as for Izumi Sagawa, she clearly had her own issues. Not only was she soft-hearted, but she seemed to have certain masochistic tendencies. Otherwise, why would she keep getting teased like this without resisting? You two are real friends to Sagawa, Nagi remarked, her sarcasm barely veiled. But then her eyes drifted to the touched expression on Izumi's face, and the corners of her mouth twitched. She barely managed to suppress a laugh. Next up. Aizawa Sakuya stepped forward, stifling her laughter, and introduced the next person, Kasumi Aika. This is Aika. She's been frail since birth, so she doesn't have much athletic ability. But because her family has a long-standing relationship with mine, we've known each other since childhood. One of the kanji in her name even comes from my family name. She's also the vice president of the Hakuo Academy Student Council. She's held that role longer than even Hinajiku. Aside from her physical ability, she's an all-around talent. Does Miss Sakuya really need to introduce me like that? Kasumi Aika, of course, knew that Sakuya's introduction was a bit much. But then she heard Sakuya quietly whisper in her ear. Aika, come with me later. I have something to talk to you about. Something? Aika wasn't sure what Sakuya meant, but she nodded slightly. After Sakuya's introduction, Nagi turned to the last person. Yukiji Katsura. We usually call her Yukiji. She's a teacher at Hakuo Academy. She loves eating and drinking for free, and also loves drinking alcohol. She often borrows money from students to buy booze. Honestly, she's not a very reliable adult. But she's not completely rotten either. She actually has a good relationship with her students. Still, sometimes I really want to punch her. Her final words carried a hint of gritted teeth. Yukiji scratched her face awkwardly as she listened. Ren looked at Yukiji for a moment, then lightly shook his head. This teacher isn't as bad as you make her out to be. When she was in high school, her parents racked up 80 million yen in debt, then abandoned her and her sister, leaving them to bear the burden. Back then, she thought the only way to survive was to borrow from loan sharks. She was prepared to be hounded by debt collectors. But she was determined not to let her little sister Hinajiku carry that burden. That's what she resolved back then. Still, her younger sister understood what she was doing and stopped her from taking out high-interest loans. It was because of that mutual understanding that the two of them managed to survive, rather than being sold off to debt collectors or worse. In her desperation, Yukiji remembered a teacher who once told her he wanted to raise a daughter like her. So she reached out to him for help with the debt. That teacher didn't hesitate. He used his personal savings to help repay the entire 80 million yen debt. He became the adoptive parent of both Yukiji and Hinajuku. Yukiji swore she'd repay everyone she ever borrowed from, except her sister. She knows just how awful adults can be, which is why she refuses to become one herself. She even said that she was inspired by that teacher and wanted to become a teacher like him. But still, people pick up some bad habits as they grow. Right, Yukiji-sensei, the one who loves her sister the most. To be continued. Chapter 384, A Normal Introduction, Amamiya Ren. Yukiji Katsura, whose inner thoughts had just been exposed, opened her mouth wide but couldn't utter a word for a while. Her past experiences were laid bare, along with the thoughts she had tried to suppress, including the fact that she loved her sister more than anything. Wait. No, that's not right. Even someone as thick-skinned as Yukiji wanted to crawl into a hole in the ground after her private thoughts were made public. Especially under the curious gazes of the surrounding students, and her beloved younger sister's surprised, awkward, yet slightly shy eyes. Yukiji broke down on the spot. Her face turned red as she raised her voice in exaggerated protest, trying to cover her embarrassment. She pointed directly at Ren. How do you know about June 20th? That was forever ago. That wasn't that long ago. Ren smiled calmly at Yukiji, who was now completely flustered. The resurfacing of such raw emotions was clearly a powerful blow. Wasn't your original intention good? Aside from money, there are plenty of important things in this world. Though I agree with that sentiment, it only holds true if your basic needs are covered. If you can't even ensure a stable life, then yes, money becomes very important. Yukiji's values weren't wrong. But they weren't values most people could afford to live by. Some with a strong moral compass might understand, but even the most virtuous person still needs to eat. When daily survival is in question, no matter how noble one's ideals are, reality takes precedence. Of course I know that. Yukiji rolled her eyes. That was high school. Of course I had idealistic fantasies back then. I just said those things to comfort Hinajuku. I already learned my lesson when I had to sleep on the streets in winter because of that 80 million yen debt. It's hard for high schoolers to grasp such painful truths. As she said, teenagers are often in a stage of chasing ideals, where they dream of a beautiful future. But once a young student is crushed by the full weight of societal and familial pressure, even the most naive will be forced to wake up to the cruel reality of the world. Back then, so-called relatives avoided them like the plague. Yukiji quickly realized she couldn't rely on them. In the end, only one person helped, the teacher who took the two sisters in. From that day forward, she swore she'd carry the name Katsura for the rest of her life. It was a powerful realization. One you'd remember forever. But still, Yukiji's decline since then isn't good. At the very least, she should work on her drinking habit. Excessive alcohol consumption severely impacts liver function. Ren admired both Hinajuku and Yukiji for different reasons. In fact, he respected Yukiji even more, for her sense of responsibility. This kind of thing. Bang. Just as Yukiji tried to retort, someone grabbed her shoulder. She turned and saw her sister, Katsura Hinajuku, looking completely serious. Her heart skipped a beat. "Nei-san, alcohol seriously damages liver function. It can cause irreversible damage to your nervous system and even lead to Alzheimer's over time." Eh? Wait, Hinajuku, we're at a birthday party, aren't we? Why are we suddenly talking about me quitting drinking? Hinajuku wasn't swayed. She kept her hands firmly on her sister's shoulders. A birthday party and quitting drinking are unrelated. But now is the perfect time to help you kick this bad habit. Oh no. Yukiji felt the sky was falling. She had come to this party just to eat and drink for free. How did it end up with her needing to quit alcohol? Turning around, she glared at the culprit responsible for all this, Ren, who was still smiling as if he were watching a comedy. Hey. This is all your fault. Hinajuku's only forcing me to quit drinking because of you. Ren responded with a shrug, as if watching a show. That's your own issue, isn't it? Alcohol is a Class 1 carcinogen. No matter how you spin it, it harms your body. And it does cause nerve damage. If you rely on anesthetics later, your tolerance will mess up treatment. That's going to be a serious problem. Exactly. At this moment, Hinajuku's eyes sharpened. In the past, she had been lenient toward her sister's drinking habits. But now, for Yukiji's health, she had to take it seriously. Everyone knows excessive drinking is bad. I know drinking is your hobby, and I'm not asking you to stop completely. But drinking too much is unacceptable. Drinking and alcoholism were two very different things. Hinagiko understood that. Yukiji looked at her sister helplessly. But when she met those pleading eyes, she couldn't bring herself to say no. If her sister had been yelling at her, she could have brushed it off with a joke. But with that soft, earnest look, she just couldn't turn her down. After all, she wasn't someone who didn't care. She was just thick-skinned. Hinagiko was her only blood relative left in the world. As an older sister, she couldn't ignore her little sister's plea. Yukiji remembered the last time Hinagiko had looked like that. It was the day their parents abandoned them. Fine. As long as I don't overdo it, that's enough, right? Quitting drinking entirely wasn't realistic. But drinking less, that much she could accept. Still, it probably meant Hinagiko would have to keep an eye on her every time she picked up a bottle. Yukiji felt her future suddenly dim. She glared again at the one responsible, who was still smiling like a fox. It's your turn now. We've all introduced ourselves. Time for you to do the same. Well, pardon me. Ren smiled politely and nodded. Amamiya Ren. Just a completely normal high school student from Teitan High. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 385, The world is very small. Ordinary. Yukiji widened her eyes and scrutinized the boy standing in front of her. His slightly curly bangs covered the upper half of his face, thick glasses hid the middle, and only the lower half was visible. It was difficult to tell what he really looked like. His height was around 170 centimeters, neither tall nor short. Compared to other good-looking boys his age, he was middle of the pack at best. His clothing looked plain. Nothing high-end. From what she could see, the total cost of his outfit, including outerwear and shoes, probably didn't exceed 10,000 to 20,000 yen. He looked completely ordinary. His demeanor wasn't particularly striking either. Even just standing there, he didn't seem to draw much attention. By both appearance and presence, he didn't stand out. Even Yukiji's sixth sense told her this boy was just a regular guy. And yet, it was because of that intuition that she felt something was off. Teacher Yukiji Katsura, do I seem extraordinary to you? There was no sarcasm in Ren's voice. Not even a hint of mockery. But that calmness only made Yukiji feel more unsettled. No, you feel normal. But that's what's so weird. Ren inwardly admired Yukiji's intuition, though outwardly he wore only a mildly surprised expression. But if I'm really that ordinary, how can you still find me strange? Your statement contradicts itself. My normality shouldn't feel abnormal. Yukiji locked eyes with him. Her instincts and logic both told her the boy in front of her was just a regular person. But the more she thought that, the more her mind screamed that something about him was off. Strangeness. The deeper she thought about it, the more confused she became. Everything pointed to him being ordinary, and yet, the feeling that he wasn't wouldn't go away. It was strange. Hinagiko felt the same. And not just Hinagiko. All 5 student council members present shared that exact sensation. They could all objectively confirm he seemed like an average person, but for some reason, that conclusion didn't sit right with them. Ren didn't elaborate. He just smiled faintly and shook his head. There's nothing strange about it. You're just wondering how someone like me ended up surrounded by a bunch of elite young ladies. So you think I must be an extra, right? An extra. The 6 girls exchanged confused glances. I mean, I don't belong to this world of high society. But my girlfriend does. So, I got pulled into it along with her. Ren's explanation froze the girl's thoughts for a second. But after a moment of reflection, it actually made sense. If Ren's girlfriend was one of the wealthy daughters, then it stood to reason he'd end up attending the same parties. It was a simple and plausible explanation. Just when the others seemed satisfied with that logic, Kasumi Aika's mind suddenly froze. Wait. Something's not right. Thinking back to how excited Sakuya had been earlier, how she had clearly wanted to talk to her privately about something important, it all clicked. If this guy really were ordinary, Sakuya wouldn't have reacted that strongly over something like a watch. Seeing that the others, including Hinagiko, seemed to have accepted the explanation, Aika felt even more alert. She looked at the boy in front of her with surprise. She didn't fully understand the situation yet, but it was obvious to her that the shift in perception among the others was because of him. Still, she stayed silent. She wasn't sure what had happened exactly, but Sakuya's attitude was the biggest clue. That alone proved this boy wasn't ordinary, he was beyond ordinary. Aika looked away. In other words, the reason Hinagiko and the others felt the way they did was because they hadn't realized their perceptions had been altered. Was it suggestion? Hypnosis? Kasumi Aika was curious. She also vaguely realized that Sakuya had something important to share with her later. Click. The sound of the door opening behind them broke the strange atmosphere. The 6 girls turned to see 5 unfamiliar faces walk in. Ah. The only one who recognized someone was Hanabishi Miki. Her eyes locked onto Fujiwara Chika. Chika. What are you doing here? Miki. Fujiwara Chika blinked in surprise. She hadn't expected to run into a familiar face here. You're here too. Oh, so you were invited to the birthday party as well. She hadn't expected to see someone she knew. Hanabishi Miki was equally puzzled. Aren't you from Shuchian? Did you transfer schools? Yeah, 2 months ago. I found out Kagaya transferred, so I decided to go to the same school as her. Chika spoke casually, then reached over to hold Kagaya's hand. Hanabishi Miki stared at her for a moment, then eventually sighed. That really is something you do. Knowing her well, Miki wasn't even surprised anymore. Fujiwara Chika's thoughts often made no sense, but once you knew her, you got used to it. Her best friend transferred schools, so she transferred to follow her. It sounded absurd, but coming from Chika, it somehow felt normal. Didn't your mom and dad object? Given what Miki knew, Chika's parents were pretty strict. They did. But grandpa and granddad were fine with it. Chika beamed. That answer left Miki speechless. Honestly, that probably was how things worked in Chika's family. The Fujiwara family was deeply embedded in politics. Most members were part of the system, and the family's ties ran far deeper than hers. The elders had far more authority than the parents. So, if Chika said her grandfathers approved, that was probably all it took. Miki also knew that the 3 Fujiwara sisters were all especially favored by the elders. Given their wealth and independence, the Fujiwara family didn't rely on arranged marriages for status. Their daughters had the freedom to live how they pleased. For someone like Chika, transferring schools for a friend wasn't much of a problem. To be continued. Chapter 386, Chapter 386, Who Likes Who is easy to see. Suzuki Sonoko, Amamiya Ren, Shinomiya Kagaya, Hayasaka Ai, and Fujiwara Chika. After a quick round of introductions, those names were no longer unfamiliar. As the second daughter of the Suzuki conglomerate, Sonoko was already known by some in this group of mostly second-generation elites. Besides, the Suzuki Zaibatsu was currently celebrating its 60th anniversary. There were few among the wealthy who hadn't at least heard of them. This was especially true for Kagaya and Hayasaka. Anyone from the upper-class circles would naturally be aware of the major changes happening within the Shinomiya conglomerate. It had even become a common topic of dinner conversation among business families. And of course, in the Fujiwara family, where generations had been involved in politics, such matters were discussed with even more nuance. Politics, after all, was inseparable from business. By contrast, ordinary people like Amamiya Ren and Ren stood out at this banquet as outliers. Ren glanced at the time on his phone. It's about time. Nagi, come with me. Miss Sajinomiya should be waking up soon. Oh. Upon hearing that Isumi was about to wake up, Nagi immediately leapt up from her seat. The two quietly exited through the side hall. The ones who remained exchanged looks of confusion. Miss Sakuya, this Sajinomiya that Ren mentioned, is she ill? Kasumi Aika couldn't help but ask curiously. Ah, Isumi. She caught a cold yesterday. Took some medicine and has been sleeping all day, so I need to go wake her. Aizawa Sakuya replied casually, but Aika could immediately detect the overly rehearsed tone in her response. Clearly, there was something unusual about Miss Isumi. Kasumi Aika recalled some past interactions with Sajinomiya Isumi and held back her curiosity. Even then, she'd noticed Isumi had some strange traits, though now it seemed there was another mysterious layer to her. Click. Not long after the door closed, it opened again. This time, Maria, Tachibana Wataru, and Kajima Saki entered. Oh. Wataru, long time no see. You finally crawled out of that video store of yours. Sakuya grinned teasingly, but Wataru wasn't offended. After all, they had known each other for a long time, and today was her birthday. The video store is under renovation. Thanks to that art-loving explosives maniac who set off a bomb across the street, half the store was damaged. Tachibana sighed. The already modest family business had taken a big hit. This renovation wasn't just cosmetic. It required replacing most of the old equipment, meaning the cost was more than just shattered windows. After that incident, Wataru had decided to install the thickest, most durable, super hard, bulletproof glass available. Most stores wouldn't go that far. But considering what had happened once, who could guarantee it wouldn't happen again? If something like that occurred a second time, he wouldn't be able to afford to repair everything again. He wasn't rich. And for a humble video store, his family background was anything but wealthy. After venting, Wataru glanced around the side hall, spotting some familiar faces, and a few he didn't recognize. But the one he most wanted to see wasn't among them. No need to stare. Aisumi is still resting in her room. She's not here. Aizawa Sakuya directly exposed Wataru's intentions without mercy. What? You think I'm here to see Aisumi? No way. I'm here to see Nagi. Tachibana's face flushed as he scrambled to deny it. Young master, didn't you just watch Miss Nagi walk out with that boy from the store? Kojima Saki's deadpan statement only made Wataru's face go even redder. Sakuya, who had been watching the drama unfold, burst out laughing. See? You can't even come up with a convincing excuse. Every time you show up at Nagi's place, isn't it always because you want to see Aisumi? Too bad for him, Sajinomiya Aisumi had never seen him as a member of the opposite sex. Sakuya honestly felt a bit sorry for Wataru, who was clearly wasting his time. Aisumi was easy to read. If she liked a boy, she'd show it. Despite being shy, she was emotionally transparent. Sakuya had known Aisumi for a long time. That's why she had long realized that Wataru's affection would never be reciprocated. And she also had a good idea why Aisumi never saw Wataru that way. Young. Hot-tempered. Impulsive. A typical immature boy. While Sakuya didn't know exactly what kind of guy Aisumi did like, she knew for sure it wasn't someone like Wataru. He likes Aisumi. The love-obsessed gossip detective, Fujiwara Chika, immediately perked up and pulled out a detective cap from somewhere. Yup. Sakuya, catching Wataru's beet-red face, smirked and confirmed it. He's liked Aisumi for a long time. It's not anything new. Chika's eyes sparkled with the thrill of a romantic plot. What about Aisumi? Aisumi. Sakuya murmured, then shook her head. She's never reacted to Wataru in any special way. That single sentence hit Tachibana like a rock. It confirmed his one-sided feelings. Aisumi's a very traditional girl. She doesn't even like wearing skirts, because she thinks they're too flimsy and distracting for physical training. She has a great personality, and she's very shy. But because of that, if she likes someone, it's incredibly easy to tell. Yeah, that's true. Wataru, disheartened, also realized what Sakuya said made sense. If Aisumi liked someone, it'd be obvious. Yeah. Aisumi really is like that. Chika nodded, recalling how Aisumi acted in battle, shy, gentle, soft-spoken. Very classical. Very reserved and introverted. When a girl like that falls for someone, it's easy to notice. Almost unconsciously, Fujiwara Chika's gaze drifted to Shinomiya Kagaya. Just like Kagaya. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 387, Curse. In the guest room upstairs, a young girl lay quietly on the bed, eyes closed. Her entire body was covered by a purple kimono. From the exposed area near her shoulders, it was clear she wasn't wearing anything underneath. Her breathing was calm and even, indicating she was in a very stable condition. Click. The door opened. Ren and Nagi stepped into the room. After closing the door behind them, they walked to the bedside where Sajinomiya Aisumi was resting. Ren activated his spiritual vision and scanned Aisumi's physical and spiritual condition. He nodded slightly. Absorption was successful. Her spiritual body has strengthened by about 1.5 times. After taking in Kikyo's soul crystal, Miss Sajinomiya will become significantly stronger in spell usage. That priestess, Kikyo, was a famed Miko from an ancient world ruled by demons. Her abilities were maximized in those dark environments, making her soul crystal an extraordinary artifact. The soul crystal contained fragments of Kikyo's soul and spiritual essence. Originally designed for parasitic possession, it housed over 950 instances of Kikyo's magical experience. The Miko arts and spiritual spells capable of exorcising demons, those powers were inherited by Sajinomiya Aisumi through this crystal. But embedded within that power was also Kikyo's life itself. This life force fragment could have easily disrupted the spirit of the shrine maiden receiving it. If the Miko's soul couldn't withstand the pressure, it would scatter, allowing Kikyo's soul to fully possess the body, thus completing a ritual of reincarnation. Of course, that scenario didn't apply here. Ren had monitored the parasitic soul from the beginning. Before it could take effect, he forcibly extracted and purified it. Sorting through a soul fragment like that takes time. Absorbing someone's soul is like experiencing their entire life. Then wouldn't that influence Aisumi's personality? I considered that. That's why I crushed the fragment. I also added layered restrictions so Miss Sajinomiya wouldn't live through that life, just observe it like watching a show. While that distinction may seem small, the psychological impact is completely different. Nagi nodded. Observing another's life without emotional immersion avoids personality entanglement. Aisumi was simply witnessing events, not becoming Kikyo. As if on cue, the girl lying there like a sleeping beauty slowly opened her eyes. Gone was the usual innocence. Her gaze now held maturity and emotional depth. She looked up at the familiar ceiling and instinctively tried to sit up. "Miss Sajinomiya, you're not dressed." Ren's voice froze her mid-movement. She looked down, realizing her collarbone and shoulders were exposed. Panicked, she yanked the blanket up to cover her upper body, only to expose her legs in the process. Still, she'd rather her legs show than anything else. Now decently covered, Aisumi looked to the side and saw who was standing at her bedside. Nagi-chan, and Amamiya-sama. Embarrassed, she pulled her legs in slightly. Ren closed his eyes, removed his coat, and gently placed it over her exposed legs. "Don't worry, Miss Sajinomiya. Miss Maria handled your clothing. No one saw anything." Hearing his calm, gentlemanly tone, Aisumi relaxed a little. She knew Ren wouldn't behave improperly, but even so, she felt as though her soul had been seen through. "Nagi, please help Miss Sajinomiya get dressed. I need to perform a full scan of her spiritual condition." "No, it's fine." Suppressing her shyness, Aisumi knew now wasn't the time to retreat. A full checkup was necessary. "You may proceed with the examination." Ren hesitated briefly, then opened his eyes and resumed the spiritual scan. There were no signs of parasitic attachment in the spirit body. No evidence of corruption in the mental body. The etheric layer remained as stable as before the fusion. No personality residue. No evidence of spiritual pollution. Perfect absorption. Kikyo's soul fragment caused no harm. The mental body is untainted. The spiritual body has grown by 1.5 times, just as predicted. Remarkable spiritual enhancement overall. However, Miss Sajinomiya should refrain from performing exorcisms for the time being. The spike in spiritual power needs time to stabilize. Avoid accepting any inheritances or high-load spiritual tasks for at least a month. Otherwise, there could be significant strain. With the scan complete, Ren closed his eyes again and turned away. "Nagi, Miss Sajinomiya will be physically weak for a while. Please help her get dressed. I'll wait outside." There was no need for him to assist further. He left the room immediately. Nagi, however, didn't leave. She remained, seated on the bed, and gently helped Aisumi sit up, allowing her to lean against her chest. "Did he see anything?" Aisumi asked timidly. Nagi. Of course she knew. Ren had seen it. But wasn't he pretending otherwise? Why did Nagi have to point it out? "It's fine. He won't say anything. Even if he did see something, if he keeps quiet, isn't it the same as not seeing it?" "It's not the same at all." Aisumi's face turned bright red. Her head felt like it was going to steam from embarrassment. Would it be okay if it were Ren who saw it? And no. The thought of being seen by Ren. It was so embarrassing she could barely stay conscious. But when Nagi softly asked, would it really be that bad? The painfully shy Sajinomiya Aisumi slowly, hesitantly, nodded. To be continued. Chapter 388, Chapter 388, The Heartless Goddess. For Aisumi, a girl with a rather classical temperament, modern clothing often felt too revealing. Especially skirts. Wearing one felt to her like going out with just a strip of fabric around her waist, like walking around in underwear. The hem of a skirt, made from light fluttery material, always seemed like it would lift with the slightest breeze. In her view, such clothes were simply too exposed. She still preferred the traditional kimono. The hem of a kimono was thicker, not easily blown up by the wind, and even when running, there was no concern about accidental exposure. Naturally, a girl so accustomed to traditional dress would also apply that mindset to other areas of life. Being seen undressed was definitely something Sajinomiya Aisumi found difficult to accept. However, exceptions existed. And when it came to this matter, there was one particular exception in her mind. That exception was Ren. She understood clearly that Ren had only been checking her condition. He had not done anything inappropriate. Of course, that didn't mean she wasn't embarrassed. Only after putting on the kimono again with Nagi's help did Sajinomiya Aisumi finally feel at ease. "I heard from Ren that he turned the absorption of the soul fragment into something like watching TV. That way it won't affect your personality. How do you feel now?" Nagi still cared a great deal about Aisumi's well-being. Sajinomiya Aisumi gently placed a hand on her chest. It was a very meaningful experience. That priestess, Kikyo, faced powerful demons using her own strength and always had the upper hand. If the demon hadn't transformed into her lover, she might not have died. But when she recalled Kikyo's lover and her tragic ending, what she felt most was sorrow. Even until her death, the Miko had remained deceived, never realizing it was all a lie. Love became a curse. It left even such a pure-hearted shrine maiden with only resentment in her final moments. The hatred Kikyo carried has been passed down through time. If not for his help, I might have been consumed by her emotions. The hatred the Miko bore before her death was unimaginable, stronger than any curse. Had she been swept into that whirlpool, Isumi doubted she could have escaped. She would have likely been possessed by the soul fragment of Kikyo. Just thinking about that possibility sent a chill down her spine. Thankfully, Amamiya-sama was there to guide me. Ren really is too well-rounded when it comes to things like this. Although Nagi didn't know the exact methods Ren had used, she could tell his hidden abilities ran deep. Other than the fact that he likes to sit back and watch instead of taking initiative, I don't think he has any other flaws. In short, he's overly cautious. Isumi gently shook her head. Nagi-chan, some things do require caution. I used to think like you, but after seeing that Miko's life, I think it's wise to act with a bit more care. She believed that if Kikyo had been able to see clearly, she would have realized the deception. But in that moment of emotional turmoil, she had failed to judge calmly, leading to her death. In comparison, Ren's constant caution was the correct path. Nagi looked at the emotion on Isumi's face and could imagine what the shrine maiden had experienced in that memory. And judging by how highly Isumi now regarded Ren, it was likely the Miko's tragedy had been far worse than she had described. But still, for some things, unless you talk to Ren directly, he won't act. I'm not referring to dangerous things requiring caution, but matters where he already has the situation under control. He's just too reserved. After that thrilling weekend, this thought had begun to take root in Nagi's heart. Maybe someone needed to gently push Ren forward. And that person would have to step forward first. Isumi, how's your condition? You should be able to join the birthday party later, right? Isumi gave a slight nod. I'm all right now. Other than the initial weakness, her physical condition had largely returned to normal. Though her spiritual power had increased drastically, requiring some adjustment to fully control, there were no limitations placed on her body. She pushed herself up with both hands, rising from the bed. Stretching lightly, Sanzenin Isumi checked her state and found no major discomfort. Let's go. She took Nagi's hand and stepped out of the room. But the moment she saw who was standing outside, she couldn't help but blush. She took a deep breath and tried to appear composed. I've completed my adjustments. And the fusion of Kikyo's soul fragment was only possible thanks to your help. Don't mention it. It was just a small assist. Even without using spiritual vision, Ren could tell that Isumi's embarrassment level had reached its peak. So he refrained from doing anything that might agitate her further. Since you're fully recovered, Sanzenin, let's go down. The final guest arrived just as Nagi and I were leaving. The last guest. Isumi blinked in confusion. Nagi leaned in and nudged her with her elbow. Tachibana Wataru and his maid. Only then did Isumi remember that no one in his family could drive. Of course he would be the last one to show up. You'd better be careful. If sees how you're reacting to Ren, he'll definitely cause a scene at the party. Yeah, I'll be careful. Isumi fell strangely silent, but eventually nodded. She was well aware of Wataru's feelings for her. But she didn't feel the same. She also knew Wataru had a narrow heart. If he witnessed how she looked at Ren, he would surely act irrationally. So she had to stay composed, and make sure he didn't notice anything. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 389, Chapter 389, Every time I go out. Returning to the side hall, the atmosphere remained lively. People on both sides seemed to have started interacting more actively. So you guys are going somewhere else for vacation over the next few weekends? Katsura Yukiji was visibly surprised, her expression filled with both astonishment and envy. You can't exactly call it all sightseeing. Ran replied, her tone carrying some complicated emotions as she thought back on recent experiences. Sometimes, unexpected things happen while traveling. For example, once we went to Tsukikage Island and discovered a massive drug trafficking operation hidden there. And there were several murder cases tied to it too. A teacher's wedding almost turned into a blood bride incident. Kagaya added, shaking her head slightly. There was that time when Mori-san was almost caught up in a murder case. Hayasaka followed up. On the way back from a trip, we encountered inner turmoil within the Hatamoto family. There was even a near-homicide situation. Sakuya chimed in at just the right time. And my sister's class reunion turned into a murder case. A former classmate got 2 others involved over a suicide that happened 2 years earlier. Even my sister became a target. Sonoko added with a sigh. Everyone in the room was filled with question marks. They couldn't quite understand why all their travel stories somehow involved murder cases. They had heard about the drug bust on Tsukikage Island from the news, but they didn't realize the people in front of them were the ones who had experienced it firsthand. And then there were the class reunion murders, the blood bride incident, each one more disturbing than the last. Why, are they all murder cases? Katsura Hinagika felt it was too much to process. Going on a weekend getaway only to run into murder cases or drug trafficking rings, this wasn't just odd, it was downright unsettling. To be honest, we're troubled by this too. We don't seek these incidents out, but somehow, wherever we go, we run into bizarre cases. Sonoko looked resigned. She knew these incidents weren't things they wanted to encounter, but trouble always seemed to find them. We've kind of gotten used to it. Like, just a little while ago, Nagi was right across from the museum in Shinjuku when the explosion happened. She witnessed it firsthand. Katsura Yukiji and the others widened their eyes in shock. They hadn't expected something like that to happen so close to someone they knew. The explosion from a week ago had caused major upheaval, especially the one at the Shinjuku Museum, which had more casualties than initially reported. Though the news had broadcast a string of numbers, it also showed the tragic aftermath. Anyone who saw those scenes wouldn't be able to sum it up with just figures. Real lives were lost in that explosion. And then the bomber issued a second warning, the next target was the To-Do Loop line. That subway line was always packed. Bombs placed along the tracks would cause even more casualties than the Shinjuku Museum incident. Worse yet, the third target was the municipal building, which was barely announced to the public. That's true. As someone who witnessed the explosion, Wataru had first-hand experience with it. The explosion was just too sudden. That day, Nagi. Wataru's expression twitched a bit as he recalled how Nagi had lectured him that day. If you've got questions, ask me. It just so happened that the museum across the street exploded. Shockwaves from the blast shattered the windows of every shop on the street. The far end was affected the least, but the central area was in complete chaos. I've also noticed more police patrols recently, especially around the museum, the municipal building, and major streets. Many students who went straight home after school had no idea. But Wataru, who ran a video rental business, noticed the difference. With fewer people on the streets, it was easier to spot unmarked patrol cars. Wow, so this is the kind of life Nagi and Isumi are living after transferring schools. Even Hinagika found it hard to bear. If she encountered murders or bombings every time she went out, she honestly wouldn't be able to handle it. Especially after Wataru's very matter-of-fact explanation. Did Miss Sakuya also go through this kind of life? Kasumi Aika, who had been listening from the side, silently turned her gaze to Sakuya. She was now certain something serious had happened behind the scenes involving both Nagi and Sakuya. Sakuya also had something to tell her today. Was it related to these events? Crack. The door to the side hall opened again. Everyone turned toward the sound. The first people they saw were Nagi and Isumi walking in. Isumi. Wataru nearly called out. He hadn't seen Isumi since she transferred from Hakuo. Though he knew where she lived, he had no proper reason to go visit. If it were Nagi, he'd have many excuses. Plus, he didn't even need an excuse, she often asked him to find collector's editions of movies and anime. That gave him many reasons to visit her house. But that same reasoning couldn't be used for Isumi, not anymore. While Wataru's eyes were fixed on her, everyone else in the room had already noticed something. Especially as a spectator, Chika's eyes were filled with subtle sympathy. Once she switched into spectator mode, she could read the emotions of those around her like an open book, and everyone's thoughts were currently laid bare. For instance, Wataru's heart was entirely with Isumi. Unfortunately, Isumi's gaze remained calm, showing no hint of emotional fluctuation toward Wataru. She was clearly suppressing her feelings. But it wasn't her thoughts about Wataru she was trying to control, it was her thoughts about Ren. To be continued. Chapter 390, Nature is really heart-wrenching. Chika, who had entered spectator mode, saw everything clearly. In fact, even without using this ability, Wataru's reaction was so obvious that anyone with eyes could see it. But his secret feelings would never bear fruit, because the one he secretly loved had absolutely no affection for him. No matter how carefully Chika observed in spectator mode, she couldn't find a single trace of romantic emotion directed toward him. In fact, there was even a hint of irritation. That feeling of, why am I even liked, lingered in her heart. Unfortunately, the one I secretly love doesn't love me back. Chika sighed inwardly. No matter the circumstances, as long as the person you're crushing on isn't interested in you, it's a completely one-sided love. Then, she glanced at Kojima Saki with a peculiar look. Why is this maid's emotional state so complicated? In spectator mode, she could read many people's surface thoughts. Though it was only surface level, that was already more than what most people could conceal. The maid, Kojima Saki's, thoughts were no exception. But what struck Chika as odd was how deeply contradictory those thoughts were. She hoped Wataru's wish would come true, and at the same time, she hoped it wouldn't. There was even a trace of jealousy embedded in those contradictions. It was faint, so faint that even the person herself wasn't aware of it. A textbook love triangle, Chika thought. The master likes another girl, the girl doesn't like him, but the maid likes the master. Ah, but since Isumi doesn't like the maid, this doesn't really count as a triangle. Still, the whole thing made Chika chuckle inwardly. Are these two, master and maid, really that oblivious? Since the master's love won't be returned, wouldn't it be ideal for the maid to step in? Well, that's just what she thought. Chika wasn't foolish enough to say it aloud. She was in spectator role now. As a spectator, she had to remain silent. No matter how the play unfolded on stage, she was only to watch with a calm and balanced mindset, never voicing her opinions carelessly. A spectator who speaks out is no longer a spectator. Maintain rationality and sensitivity. That's how one properly becomes a spectator, just like Ren, silently watching everything unfold. As someone who held the source of the chaos sea, Ren could easily grant this ability to others. But even without tapping into extraordinary power, he could already guess what Wataru was thinking. Most people's situations were just as he remembered them. Though there were differences between the story and reality, there were also undeniable similarities. The true gap between fiction and reality often lies in personality and behavior. Real people didn't act as naturally as fictional characters, especially those from prominent families. Of course, there were exceptions. At the very least, Tachibana Wataru was very much like the version Ren remembered. But Ren wasn't completely sure if his memory was accurate. Long time no see, Student Council President. Isumi was the first to greet Katsura Hinajuku. Back at Hakuo Academy, the two had interacted frequently thanks to Nagi. Long time no see, Miss Isumi. You're looking well. Really? Maybe it's because I actually got some sleep today. Since it's Sakuya's birthday party, I stayed up a bit late last night. As she spoke, Isumi glanced at Nagi standing beside her. Katsura Hinajuku, who knew Nagi very well, understood immediately. It wasn't strange at all. After all, Isumi and Nagi had been close since childhood. It was common knowledge that they were childhood friends. It wouldn't be surprising if Nagi had dragged Isumi into playing games all night. Nagi just pursed her lips, clearly annoyed at being blamed again. Then, Isumi turned her attention to Wataru. Long time no see, Wataru. Yeah, long time no see. Wataru and Nagi-chan really have a close relationship. Even though they bicker constantly, Sakuya still invited Wataru to her birthday party. Crack. Though the words weren't particularly harsh, to Wataru they were like a cursed gaze, turning him to stone. He remembered. He still remembered that he and Nagi were an engaged couple. Even though he and Nagi had already discussed certain things, they weren't matters to be shared with others. No one besides the two of them knew the full agreement they had reached. Naturally, he couldn't speak about it openly. Until the engagement was officially cancelled, this couldn't be said lightly. Otherwise, if something major happened, he didn't know what would become of Nagi, but his own fate certainly wouldn't be pretty. As for whether Isumi knew, she definitely didn't. Nagi wasn't the type to share everything, especially not something as sensitive as an engagement agreement. She would never reveal that to a third party. Isumi was simply redirecting the conversation to Nagi on instinct. She knew that doing so would shift Wataru's attention away from her. Now, seeing Wataru's reaction, Isumi was confident her tactic had worked. Puffed. Chika couldn't hold back her laughter. Because she understood both Isumi's and Wataru's thoughts, she realized just how ridiculous this all was. Isumi wanted to divert Wataru's attention and meant no harm. But for Wataru, this was the last topic he wanted brought up, because he was actually Nagi's fiancé. Miss Chika. Isumi tilted her head slightly as she looked at Chika, who had suddenly burst into laughter. No, it's nothing. I just thought of something funny. Suppressing her lingering emotions, Chika forced a smile. She hadn't expected this kind of drama before dinner had even begun. At that moment, Chika finally understood why Ren enjoyed watching other people's messes so much. To be continued. Chapter 391, Not Compatible. Maria quickly prepared dinner and the birthday cake for the party. The cake was made collaboratively, and even had images of Hayasaka, Sakuya Aizawa, and Sonoko on it. It was clear this cake had been specially prepared. Then, let the three stars of today's party make their wishes first. Hayasaka, Sakuya, and Sonoko closed their eyes slightly and clasped their hands near their lips. After a moment, the three opened their eyes. Did you all make your wishes? The three of them nodded slightly. I hope your wishes come true. Praise be to Mr. Fool. Maria's words drew strange looks from those unfamiliar with the reference, while those who understood it smiled subtly. Yes, I hope Mr. Fool will grant my wish. Sonoko spoke first with a grin. Miss Suzuki's wish will definitely come true. I believe Mr. Fool is listening. Hayasaka added seriously. Ha ha ha. I bet Mr. Fool can hear us loud and clear right now. Sakuya laughed, unable to suppress her amusement. However, their comments left those unaware of the context with question marks in their minds. They weren't sure if these three were telling some kind of inside joke. As for Mr. Fool sitting off to the side, he certainly heard everything. However, rather than hearing the actual wishes, he heard their clear hope that Mr. Fool would help them fulfill those wishes. Hearing those words, Ren, who held the Fool position, just felt a headache coming on. Maria covered her mouth with her hand, smoothing out the corners of her lips, then quickly began slicing the cake. As the hosts of the birthday party, the three adorable girls were naturally the center of the celebration. Each guest received a piece of cake as thanks for joining the festivities. The cake was massive. Even after everyone got a slice, there were still 2/3 left. The rest would go to the girls who had a sweet tooth. Nagi-chan, how are you feeling about your new school? Once the group settled into eating and chatting, Hinajuku asked curiously. The question piqued everyone's interest. They were all still confused about Nagi and Isumi's transfer. After all, it had happened very suddenly. What kind of school could make both of them choose to transfer without hesitation? It's pretty good. The environment and atmosphere are nice. Other than the fact I can't help falling asleep in class, there's nothing really wrong. To Nagi, there wasn't much difference between Hakuo and Teitan. Aside from the scale, it felt like she had spent more time at Teitan in the past few months than she did at Hakuo all of last year. The stuff the teachers teach now are things I learned 2 or 3 years ago. Their standards aren't very high. But when I get sleepy, I just head over to the club building to rest. But I've still been showing up to school regularly, right, Isumi? Isumi, hearing her name, nodded slightly and answered seriously. Nagi-chan hasn't skipped any classes at her new school. Even when she's bored, she'll go rest in the club building instead of leaving campus. Hinajuku looked at Nagi in surprise. She could understand that Nagi found class boring. After all, Nagi had always been smart. Her main problems were being a shut-in, lacking self-discipline, and having poor physical stamina. Aside from those minor issues, Nagi had a lot of strengths. But after transferring, it seemed like Nagi had corrected many of her old bad habits. Thinking about it, it felt like Nagi had run away from home. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come to her to learn kendo. Now she was attending school regularly, not cooped up at home, and even working on her physical condition. Everything seemed to be heading in a positive direction for little Nagi ever since transferring schools. What changed? Could it be that Hakuo and Nagi just weren't compatible? That seemed like the only explanation Hinajuku could think of. Otherwise, why had all of Nagi's bad habits improved the moment she left Hakuo? Is this for real? Sagawa looked at Nagi in disbelief. Nagi, the one who used to skip class all the time, is now going to school normally. And the worst she does is nap in the club building. Although that behavior wasn't exactly good, the teachers at Teitan High didn't really care. Not because of her status, but because of her grades. In several placement exams, Nagi had scored full marks. She'd also donated money to the school in her own name and even renovated an old building. Although it was currently used by their club, once Nagi graduated, wouldn't that building be owned by the school? That alone was a major gain for the school. What could the teachers or principal say? Of course they would treat her well. Skipping class. That's barely worth mentioning. Top-performing students always get special treatment. Otherwise, how could they be different from ordinary students? Is it really that surprising I go to class like a normal person? Nagi raised her eyebrows. But when she thought about it, she realized she had only gone to Hakuo a dozen times last year. Yeah, even she found it hard to believe. It had only been a few months since transferring, but she had already corrected many of her old bad habits. Was it because she'd gained strength? Or hoped to keep moving forward? Or maybe it was because... Nagi's gaze subtly drifted toward Ren, who was quietly eating cake nearby. Amazing. Asake's Risa couldn't help but nod in agreement. She never imagined such a dramatic change could happen after Nagi transferred schools. But considering just how exaggerated Nagi's transformation was, Risa figured there had to be a specific reason behind it. Now that I think about it, Nagi-chan, are all of you in the same club? Risa suddenly recalled the club Nagi had mentioned and continued her questioning. Yeah. It's nice to have a club. Besides being able to do activities together on weekends, it also gives us a relaxing space at school. So what kind of activities have you been doing recently? Recently? Not much. We're going to attend the Suzuki conglomerate's 60th anniversary celebration in half a month, so we haven't scheduled anything else for now. To be continued. Chapter 392, Happy Birthday, Bonus. The 60th anniversary of the Suzuki Zaibatsu was a major event recently. In particular, a thief openly provoked the Suzuki Zaibatsu, even attempting to target the black pearl that the Zaibatsu had showcased earlier that morning. This incident caused quite a stir. The previous theft at the Baika Museum had ended with the thief leaving yet another taunting notice. However, the tone of that letter had been extremely provocative, forcing the Suzuki family to bring out the real black pearl and engage in a high-stakes gamble with the thief. In the end, would the Suzuki family manage to protect the black pearl, or would the thief successfully steal it? Of course, such an event unfolding during the 60th anniversary celebration of the conglomerate made the whole thing feel like a joke. To put it bluntly, if the Suzuki Zaibatsu could defeat a thief, that was expected. But if they couldn't even do that, it meant they were no better than a thief. Risa Asake's eyes flickered slightly. Then she said cautiously, honestly, everyone's watching the Suzuki Zaibatsu's 60th anniversary event. Waiting to laugh at them, huh? Nagi wasn't nearly as cautious, saying out loud what others merely implied. Her expression didn't show the slightest concern about what others thought. If they want to watch, let them watch. Do you think Suzuki would care? Sonoko, whose name had come up, chuckled with a casual smile. That's right, laugh if they want. If our Suzuki family cared about stuff like that, we wouldn't be doing it this way in the first place. Sonoko was well aware that many other conglomerates were mocking the Suzuki Zaibatsu. But so what? Maybe it used to matter to the Suzuki family in the past, but it didn't mean anything now. They could have avoided the whole joke to begin with. Just look at what her mother had done initially, swapping out the real black pearl at the last second. That move alone could have completely undercut the thief's arrogance. But didn't Ren change everything? He restored the black pearl's original luster and even made modifications to it, turning what had once been a symbolic heirloom into a real one. How could they keep a low profile after that? The Suzuki family had no choice but to shift focus to substance. Seeing Nagi and Sonoko's reactions, Risa Asake's was full of question marks. So, there's a secret behind all this. Well, sort of. Like Nagi-chan said, if you can find out, then go ahead and try. Sonoko didn't seem to care much. She knew a few things, but some details weren't so easily uncovered. You're seriously saying that? Risa looked skeptical. The way Nagi and Sonoko phrased things clearly meant there were layers to this mystery. Still, it seemed obvious that the hidden story behind it wasn't something easy to uncover. In that case, can we also attend the Suzuki Zaibatsu's 60th anniversary? Yeah, sure. Sonoko thought about it briefly and didn't decline. My family should have sent an invitation to the Asake's shrine already, but your parents probably haven't responded. Then I'm sure there's been no reply. Risa muttered bluntly. My old man hates social events. My mom always says he was born to run a shrine. And every time, he replies with the same thing. What's wrong with guarding a shrine? Maybe the gods will appear someday. That was clearly a complaint from Risa's dad. But his words immediately caught the attention of many in the room, and their eyes instinctively drifted to Ren, who was quietly eating cake. The existence of gods was supposed to be impossible, especially in a scientific world like this one. Such things were unrealistic. But even in a world so grounded in science, there now existed someone who might genuinely be walking the path to godhood. In a way, Risa's father's complaint could be seen as a kind of prophecy. Sonoko quickly came back to her senses and shifted her gaze. In that case, I'll have my sister send you an individual invitation after the party. Ms. Katsura Yukiji, Ms. Katsura Hinajiku, do you want to join us too? Oh my gosh. Yukiji's eyes lit up green with desire. The only thing on her mind was the lavish banquet. Even though Hina was restricted from drinking too much, there was no rule against having alcohol. That made Yukiji genuinely excited to attend a party where fine liquor would clearly be served. After all, this kind of premium alcohol was rarely available unless you went to events of this level. Sister. Seeing her older sister's expression, Hinajiku knew it would be impossible to decline. Thank you, Miss Suzuki. Ah, it's no big deal. It's just an invitation. Miss Hinajiku can also try investigating the secrets we're hiding. If you do figure something out, I think that would be kind of fun. Sure, I'll give it a try. Hinajiku wasn't sure why someone would be so open about letting others dig into their secrets, but since the person involved had given the green light, she figured there was no harm in looking into it. Sometimes, the more something was hidden, the more people wanted to uncover it. Well then, let's wrap up the serious talk. As the host, Nagi was the first to stand up, raising a glass of juice. Yesterday was Hayasaka's birthday. Today is Sakuya's. Tomorrow is Sonoko's. I think it's fate that our birthdays are so close together. So since fate brought us together, let's celebrate all three of our birthdays at once. I just feel a little bad for Hayasaka, since her birthday was yesterday, and for Sonoko, since hers is tomorrow. In truth, Nagi had only learned yesterday that all three of them had April birthdays, each just a day apart. So, this birthday party had been organized hastily, with only close friends invited. In any case, I still want to wish the two of them a happy birthday today. This is our first birthday party together. I believe there'll be many more to come. To be continued. Chapter 393, Chapter 393, Excitement is not very friendly to the heart, bonus. The birthday party lasted until 7 p.m. Everyone returned home quite late. Aside from those who had cars sent from home, the rest were driven back by a vehicle from the Sanzenin household. As she had mentioned earlier, Sakuya Aizawa brought Kasumi Aika back to her home. However, after getting out of the car, Sakuya didn't lead Aika into the main house. Instead, she headed toward the private swimming pool built in the annex, meant for diving practice. When they arrived, the night was still and silent, not even a servant in sight. Bang. Sakuya flicked on the lights, instantly illuminating the entire dark pool area. Miss Sakuya, what are you doing? Kasumi Aika still didn't understand what Sakuya was up to. Just watch from the side. This is my first time testing it, but since it's a gift from Ren, there shouldn't be any problem. Standing by the pool's edge, Sakuya opened a sealed hatch. The moment it opened, the lights inside the pool activated, and the surrounding monitors switched to underwater camera feeds. At the same time, the pool surveillance system also came online. Looking down from the edge, it appeared you could see the bottom easily, it didn't even seem that deep. But Sakuya knew the truth. The pool was 15 meters deep. This was far deeper than standard snorkeling depths. Normally, proper diving training in such a pool would require a professional coach to ensure safety. One mistake here could be fatal. However, Sakuya didn't seem the least bit concerned about that. Aika, get me a towel and just observe from the side. Don't be overly surprised. And don't call for help. After you see my test, your questions will be answered. Then I'll explain everything. Although Aika didn't understand, she still nodded slightly. All right. Wearing a kimono, she first retrieved a large bath towel to wrap herself in, then sat in the pool's rest area. Sakuya glanced back at Aika, then tossed aside her shoes. Without even taking off her blue dress, she took a diving posture and plunged into the water like a dolphin. The sight stunned Aika so much that she stood up in shock. Just as she was about to rush forward in a panic, the monitors near the pool showed Sakuya's underwater condition. She was fast. Even in a dress, Sakuya moved swiftly in the water, accelerating with just subtle body movements. The dress, which should have been a hindrance, didn't affect her at all. Is this Sakuya's hidden ability? Aika glanced toward one of the surveillance cameras. Anyway, her uncle should be arriving soon. Taking a deep breath, she tried to calm her nerves and continued watching Sakuya on the screen. At that moment, Sakuya was filled with an overwhelming sense of excitement. Ah, I can feel it. My entire body feels like it's breathing. I don't need to open my mouth or use lungs or gills to breathe. I can breathe naturally. And my movements underwater are totally unrestricted. However, there's a time limit. She looked at her watch. A section of the dial had turned red, and the minute hand was ticking, clearly indicating a countdown. 13 minutes. That's the duration I can breathe and move freely underwater. After that, the ability will deactivate. That's more than enough. She dove quickly, covering the full 15-meter depth. It took her less than 10 seconds to reach the bottom. 15 meters wasn't enough to cause crushing pressure, but the water pressure was still palpable. She could dive deeper, but this was probably the safe limit. As she continued to swim through the deep end, she suddenly heard a noise from above. Even through the water, Sakuya could hear it clearly. Sakuya. Why did she jump? Hurry. Rescue her. Hurry up. Looking up, Sakuya saw her usually unkempt father flailing at the edge of the pool, shouting in a panic. Sakuya checked her watch. She still had 8 minutes left. She had only been underwater for 5. Dad, you really rushed over quickly. Sakuya sighed and shot upward like a dolphin. The distance back to the surface was 15 meters. But before any rescue operation was ready, Sakuya had already broken the surface. Dad, your daughter isn't dead. She rested her arms on the edge of the pool, looking at her father, who was frozen in place, his face blank with shock. Sakuya, you almost gave me a heart attack. Seeing his daughter alive and speaking, her father stammered, overwhelmed by relief and fear. And I was right in the middle of a good test. Sakuya knew it was impossible to continue testing now. Still, she had already confirmed the results. The underwater breathing function and movement efficiency were excellent. The equipment Ren made far exceeded her expectations. She pulled herself up the ladder at the edge of the pool. Her soaked dress clung to her uncomfortably, making her want to change immediately. But aside from changing clothes, she also needed to calm down her father, whose heart had clearly taken a hit. All right, Dad. I'm fine, aren't I? You're fine, but my heart isn't. Her father rolled his eyes in frustration. Heaven knew his heart nearly stopped when he found out Sakuya had jumped into the diving pool. He had already lost his wife. The thought of losing his daughter too was unbearable. Luckily, she was unharmed. Otherwise, how would he face her mother in the afterlife? Though he didn't understand how it was possible, her father's heart finally began to settle. Now explain everything to me. Clearly. To be continued. I just finished a FIC I was working on and I'm thinking of starting another soon, so if you have any recs, drop them. Also, it's a new week, don't forget to drop more stones for bonuses XD. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 394, Chapter 394, can completely eliminate the sickness. After coming out of the pool, Aizawa Sakuya kept monitoring the state of her watch. It seemed that ever since her head emerged from the water, the red area on the watch had turned green, and the countdown had gone from 8 minutes to 5 minutes. So, as long as her head was submerged, the ability to breathe and move freely underwater would activate. Once she left the water, the remaining time would begin to recover. In simple terms, she had 13 minutes of usage time. Once consumed, it would take 13 minutes to recharge. Originally, she thought it would require more time, or even some spiritual consumption. Then Sakuya paused. No, spiritual consumption still exists. It's just that this specific ability doesn't use much. Maybe if I used it for longer, I'd notice some symptoms of spiritual depletion. Spirituality originates from the spiritual body and can also be considered a kind of energy. But energy is not the same as spirituality. The most noticeable consumption occurs when one's spirituality is depleted. Since I haven't taken the potion, I haven't formally transformed my energy into spirituality. So I can't precisely tell how much I've consumed or how much I have left. At most, I can sense my energy reserves, and even that's vague. As expected, even with such an impressive item, I can't underestimate its implications. Still, once I become a Beyonder and my spirituality increases significantly, I should be able to utilize this item more efficiently. Right now, there are still some limitations. After sorting out her observations about the item, Aizawa Sakuya changed into a bathrobe and stepped outside. Kasumi Aika was sitting quietly outside. Since they were all girls, it was easier this way. When she came out, Sakuya sat down directly across from Aika. How was it? Kasumi Aika was silent for a while. So, this is the secret that Miss Sakuya and the others are hiding. Not quite. It's just a small secret. Compared to what we're really hiding, this is just an appetizer. As she spoke, Sakuya raised her left hand and looked at the watch on her wrist. This is a birthday present from Ren. So, Aika, how much do you think this watch is worth? Kasumi Aika examined it carefully, then shook her head slightly. Priceless. Miss Sakuya, even though my knowledge is limited, I understand that this kind of gift can't be measured in monetary value. But judging from what you just demonstrated, I can say with certainty, if the watch's function became public knowledge, there would be countless people willing to pay a fortune to obtain it. And what's valuable isn't the watch itself, but the person who made it. Kasumi Aika quickly caught on. So, that boy really is the core of your group. Aizawa Sakuya didn't deny it. Instead, she asked a question. Then, Aika, do you think Ren lied? Kasumi Aika carefully recalled everything Ren had said, then shook her head slightly. No, everything he said was true. He always emphasized that he's just an ordinary person. Maybe I didn't quite understand at first, but now I get it. The part he emphasized was that the identities people can investigate are all ordinary. That's what he meant. Exactly. Ren's official identity is very simple, just an ordinary person. No matter how deeply you look into him, the result won't change. But he's also the most extraordinary, ordinary person. After hearing this, Kasumi Aika didn't feel excitement, only confusion. Then why tell me all this now? Sakuya nodded slightly. Because what I'm about to say next is related to you. Ren asked me to remind you, you're going to get sick soon. The illness that's been holding you back for years. I happened to ask him about it today. He said your disease can be cured. Kasumi Aika paused for a moment, then she understood. You mean through special means? Aizawa Sakuya nodded. Your physical condition has troubled you since birth. If your family could have cured it, they would have done so already. They wouldn't have let it affect your health this long. The Kasumi family was well off and had excellent medical resources. If there had been a way to cure Aika's illness, money wouldn't have been an obstacle. And yet, even under such circumstances, her disease had persisted since birth. That alone proved it wasn't something that could be resolved with conventional medicine. But what normal means couldn't fix, extraordinary methods just might. Kasumi Aika paused again. She hadn't expected her condition could be treated, and by using unconventional methods at that. Miss Sakuya, is it really okay to tell me all this? It's nothing that serious. Aizawa Sakuya waved her hand casually. I already got Ren's permission. Besides, this isn't something we can keep hidden forever. It's bound to be exposed sooner or later. We just try to control the timing. Now that we have more allies, as long as we don't take the initiative to reveal anything, some things won't come to light. And more importantly, I believe Aika won't casually talk about this with others. Kasumi Aika paused briefly, then slowly closed her eyes, placed her hands over her lower abdomen, and bowed her head slightly. Yes. I swear on the Kasumi family name that I won't reveal any of this. Good. With that kind of promise, I'm at ease. So, are you ready now? Right now. Kasumi Aika looked a bit stunned, a trace of hesitation appearing on her face. But, the birthday party just ended. Isn't this a little sudden? It's fine. I'll make the call. Sakuya said calmly, pulling out her phone to contact Ren. To be continued. Chapter 395, Exposing the Nest of Disease. As the doorbell rang, Ren opened the door and saw the two people he had met just half an hour ago. He looked at Aizawa Sakuya with a mild headache. You're a little anxious, Miss Aizawa. Although he actually had a lot of free time, he didn't want to bunch too many things together at once. Sorry. I thought since we had time, we should solve Aika's problem as soon as possible. Aizawa Sakuya clasped her hands and repeatedly apologized. Ren naturally knew that Sakuya wasn't intentionally troubling him, but he still wished she'd pay more attention to timing. Don't be in such a rush next time. Come in first. After giving her a reminder, he let them in. The time was now 8:12 p.m., still a bit early for bedtime. These days, Ren usually stayed up a bit later, generally going to bed around 11 p.m. During this time, he would read books or study the tools he created using his gift. It actually wouldn't take long to remove the lesions from Kasumi Aika's body. What would take time was regulating her condition after the lesions were removed. But there was no need to mention that now. Since everyone had agreed, it was best to proceed. The air-conditioned room kept the temperature stable. Even Kasumi Aika, who wore a thick kimono, felt a little warm. Of course, only a little. A body weakened by years of illness needed careful maintenance. Even a slight change in the environment could trigger a serious cold. Because her body had long been affected by disease, it had become especially sensitive to temperature. This was directly tied to her overall health. Ren went to his room and took out a bathrobe he owned but had never worn. Miss Kasumi Aika, please go to the other room and change into this. I need access to your abdomen to remove the lesion. I understand. Kasumi Aika didn't say anything else, simply took the bathrobe and went to change. After watching Aika walk off, Aizawa Sakuya turned back to Ren. Should I excuse myself? You're both girls. Why would you need to? If they were of opposite sexes, it would make sense for her to step out. But since they were both female, was there really a need? Besides, after the lesion is removed, Miss Aika's body will be extremely weak. She won't become healthy immediately just because the lesion is gone. She'll need time to recover. So, you'll be responsible for taking her home afterward. No problem. Aizawa Sakuya agreed immediately. She hadn't planned for Ren to take them home in the first place. It was already late, and they were asking him to help treat Aika. To then have him escort them home as well would just be too shameless. Besides, it wasn't as though they couldn't make it home on their own. Soon, Kasumi Aika finished changing. The loose bathrobe looked a bit oversized on her, but that was actually better, it could cover more of her body. Ren nodded slightly and began explaining the procedure with a professionalism that resembled a doctor's. Miss Aika, you may feel some pain during the removal. The disease is buried deep in your bone marrow, and you've had it since birth. That makes the process more sensitive. Also, the method I'm using is rather forceful. While I can ensure that no trace of the lesion remains, I can't do much about the pain. Kasumi Aika understood clearly. There was no perfect method. The pain might be the lightest price she had to pay. I understand. Ren gave a slight nod, showing his understanding. After the lesion is removed, your body will enter a weak phase lasting 1 to 2 weeks. This is because the lesion is congenital and has been with you for too long. But don't worry. During this period, you just need proper rest and nutrition. That'll shorten the duration of the weakness. If you're ready, lie down on the sofa and uncover your abdomen. Kasumi Aika nodded, lay on the sofa, and pulled open the lower part of her bathrobe. But as expected, she was still a girl. No matter how composed someone might be, exposing herself like this in front of a guy felt unnatural. Her skin visibly trembled, her expression uneasy. Well, she was still a girl, after all. Ren wasn't surprised. He tapped his thumb lightly several times and immediately entered a state of clairvoyance. As expected, the issue was severe. He couldn't use too much force. Otherwise, her body might not be able to handle the stress while conscious. The lesion was deeply embedded in her body. If he had medicine that could soften and separate it, the removal process would have been easier and less painful. Unfortunately, he didn't have such means. The only option was brute force. Ren raised his hand and gently drew a circle on Aika's abdomen, using order to gather all the lesions in that area. Kasumi Aika could already feel something moving inside her. The pain came in waves, quickly wiping away any concern for modesty. Concentrating too hard on the lesions would only prolong the eruption phase, and the pain would worsen. But this was just the beginning. Peel off. Kasumi Aika's flat abdomen began to writhe slightly, and black sludge began seeping out. Her weak body could no longer endure the pain, and she cried out in agony. Her pretty face twisted in pain, large beads of sweat gathering on her forehead. Her body kept writhing, but despite her efforts, her limbs seemed restrained. She could hardly move. Yet as she struggled, more and more black substance continued oozing from her abdomen. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 396, Chapter 396 Illness similar to a curse. Pain. Endless pain. For Kasumi Aika, this was nothing short of a hell made of suffering. There might have been a little pain. She had been deceived. While enduring this agony, Aika couldn't help but recall the warning Ren had given her at the beginning. Not just a little pain, but intense, unbearable pain. She could not suppress the screams torn from her throat. After an unknown amount of time, the pain gradually subsided. But by then, Aika was in such agony that she could not even open her eyes. Open your eyes and look. The voice at her ear made Aika, who had barely been able to force her eyes open, use the last of her strength to do so. Before her eyes floated a dark mass that seemed to radiate malice. What is this? She opened her mouth, and a hoarse voice came out. Even she was startled by how rough her voice had become. But even so, her attention was still locked on the black mass before her. This is the cause of your illness. That congenital illness has been eating away at your life, making your body weak. If it isn't cleared out, your lifespan will be greatly shortened. Listening to the voice beside her, Aika finally realized this was the thing that had always been inside her body. These lesions have been lurking in various parts of your body. Fortunately, their positions have shifted slightly, so we were able to pull them out. This thing is a manifestation of a chronic disease. And because it has been eating away at your life, removing it will naturally have a serious impact on you. But being able to remove it will still be far more beneficial to you. Kasumi Aika understood this clearly. Looking at this black mass, a chill went down her spine when she thought about how it had always been inside her. After seeing this, she finally understood. Such an unusual method, as expected, this person was anything but ordinary. In the coming days, as long as you undergo normal recuperation, your body will slowly return to normal. At the very least, you will not be as frail as before, always worried about falling ill. Aika bit her lips slightly, and a hoarse voice came from her throat. Thank you. Well, I accept your thanks. At this moment, Ren had already withdrawn his spiritual vision and deliberately kept his gaze from wandering in Aika's direction, focusing instead on the lesion. The so-called lesion was like a curse. No, more precisely, it was practically a curse. A disease was just another form of curse. His hand slowly closed, and the dark lesion was compressed little by little until it finally became a pitch-black crystal. As expected, diseases and curses were almost the same kind of existence. No wonder the demoness pathway was tied to disease and curses. Both diseases and curses were collectively referred to as disasters. After collecting the crystallized disease, Ren turned around. Ms. Aizawa, thank you for your help with this matter. No problem. Aizawa Sakuya agreed immediately. Ren gave a slight nod and walked toward his study. The remaining Aizawa Sakuya squatted beside the sofa, tightly holding Kasumi Aika's hand. How are you feeling? Does it hurt? Aika's voice was hoarse, and the pain in her body had almost made her lose control. Her strength had been drained completely, leaving her unable to even raise her hands. The peeling process was more painful than I imagined. It hurt so much I couldn't stop myself from screaming. I heard it. That high-pitched note you hit just now was even higher than the screams in horror movies. How could Sakuya, who had been watching the entire time, not know how much pain Aika had endured? Especially during the peeling process, the voice had grown higher and higher, from sharp and piercing to hoarse. Anyone who heard the entire process could tell exactly what the person was going through. Kasumi Aika's dry lips curved faintly. Her weak body wouldn't let her squeeze back, so she could only try her best to hold on to Sakuya's hand. I'm troubling you again. It's nothing. Don't worry about it. Aizawa Sakuya didn't mind at all. The two had grown up together, and naturally, she did not want Aika to remain so weak if there was a chance to help her. Now that there was such an opportunity, of course she would speak up for her. It's mainly because Ren was willing to help. If it were anyone else, I really wouldn't know what to do. Kasumi Aika also nodded slightly. Even now, it was hard for her to imagine that kind of supernatural ability. So are you in the same situation as Ms. Nagi? Not exactly. Aizawa Sakuya thought about Nagi and the others, then shook her head slightly. Nagi-chan and the others have already obtained the power they wanted, but I still lack some opportunities. It's just because I am close to Nagi-chan that I knew about some things ahead of time. I am just a stand-in right now. I see. Kasumi Aika finally understood why Miss Sakuya had joined that group, and she also finally understood why Miss Nagi and Miss Isumi had transferred to other schools. The reasons were clear. You don't need to think about anything else. You will remain weak for a while. For now, what you need to focus on is adjusting your body. After this period, your body should no longer be as weak as before. Once the lesions were removed, the patient would definitely be a completely different person compared to their previous fragile state. Wait until you recover, then go thank Ren. Aizawa Sakuya had already contacted her family, and she had also contacted the Kasumi family. Today was her birthday, and to celebrate, she had invited Aika to stay overnight at her home. Given her relationship with Aika, the Kasumi family had naturally agreed. But after sending the weakened Aika home tomorrow, there would likely be a lot of turmoil in the Kasumi household. Her family was bound to be thrown into chaos. Her father would probably insist on knowing exactly what had happened to her. To be continued. Chapter 397, Chapter 397 Final Preparations, Bonus. The birthday party for the three of them is over. This was the first time that Hayasaka, Aizawa, and Sonoko's birthdays coincided. It cannot be said to be completely on the same day, there was still a day between them. Today's birthday party also invited many guests, and of course, they were all friends from Sanzenin and Sajinomiya. It can only be said that Hayasaka really only has Chika as a friend in Shuchian. However, at this birthday party, I met Katsura Hinajuku, whose popularity in the story has always been higher than that of the heroine. It should be said that she truly lives up to being the student council president who has always been very popular. I can understand why she could become the student council president at Hakuo. She is a girl, but surprisingly boyish. Even her friends around her see her as a girl like a knight, and some even change their preferences. In a sense, Hinajuku really is amazing. Although in the story, she first lost to Athena Tenosu, and then to Sanzenin. The person she has always liked always keeps avoiding her. Of course, I suddenly remembered something afterward. I vaguely recall that a lot of the credit for Katsura Hinajuku becoming the student council president came from Miss Kasumi Aika. It seems that the vice president suggested that Katsura Hinajuku become the student council president because they knew that she was afraid of heights, as the Hakuo student council office is located in a clock tower more than 10 meters high. Speaking of this vice president, just as I got home, Miss Aizawa called me. I know that Miss Aizawa wants me to help remove the lesions from Miss Kasumi Aika. I had already agreed, but I did not expect her to bring Miss Kasumi Aika so soon. The birthday party had just ended, and Miss Aizawa brought her over. Miss Kasumi Aika's physical condition was indeed much more serious than what I had seen before. Now that the lesion has been removed, I noticed that the disease has many similarities with a curse. The lesion can also be considered a kind of curse, but it is relatively easier to remove compared to a true curse. After the lesions are removed, Miss Kasumi Aika will need to recuperate for a period of time. Also, regarding this birthday party, it seems to have attracted a great deal of attention. I wonder what will happen at the 60th anniversary of the Suzuki conglomerate. With that in mind, Ren also began his usual daily routine. This birthday party allowed him to meet members of Hakuo's student council, and it also changed Miss Kasumi Aika's fate. He did not know how much he had gained in return. Lord of Mysteries. Obtained Sequence 7, Astrologer. Upon seeing that it was a Sequence 7 potion from the door pathway, Ren raised his eyebrows. The sequence that truly strengthens the full pathway in the early stages is Sequence 7, while both the door pathway and error pathway have their critical stage at Sequence 6. So, are they still in the preparation phase? Ren was unsure whether his guess was correct. But he knew that he had obtained the Facelessman potion a long time ago, and had stayed at the clown sequence for quite some time. After that, a Sequence 7 magician would most likely be absorbed very quickly, and might even allow a double advancement similar to the error pathway. After all, the traits of the Master of Tricks are also those of a magician. As he often takes out tarot cards to shuffle and display magic tricks, this can be seen as him unconsciously performing the role of a magician. As for astrology, Ren had studied it as well. Because of the qualifications given by the seer, he can study various divination techniques and receive corresponding feedback from them. Although astrology is not used very often, the invisible bonus to divination is probably significant. Well, whether this was his subconscious influencing him or not, it still placed the full pathway in front of him. Ren rubbed his brow, picked up the astrologer potion, and drank it in one gulp. Vanilla. The taste was not bad, just a little strange. A vanilla-flavored drink, not carbonated, but like a fruit drink, it just felt strange. While carefully savoring the flavor, the potion also began to digest rapidly as soon as it entered his mouth. Already digested. Ren looked at the bottle in his hand in surprise. He had never studied astrology in depth before, and in his daily life, he rarely had the chance to use astrology. Usually, he only used astrology in the morning to check his fortune. But Ren had not expected that even so, the magic potion of the Sequence 7 astrologer was completely absorbed. So, the cryptologist potion was not absorbed directly. Is it because I do not like using my brain? In a sense, this was quite ironic. Ren shook his head and tossed the thought aside. The main reason was not that he did not use his brain, but that the subsequent potion, the Prometheus potion from the cryptologist sequence, had not yet been obtained. So there was no need to be in a hurry to absorb the potion. After sorting out the abilities of an astrologer, Ren had a general understanding. It is an advanced substitute for a seer. The results of its divination are not as comprehensive as those of a seer, but an astrologer can perform simple divinations, positional divinations, and crystal ball divinations, and can also interfere with divination. Astrologers are not bad in terms of abilities, but unfortunately, their power does not increase substantially. They only gain more methods of divination. This is a regret for astrologers. However, Ren had already been prepared for this. Moreover, advancing to astrologer means that all the preparatory sequences are now complete. Any subsequent advancement will greatly increase one's strength. In particular, Sequence 6 of the door pathway and error pathway are the core and the key. Sequence 7 of the full pathway also adds a lot of abilities, making it the strongest among Sequence 7. After sorting everything out, Ren was a bit too excited. The next stage was finally the time to become truly stronger. Moreover, the support that will accompany him next will not just be from an external source, but from his own strength as well. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally.